There we go. Okay. Now. Oh. Hey, there we go. Cool. So I'm gonna change up the format a little bit. Instead of having it like overlaid, like a video while I'm playing, which was like pretty chaotic, probably not the best idea in the whole world. Um, each time I die, I'm gonna read something or watch a video about the subject. It seems a lot more not awful. Let's see here. Close that out. Oh. Yeah. Huh. I switched it to game capture instead of screen capture like last time. And for some reason, all my GPU is still getting used. Hey, all Roger. Close out some of these Google Chromes, I guess. Huh. Let me check something. I might relaunch my chats. Okay, that's way better. I just turned off hardware acceleration on Chrome. Now it can't heat up my graphics card. So, yeah, the plan is when I die, then I'll either watch like a full video or read like a full article about the subject when I do these. That way, like, I felt like last time with the video on top, it was kind of hard for me at least to be able to give the research my full attention. And if you were watching, it probably had to be pretty chaotic. Kudos to the people that just like sat there and dealt with it, but you deserve better than that. Oh, fuck, I forgot where I was. And I think that's just how I want to do like research streams in general. Wait, what's going on here? Okay. So after I beat this game, I bought Returnal. Full try hard mode, not to die time. I think when I play Returnal, it'll be every 2 deaths. At least at first, because it's the hardest game I've ever played. I've gotten to where like you think you beat the game the first time. And that's about where I have. Or that's about where I was at with it. I think I just come back for the pendant. I don't want to trigger them early by shooting. Because I really want them to, okay, well, 3. Do. I really want the chainsaw guy to hit the tripwire here. Sick. Oh, hell yeah. You dead? Hell yeah. Let's go. Holy shit. After all those failures to just effortlessly get it. That's very nice. Oh. Okay, bear traps successfully avoided. Give me my shit. If you were here last time, I was just floundering on them. Every mistake in the book. It feels very nice to not.
Oh, it's locked.
Everything's locked. There's usually a window. Window. Okay, there's a window that's boarded up. Okay. Excuse me. Oh shit. Yeah, plug it up. That plug right here, we're good. Or a cord. Flashlight. Do I have flashlight in my... Oh. I guess that's neat. Oh. Interesting. Probably make that now, so I have to do it on the fly. Okay, it's on. Okay. God damn it.
Not too shabby. Someone has shown up their neighbors.
Open the door. Was I required to go through there? Is this... Okay, I was. Getting paranoid that I'm missing stuff. Ooh. Quick. Was there egg in here? Yeah. Okay. Can I have it? Alright. It's weird when they change stuff. I'm trying to figure out like what it replaced in the original, which is why I was able to guess that there was an egg in there. Oh. Let's see, what are my options? Child. Cup. Okay. Oops. Pig. Or bull. That is. I think it's gotta start off with child, right? I don't know. Maybe, I'm sure it'll give me a clue at some point. That's just totally new. Well, I can't read. Oh. At last, flesh of our flesh, blood of our blood, give thanks and rejoice. I don't think that's part of the clue. Okay, tiny key.
Old photos.
No clue. No clues. Sick. Very nice. Very, very nice. Wait. Okay. I don't know if I saved the first time or not still. Ah. Crop, swine, herd, pig. Oh shit. Crop, pig, babe. In great veneration of their master, the people offered up their most prized possessions. Old farmer, finest crop, the slight swineherd, his stoutest pig, the beggarly grandam, her own beloved babe. The master saw these gifts and he was pleased. Found the clue. Crop pig child. Hell yeah. Crystal marble. There's a treasure or key item. Oh. Oh, it's gotta have the, yeah. It has the insignia on it. There's some satisfying squeaks, creaks, and clanks. They do feel quite creepy. Okay. Ah, you fuck. Cool. I know they're not going to be generous with ammo in this game mode, so I have to use these as much as possible. Mostly in like the transitionary spaces. And there's not a ton of people. Oh. I just did this. Okay. Oh, I can rotate it. Okay, cool. Man, they're being real picky here. October 10th, the weather has been strangely late. The wheat weathers and the cows grow thin. December 8th, there are signs of famine is true. We lack the means to work the fields, but Lord Sadler's orders are absolute. 30 people have starved to death. 5 cows will be slaughtered. The patriarchs gather to cast lots. 6 more chosen for Lord Sadler. April, 8 more today. Oh, the dates are gone now. 4 more today, 11 more today. 2 outsiders got lost and wandered into the village. We took them to the altar for the ritual. No need to cast lots today. Jeez. Ooh. Sorry, like, the painting probably is, like, no big deal, but, I never seen, like, the updated version of, uh-oh. Of any of this, so it's cool to me. I thought I was gonna have to walk out of the room instead of going forward to trigger this, like in the old one.
The blood has accepted the gift.
Yeah, that's what Resident Evil 4 games are, or Resident Evil games are, puzzles and, combat. I don't think he talks at all in the first one. Did you hear about improving your poor grammar and spelling on your Substack articles and tweets and stuff? Yeah. I wrote them quick. I'm embarrassed about it. Like, my tweets, I don't really care about. Like, I always say if there's not like a typo or some kind of grammatical error, did I even tweet it? But on my Substacks, yeah, I care.
Rooster Condor 1, I've got that intel you requested on Louis Serra. It seems he used to be a researcher for Umbrella.
Umbrella? I should have left him in that bag to rot.
I'm sending you the details. Take a look, but Baby Eagle is your priority.
Copy that. Making my way to the church. Condor 1, out.
Yeah, if you got some pointers for me, or if you like, if you know what my mistakes are, by all means tell me. Like, I've even watched other creators stuff and message them like, hey, I don't know if you care or not, but you made some like errors here or there. Like maybe they used the wrong word, or they put some spelling on the screen, the spelling was wrong. It's always a little awkward for me to say, because I don't want to like I don't want them to feel like I'm what's the word? Mr. Girl talks about it a lot, where people will like act like concern trolling. Yeah, I don't want people to think that I'm like concern trolling them, but I just know that there's some instances where I would really care. Oh, you gotta save the wolf. He's an asset. Oh, shit. I think I was muted. I was saying that I even try to tell other creators when I see like if they have writing on the screen or if they use the wrong word for something in a video. But I'm like cautious about it because I don't want them to think that I'm concerned trolling. Man, the castle's gonna be so wild in this game. So I haven't found any spindles. I need them. I need to get the Punisher. Ah, well, nothing. Okay, we need some shotgun ammo. Oh shit. Okay. Make some space while I'm here. I got them. Oh, I see. Perfect. The best part of this game. I don't think this is something bad. No, okay. In most of those kinds of areas in the first one, there'd be like spindles which played a different role. You could just sell them. On the ceiling, you could shoot them down. Oh, okay, I'm back here. Still no way in. Oh, okay. I'll be allowed to get in when I get Ashley. Noted. Do they restock? Oh, they do restock places. That's pretty cool. Ooh. Give me the things. That's big fancy. Let's see. Map. Oh man, there's treasure in there too. A gap in the wall. Yeah, they are talking about that. Damn. Any other treasure? Expanded map treasure. What the fuck? Shit. Oh god!
Shit.
No, get down. Oh god. Ugh. Holy fuck, fucking stay down. Ah! Alright. That's actually a pretty fair observation, Emery. There's something about the graphics in this game that are cool and all, but take away from some of the gray coloring that makes Res 4 your favorites in the franchise. It feels really like gloomy, like the entire game. That's a pretty good point. Wait a minute. Oh, I was wondering why your badge was different. You've been a member longer. Oh my god, Elk didn't get one either. All of like the people that are here the most got missed on the super duper membership gifting. It's kind of wild. Big C, Working Bob, and Elk all got missed. It's crazy. Okay, so perfect. All right, I got the perfect video. I'm gonna switch over to TV screen. Perfect. Game capture. In the future, I'll have these buttons macroed to my stream deck, so that way I don't have to like pause to like do the switches and stuff. This is a new format for me, so it's like a bit of a learning experience. So this is probably a better video to like start off with, studying polyamory, since like it's less research for me because it's one of my best subjects, and more research for the people that are here that are probably going to end up seeing the debate. But also I think it's nice for me to just refresh myself on like how other people talk about it. It might help me with my communications with them. You heard of relationship anarchy? It's something I'm really interested in. It seems like the kind of poly type I'd be into. I am familiar with relationship anarchy. I think the relationship anarchy might be like the purest form of polyamory, so to speak. Like it's like it cuts down to the heart of sort of the like what it is in like the strongest way. But I also think that it might be the hardest one to integrate people that aren't already that into. People are really fond of their labels.
Hey friends, I'm Kyle Elliott. Welcome to my channel. In this video, I'm going to be talking about ethical non-monogamy, which is a subject I'm very passionate about as I've been practicing it for the last 4 years. The reason I'm using
You know what, let me try window capture on this too. because it is getting laggy, and everything that I've read says that window capture is like way better for things that are laggy, when things are lagging and stuff. Let's see if it helps. Hey dogs, don't be yelling. Since I just sort of brushed over that, I'll explain what relationship anarchy is. Relationship anarchy is when you have essentially, you don't really it's not so much the actual labeling that matters, but like you don't internally label your relationship dynamics. Like if you're doing something with somebody, it just is what it is. Like you don't, there's no hierarchy involved. Like if you want to spend a week with somebody, that can just be what it is, and it doesn't have to necessarily like determine what's going to happen in the future, and it doesn't have any impact on what you're able to do with other people as well. It's very non-hierarchical, very, very like free, spirited kind of like polyamory. I think it's really cool.
The word ethical is to draw the distinction between the type of polyamory that I practice, which is focused on transparency and honesty and doing a lot of self-reflection and unpacking, versus the type of polyamory where you just go around doing whatever you want deceptively with little to no regard for other people's feelings.
The real take is you shouldn't have to justify, let me switch to live chat, your relationship, why your relationship is the way that in terms of monogamy or polyamory. I agree. Unfortunately, we run into situations where people do demand justifications. Yeah, without hierarchy. I understand that's what it definitionally means, but I see people take it to like the extreme that I have, that I sort of described often. I want to point out, every once in a while I'll use like ENM or ethical non-monogamy to talk about it, but I don't like the term because it implies that there is something like inherently unethical about polyamory. However, it also, I can't get too hard on it because it also addresses that some people use polyamory to as like a cloak to hide their unethical behaviors. And that kind of stuff really sucks. But saying ethical non-monogamy doesn't really get rid of the ability to cloak what you're doing anyways. So I understand the attempt. It just seems like the execution of that attempt sort of falls flat, and so I don't love it. But I understand why people like the term. I just, not for me. I prefer polyamory.
So before I started down this path, I was mostly monogamous most of my life, was even in a heteronormative monogamous marriage for 6 years. And now I currently have 3 partners, 2 of which I've been with for almost 2 years, and one that I've known for about 20 years, but we've been together for about 6 months. And it is storming and thundering here, so hopefully that won't be too distracting on this video. Now,
not having to justify your relationship is one aspect, but also you learn about these different relationship concepts, and it shines a light on different paths to potentially go down. Yeah. That's the thing that I like the most about polyamory. The thing that I identify most with it is that if you sense that there could be a connection with somebody, you don't have to stop and go, oh wait, I don't know if I'm allowed to have this experience. And that's the kind of thing that feels really restrictive, and I think in some cases can like just like restrict who you are as a person.
It was actually near the end of my marriage that I realized that polyamory was something that probably aligned better with my values. We went through lots and lots of therapy. Unfortunately, it ended up that polyamory was not a good fit for him. We are still really close and have a great relationship. We co-parent very well. So if your situation is similar to that, I would highly suggest, if you are able to access it, to get yourself into relationship counseling, because it is not easy when you first open up to polyamory. I will say that I think,
just real quickly, her tattoos are fucking badass.
down the line, polyamory is easier in a lot of ways than monogamy, which I will talk about that later in the video. But in the beginning, it is a lot of work because there's a lot of unlearning that needs to happen in order for you to have a healthy polyamorous dynamic with other.
I think that might be the most controversial thing that'll get said in this video, but I think that it's true that like if you actually do, as she said, align with polyamory, it's probably going to end up feeling a lot easier to you than feeling trapped in the confines of monogamy, even though you're more used to it. You have like tons of examples to go off of, and like everybody that you know pretty much has been in a monogamous relationship, so you have like a ton of experience in which you can like tap if you're in a situation. Basically everybody can sort of adapt their relationship to your situation to help give you advice, these kinds of things. But once you're comfortable with yourself and you know what you're doing and you understand why you're being polyamorous and you have you fully understand your boundaries, I do think that it actually is easier. But I think that most people would probably disagree with me.
People. I was told in the beginning of my journey that if you're going to open up your marriage to polyamory, it's not going to fix your issues. In fact, it is going to bring the issues that are already existent in your relationship to the surface, and that is so incredibly true. So, as I said, therapy if you can get into it. Just like monogamy, polyamory can look vastly different, obviously, because people's needs and values are vastly different. The style of polyamory that I practice, you can hear my doggy snoring back there on my bed. That's Gus. Anyway, the type of polyamory that I practice is relationship anarchy. Now, there is a lot of misconceptions.
There you go, Alec. 1 moment, please. I had to tell my dogs what we're up. You mean most poly people or most people in general? Well, I think that it'd be definitely most non-polyamorous people. But I even think that even if polyamorous people, like a great example for that is Destiny. He'll say that of course it's not easier, but I think that's not true for him. It's just that when you make that claim and people are immediately going to push back on that, and it's really hard to defend because all of the reasons why it is easier are like internal things. They're things about how you feel that make things easier for you, and like the way that you feel in your day-to-day life, I think is going to contribute to how easy or difficult like a major aspect of your life. When a major aspect of your life aligns more with you, you're going to feel like you're navigating through your life a lot easier. Rather than if you have to suppress that. So like if you are a polyamorous person and you're sort of feigning like monogamous values, it's difficult. I almost think of it like in terms of like having those feelings closeted, because there's like a big like shadow cast over you, like when you just don't think that this is okay, but you're like super afraid, like if you're already in a relationship of how your partner's going to take it. I think you end up with it more and more on your mind, and it gets harder and harder to like you're just going to keep on having thoughts about it over and over again. And like if you have polyamorous values, you can be monogamous, but I think that those feelings that you have and the sort of dissatisfaction with not living how you want to live is going to eventually surface and bubble out, because it is most people have a pretty strong desire to have a kind of relationship that they feel matches their desires. So I just think that it's gonna be pretty difficult. But the polyamorous people who don't want to say that are probably just saying that it's not easier because it's just going to be, in like the typical sense, like way harder to defend. If somebody wants you to defend it in a way that like you can argue and like can't be argued against, all they have to do is just not accept what you're saying, and most people that are listening are gonna not agree. So it's just like not a winning position to take, even if it is honest.
Conception, even in the polyamory community, about relationship anarchy. There's this idea that people who practice relationship anarchy just don't want to have deep commitments in their relationships, and they just want to keep things super surface level. For me, this is not my experience. I actually feel like relationship anarchy is the least restrictive form of polyamory that you can practice. And when I say this, I don't mean that I'm not setting boundaries or asserting my needs or speaking up when something doesn't feel right in my relationships. That is absolutely not the case. What I mean is that in RA, I am not feeling entitlement about other people's bodies, their
Obviously, she can't be forced into a relationship structure she doesn't want to, but it feels kind of shitty for the guy that found out about her relationship preference after kids. Sure. So I think this is actually a really interesting point. Um, so I think that if you, I guess let me put it from this frame. I think that this obviously causes a lot of strife in relationships when somebody like sort of like, for lack of a better word, and I'm going to use sort of a dramatic word, like an awakening to where they realize that like this isn't for me. I don't like being just tied to one specific person. This doesn't really make sense to me. I'm not clicking with it, Um, yeah, it can definitely feel like, as Elk said, a rug pull. So I think that it's I I understand why I think I value a lot that she's able to talk about it and express that, and then they can go from there. But if we lived in a society where everybody's not indoctrinated to think that monogamy is the automatic default and that you're somehow like straying from the path by not being monogamous, these kinds of things aren't going to be nearly as much of an issue. People are going to be exposed to these different types of relationship dynamics much sooner. And then you're not going to see nearly as many people in the middle of like a long-term relationship going like, hey, I understand we've been doing this for a while and I know that you're really happy with this. And it's not that I'm unhappy with you, but I'm unhappy with this dynamic. And I think I need something different in order to really feel fulfilled, like I'm living like my life to like my standards. You're probably just not going to run into that because nobody's going to feel like they have to enter into relationships that aren't what match them because other options are just known and accepted. This, I think, is the thing that I advocate for the most. Jesus Christ, is that I just want people to be like a lot more aware. One of the things that really it really surprised me in the beginning, but then as I talk to more people, it just makes sense. When I talk to people about how they first became polyamorous, I'm like, oh yeah, you just seem like this, just like it fits you so well. Like I can't imagine you not being. Why did it take you so long? So, well, I didn't even know it was an option. That is an exceptionally common, if not like the most common reason, if you ask somebody who's polyamorous why they weren't prior, they just didn't know that that's something that people could do.
their time, their energy. I'm not trying to impose restrictions on them to make myself feel more secure. It's the most autonomy-focused form of polyamory that I have personally seen, and it aligns the most with my values. You can go online and you can check out something called the Relationship Anarchy Manifesto, which I found really helpful when I was trying to wrap my mind around what relationship anarchy actually was. It gives just an outline of the values behind the label. All right, so I'm gonna run through some of the polyam lingo just to explain the differences between varying practices of polyamory. Let's start with kitchen table polyamory. Basically what it means is that you want to get to know your partner's partners or your...
I'm gonna let this play through the parts. I think I have this need to like pause it, and I want to say like, hey, I know what that is. I think I'll just do the opposite, and I'll pause it. And maybe speculate if I don't know what she's talking about.
Metamors, that's another word for the people that your partner is dating, that you're not dating. So if I'm practicing kitchen table polyamory, then I want to hear about my partner's other relationships. I want to get together with my metamors. I want us all to be able to hang out at the kitchen table. This is personally something that I do practice because I want as much transparency and honesty as possible. There's also something called parallel polyamory, and these are essentially opposites where you don't don't want to hear about it. You don't want to get to know your metamors. You'd rather things just be parallel and not hear about it at all. I think this tends to be more common with people who just feel a lot of discomfort or insecurity or jealousy. Things aren't necessarily hidden, but they're just
she's right. It lines up that way, but it doesn't have to be the case. I lean heavily towards kitchen table polyamory. Like if somebody I love loves somebody, I probably want to know them. I probably really want to get a better understanding of that person to figure out how best I can be supportive. And just like it would be like me not wanting to meet my wife's best friend. That would be weird that I have no interest in meeting their best friend.
not spoken about. Like, you just don't want to know, I suppose, if you're practicing that form of polyamory. You don't want to get to know your metamors. You don't want to hear about the relationships. Anyway, that is
the side of parallel polyamory that isn't based on insecurity is that one of the reasons why you might want to practice parallel is that you want to afford them enough space to where they feel like that part of their life is truly theirs and that you're not seeking to have some sort of influence over it. I understand that too. And if like I'm ever dating somebody who practices like that, I fully get it. I wouldn't even have any questions as to why. Because if somebody says like that's how I practice it, it might not even be that they're not interested in my end as much, but they just want to reciprocate that same kind of standard because what they really need is to have that part of their life, just part of their life only. And they don't really want to share it with anybody else.
the difference between those two. Another term is veto power. And this is, for me, it's a hard no. If I enter into a dating situation with somebody and they tell me that whatever their partner or partners have the ability to veto my relationship with that person, or
this is like among the worst and most toxic kinds of behaviors that are somewhat accepted in the polyamory community.
cancel it or tell them to end things with me. That is not something that I'm comfortable doing. It creates hierarchy where your relationship is superior, more important to the other relationships. And for me, I don't want to be worrying about somebody else having control over whether or not I can continue a relationship with somebody. Then there is the one penis policy, which you see this a lot when heteronormative couples. That was alarming. You'll see this a lot when heteronormative couples come into the polyamory scene pretty new. They open up their relationship, and then the cis man in the dynamic decides that the only way that he's going to be comfortable with polyamory is if his partner, typically a cis woman or somebody with a vagina, doesn't date other people who have penises. Now, this whole concept, first off, is transphobic, but I won't get into that right now. This relates back to the man's
I think this is like obviously it is to an extent, but like really for the most part, I think that OPP comes up because the guy doesn't want his woman to be involved with any other men. This is generally going to be the concern. I think that most of the time they're not super, unless like they know that their partner's like super into trans people. It's mostly like a male centric, I'm insecure about you with other men. This rule and the last one feel like a rule is in place to try to help someone who doesn't want this relationship style deal with the relationship style. Sure. But it kind of reminds me of manosphere poly. That's what it. Well, manosphere poly means it's okay for me to date other people. It's not okay for you. I don't know how they feel about their women dating other women. What it really is though, ultimately, is it's a move for control. Also, if I'm saying something incorrectly, offensively, let me know. I'm not trying to be a dick. Look, you guys are here at my stream. Unless like your overall behavior is super dickish, I'm not gonna think that. And also, it's pretty hard to offend me. The easiest way to offend me is to like be somebody that I do know, like you guys that are chatting right now. And like if I know you're trying to offend me, that'll offend me. Otherwise, no big deal. If you're saying something just incorrect though, I have no problem correcting it because part of doing research is to get a better understanding for all of us. But yeah, the one penis policy is very much just like a control grab. The person is almost certainly insecure, which can be fine, but they need to understand that their insecurity is making like like an unhealthy relationship dynamic where they're getting essentially everything that they want and they're limiting what kind of situation that their partner can have.
Insecurity. Also, this idea that relationships with people who don't have penises are less threatening. I personally think it's toxic, but anyway, moving on. Hierarchy. So there are two different types of hierarchy. There's imposed hierarchy and there's naturally occurring hierarchy. An example of imposed hierarchy would be the veto power thing, right? This idea that your relationship is more superior to other relationships, therefore you have a say as to whether your partner can continue in relationships based on how it makes.
Hang on, we're being a little bit laggy here. Let me close some other stuff. I didn't realize I still had a bunch of startup programs open. Yeah, let me get rid of some of these. I guess while I'm doing that, I can explain something. So for me, my biggest thing is oh shit, I didn't open that. Like the naturally occurring hierarchy, it's just something, if she's talking about what I think of when I hear this term, it's something that's basically unavoidable. Like I've dated somebody and they'd be like, well, what if what if a situation comes up where I want to see you, but like your wife, you and your wife has like plans and she wants to do it, and I'm just like, well, I'm probably just gonna have to weigh these things out. I'm not saying that one side or the other is gonna win out. Actually, that's a bad example. That's a different thing entirely. So naturally it would be like, am I gonna trust a new partner as much as I trust my wife? No, I haven't been around you. I don't know you long enough. You haven't built up the kind of like long-term trust that I have with my wife. So like, of course I'm not going to have like the same level of trust. Like if I need somebody to watch my kid, I'm going to pick my wife over a new partner, or even like a partner that I've been with for a while. It just doesn't make sense to substitute another, like anybody else in to like watch my kid if my wife is available to do that. They've been in that role. So this would be like a naturally arising hierarchical standard that just makes sense to do. It doesn't mean that they're inherently more valued as a person here, but I'd say that I would always value them in this role when this role is being needed to be fulfilled.
You feel maybe it brings up insecurities, so you put the brakes on your partner's relationship by telling them they have to break up. That is creating hierarchy, like I mentioned before. An example of natural hierarchy might be a situation where you have a nesting partner and you split bills, so you have shared financial responsibilities. Also, maybe you co-parent. Any of these situations would create a type of natural hierarchy. I personally don't nest with my partners right now. I've been practicing what's called solo polyamory for a while, which is like all three of my partners don't live with me, two of which have other nesting partners that they live with, which has worked for me just fine. If I were to eventually nest with my partners, which one of them we have been planning that down the road, we are going to have separate bedrooms, right? So this helps to mitigate that natural hierarchy that happens when you become nesting partners, because you have separate bedrooms. So if you wanted other people to come over and spend the night, you have your own privacy and space, and this makes it feel less hierarchical to your other relationships. Now, I also like this because I don't like doing things out of obligation in my relationship. So when you don't have your own space, you have no choice but to spend the night sharing the same bed with your partner every single evening. But if you have your own space, maybe you still share your bed with your partner every single night, the partner that you live with, or most nights, but I'm doing it by choice. To be clear, obviously not everybody has the privilege of being able to afford housing with enough room to be able to have that type of a dynamic, but you get the idea. So I like this idea of being able to choose what I'm doing intentionally in my relationships as much as possible. Because in monogamy, there's this idea that certain things are just expected. For example, a relationship escalator where things are supposed to unfold in a certain way, a linear path to eventually like marriage and kids or whatever. And in polyamory, we can create whatever type of relationship works for us, unique to what me and this other person are exploring. In every dynamic, I can have multiple meaningful relationships and they all might meet different needs. So that's a huge contrast between polyamory and monogamy that I personally have found really liberating. Now, another big contrast between polyamory and monogamy is that there is a much bigger focus or emphasis on having direct conversations about sexual safety. This is in part because when you make reckless choices about sexual safety, it doesn't just affect you and that one person that you're engaging with, it affects you and your other partners and your other partners. And so there is this thing that happens in polyamory where some of these more challenging discussions become normalized, which I really like. And in addition to this, I am an asexual person. If the person that I'm dating who isn't asexual has needs that aren't being met from me, they can go and get those needs met by someone else. And not just sexual things related to being an asexual person, just in general. That is one of the perks of polyamory, is that
The Sound of the Rain really helps contribute to the soundtrack that she has going. It's really interesting that she chose like music to put in there, but then the rain complements it. So
you don't get that
good catch,
pressure
Bob.
that you need to meet all of the needs of one person. I don't have that expectation for other people, and when people have that expectation of me, it feels very restricting. And to be clear, I am asexual, but there's also, I should probably make another video about asexuality and the misconceptions around that, because that doesn't mean that I don't have sex. There's a whole spectrum of asexuality. I might have sex. I don't personally experience spontaneous desire. I experience more of a responsive form of desire. And being an asexual person, I tend to get my needs for intimacy met in different ways than engaging in like physical sexual activities. I am also a kinky person, which isn't inherently sexual, and so I tend to have kink scenes or sessions with people that I'm in relationships with that have nothing to do with sex, or just cuddling or making out or holding hands or being close or just sharing intimate, vulnerable moments with my partners. All of that meets my needs as an asexual person.
So I want to, before I read your chat, I want to point out that some of this, like the stuff she's talking about right now, has nothing to do with polyamory per se. So while I'm not going to be able to explain all of how asexual people still like are into like kink scenes and stuff, like I feel like I have a good understanding and I can navigate around what they're saying, but I'm not going to speak on it because I don't know. I just have I feel like I might have good guesses, and I don't think that's good enough. That's not what this research is about. How did you find poly community? I'm guessing minority in comparison to mono. So this is how it went for me. I actually was in a polyamorous relationship, fairly short term before I knew that there was any word for it. Way back in my early 20s. I would have been like 20, 21, maybe even 19, I'm not sure. And then when my wife and I decided to be polyamorous, I'm like, you know what? I want to do this the right way. It seems like there's a lot of stuff. It seems like there's a lot of things that can come up. And it seems like there's some ideas that like philosophically probably need to be explored. Like I definitely need to explore it like individually to make sure that this is something that I'm gonna be able to do without like hurting somebody else, or hurting myself or like my wife. So I started digging in online and trying to like read things. And I think that helped a lot. I found some really good stuff right in the beginning. I also either misread some stuff or got some bad information in the beginning. But that got worked out pretty easily. Eventually, I ended up on Tumblr, and just sort of I found Tumblr poly communities to be like the best and most accepting. There's a lot of groups on Facebook that are like groups for polyamory, and I think that they're 10 to 1, they're fucking garbage. They want you to be polyamorous a certain way, and if you're not, you're automatically a bad person. They're very non-inclusive, and you're not even allowed to, like, have like you can't really defend yourself or anything like that. Um, so like for instance, sometimes my wife and I will have a girlfriend. Well, I don't really word it like that. Sometimes I word it like that for other people. So the way that I would say it is that sometimes I'll have a girlfriend and my girlfriend will also be my wife's girlfriend. Um, because it's kind of like there's two separate relationships, or there's three separate relationships happening at the same time, and then there's also like an overarching relationship that happens um as well between the three of us. And if you have that kind of relationship, Facebook polyamorous people are like, you're a bad person automatically. There's no ethical way to do this, like a bunch of shit. To be fair, I think that this is the kind of relationship dynamic that has probably the most potential for abuse, which is why I'm so super, super big on I have my boundaries. I set no rules for anybody. I can say, I don't want to do this thing. I will never say, you can't do this thing. Um, I guess if it involves me, it sounds really similar when I say I'm not going to do this thing to you can't do this thing, but it's always about my participation and not about something they can do external from me. So yeah, Tumblr was like the big thing. And I used to blog a lot about polyamory on there. I think I got it like up to like 600 followers in like a year. Um, and it was just like me writing like essays about it or like interacting with other people, and then I would have like people message me and ask me for advice every once in a while. I'd have somebody blow up at me and get really mad at me like I caused their partner who told them they wanted to be poly to be that they wanted to be poly. I had a woman like freaking out like, well, why is this happening, like demanding answers from me. I'm like, you need to talk to your partner. I don't know, I can talk to you about polyamory if you want, but I can't tell you why your partner is doing what you don't want them to do right now. I have no idea. But yeah, just looking around basically. And if you're looking for a polyamorous community, I'd stay away from Facebook. There are some dedicated like forums and stuff. Um, Depending on what you're looking for, like I'd say like you can go to those Facebook pages to see like just what people are saying and stuff, but I would probably not try to get like too heavily involved there and seek like other spaces online.
For intimacy. But basically, in relationships, I just have two rules: be safe and be honest. And that's it. And that doesn't, like I said before, it doesn't mean that I don't have other boundaries that I set or.
Shit. Okay, so I lied. I do have a rule, and it has nothing to do with being polyamorous. Uh, Being honest, like don't lie to me. It's gonna cause problems. Because I just don't think a relationship exists. Uh, like if somebody's lying to you when you're in a relationship to them, like the relationship that you think exists just doesn't exist because you don't have a clear picture of who that person is if they're lying to you. When somebody lies to you, especially with any amount of frequency, it robs you of your ability to form an accurate representation of that person in your mind. So essentially, like you're not even dating who they really are. I guess there's various spaces. Look around and see what resonates. Yeah, I think so. Damn, here I thought your rule would be if you use the plate, wash the fucking plate. No. Um, uh, I think that when it comes to doing stuff like that, you can negotiate who wants to do what things uh, around the house. Like we had a woman who lived with us for a while. Um, she was like the first person my wife was ever in love with, but like I got to my wife first, and like fast forward like 8 years later, so she lived with us, and like she was like insistent, like she did all the cooking, and it was fucking sick. She loved cooking. She's like, look, I just want to, I'll cook for you guys always. I want to do the cooking. It's what I like to do. Um, so like it's not always like super even divided up amongst like household like chores or whatever. It's all negotiable. Um, one funny thing that happened, because she's in the kitchen a lot cooking, and also So like not around my kid ever, but my kid didn't live with us full time then. She would just be like naked in the house a lot. So she'd be cooking sometimes. And I remember my roommate went to go get something out of the fridge and he walked in the kitchen and was like, and he just like turned and like had his hand like this. She's like, John, you can get something from the fridge. He's like, I'm all right. I'm like, it's cool, dude, really. He's like, nah, I'm good. Uh, and he was like real red. I thought that was really funny. He wasn't like offended. He was just shocked.
Hard limits in relationships. It doesn't mean that I'm not asserting my needs as they change or as things come up. I do regular check-ins with my partners so that as things change, because everybody changes all the time, we can get clear on how to best show up for one another. And speaking of that, I want to share a couple of resources which I'll put down in the description below. There's one that's called a radar check-in template from multiamory.com. It's basically just an outline to help you, whether it's a general check-in or you need to have like an important conversation in your relationship. It helps you to go through in an organized manner to stay focused. I have found it very helpful in relationships. I will link that in the description below so that you can check it out. The other resource I wanted to talk about is the compatibility deck. This is a project that I personally put together as I got into polyamory and realized that sometimes it can be really difficult to have some of these harder conversations about things like sexual safety and preferences, personal identity, language
What was her best dish? I'll have to think about it.
that may or may not be comfortable. When it comes to intimacy, things
I remember her twice baked potatoes were like fucking insane, dude. Holy shit. My wife and I were always like, if she's like, what do you guys want? I'm like, we don't care what it is, but if you have twice baked potatoes, it'd be fantastic.
that are hard limits, things that you are curious about, that you want to explore. Also, triggers that you might have. It is a really helpful tool to be able to facilitate these deeper, more meaningful conversations that help you get clear on where your compatibility with another person really lies. And I have found it useful in the beginning of a relationship, but also something to revisit with my partners who I've been with for a really long time as things change. So I will link that resource also down below in the description. So hopefully y'all can check both of those out. Honestly, when you remove restrictions and demands and entitlement, and when you start doing serious work on learning and deconstructing old ideas and beliefs about relationships, what they're supposed to look like and how they're supposed to operate, things start to become a lot less complicated. Like in the beginning, I'll definitely say that there was a lot of discomfort and there were things that came up that felt really challenging and confusing. But now that I'm 4 years in, my relationships are healthier than they've ever been. I feel like I have all the room to be myself. My relationships in general are much deeper and more honest and more fulfilling than they've ever been before. And the very process of going through and doing this work to unlearn old ideas and to get clear on what actually works for me has been tremendously healing and liberating, which is why I wanted to make this video to begin with, because when I first started out down the path of polyamory, I did a lot of reading, but I would have liked to have found a video where somebody broke down some of the challenges and the lingo and all of that. So I hope that you found this video helpful. I hope that you found the resources that I put in the description helpful. And of course, if there's anything that I didn't cover or questions that you have about the stuff that I talked about, definitely share that in the comments and I'll either respond to you there or maybe even make another follow-up video. If you haven't already, remember to like and subscribe. And until next time, take care and be well. Bye.
Huh. That a really solid video. I haven't watched a lot of videos on the subject, to be honest. I've mostly done like a lot of reading or just like talking with other polyamorous people. You're glad she's doing well in her relationships. Yeah, me too. I always I can't help it. I'm always rooting for polyamorous people to succeed. Oh, and just since we talked about the food, I wanted to say it like right afterwards, but I didn't want to like interrupt the video because I thought it was just really, I'm just super impressed with it. That was an awesome video. so she stayed with us like a week on, week off because she was fighting for her kid and had to be up north on the weeks that she had her kid. But even when she'd go up north, she would make meals and then leave them in our freezer because that's how like important it was for her to cook for us. Like we never asked ever. It was just like the role she like like she needed to be the food maker. Fuck it, root for anyone enjoying themselves and being happy too. Isn't hurting anybody. Yeah. I don't mean that to say that I don't root for people like I don't like stories and movies where people are getting divorced. I don't like breakup movies or shows. They all bum me out. Um, I when I say like I'm always rooting for people that are doing good in polyamory, I think it's just more like not exactly, but it feels really similar to like rooting for the underdog. Is that like because people don't expect you to succeed, um, and there's somewhat of a reflection on me when that happens too. So it's harder to not like feel that like sympathetic pull. But yeah, I don't. If somebody's happy or they're trying in a relationship, I want everybody to succeed. I think that relationships failing is one of the worst things for me to hear about, and it's like when I can't not immediately empathize, and it's just so sad. Um, I'm gonna take like a 2 minute break. I have to use the bathroom super bad, but I'll be right back. And when I come back, it'll be back to Resident Evil. Let's see here. How quickly can I? Oh wait, no, 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 no. That's not perfect. All right, I'll be right back. Sorry, I also had to get some water as well. So yesterday I didn't stream because I had to watch this movie called The Antidote. There's very few things that get me as animated and angry as like COVID misinformation or vaccine, particularly the COVID vaccine misinformation. And this movie is like a big anti-COVID movie, and it espouses like a cure for COVID and long COVID and all that as well. I said there'd be a video out by today. However, in it, it is called The Antidote. They give you the antidote in it. And because it's relatively easy to obtain and it'll be relatively easy to scientifically administer and then show results, which I have zero faith that it will work. My wife has had high blood pressure ever since she got COVID. It's considered to be a long COVID symptom. Specifically, the claim was specifically made, the high blood pressure post-COVID is also fixed by this. So that's a 6-day thing. The claim is that 100% of people are fixed by it. So my wife is going to do the antidote, and that's going to be a part of the video. So it's going to get delayed by a week. I couldn't resist the ability to like scientifically debunk instead of just like factually debunk all the other things in it. So I would say like a week to like 9 days is when I'll drop the video. I want to make sure that it's edited good. And now that I'm adding that extra element in there, like the time is going to necessitate for her to take the antidote, the increased amount of time. But then I would say like a week is probably weekish is like a good measure. Dogs. I forgot about that already. God damn it. I'm so not looking forward to them. Is this path all blocked off? Oh. It's not. Oh. Oh, I don't have the resources. Right? Yeah. Shit. Some more shotgun shells would be very nice right about now. Those dogs don't fuck around. It'd be really cool to find some shotgun shells. I'm gonna crash. I got up at 5 a.m. today, so I am out of it. Enjoy the rest of your stream. I hope to catch you on. You too, Bob. Thanks for being here. I hope you enjoyed this. I guess there's no other way to put it, but like a variety research stream. I hope you guys like the format. Because like I said, when this is done, I plan on doing it for Returnal too. Okay, that part's blocked off. Damn it. Alright. I'm gonna try not to jump when the fucking tower collapses. Challenge is about to happen. I know it's coming, it shouldn't scare me. Okay, this is where I came in. Damn, they're really limiting my ability to run from them. They're trying to force me into this path. Damn. Fuck. Oh my god. This motherfucker was on me instantly.
Come on.
I want to be able to hit them more than one per shot, given the option. Okay, good. They're all dead. Ooh. Not a fan. Oh, wow. I don't trust at all. I don't like the sounds. Oh, God! No! Jesus Christ. Ah, you bitch. Oh. God damn it. Oh, fuck. I was not expecting that. And... oh, there's nothing... okay, there better be something up here. Okay. Significantly less upset about it now. I didn't even think I could crawl into that one. These fucking bastards, man. Uh-oh. Oh. Okie doke. In the first one, when they break out of their head like that, you can instantly kill the parasite by throwing a flash grenade. I don't know if that's still a thing. Oh, I thought I saw something glowing. Yeah, I know. I'm not gonna get that one. Hey, we got ordnate necklace. Ooh, ooh. Okay, yeah, we went to scaffolding them. Neat. You know what? I'm just gonna use this now. Oh god, I was just thinking about how coming up there's gonna be snakes. Like, right before I hit that, I was thinking about how snakes are gonna be in boxes soon. And they scare me. I'm also afraid of snakes in real life. Shit. Is this slithering around? Oh, man. Sleep well and flourish, dear child. As your body grows, your mother shall sew new small clothes. At 7 quintal of wheat and half a bull a day, you have outgrown your pin. Flourish, dear child, for the sake of your brothers and sisters who cannot. Okay. Oh. Why is the floor foggy? That is an exclusively bad thing to see. They're gearing me up. Oh, wait. They're giving me ammo and herbs. Oh no, there's the merchant. It's boss fight time. Think of constantly running out of ammo. If I gotta trip you the bolt thrower or something else, mate, the bolts can be retrieved and reused so you can keep on shooting forever. Also, don't forget to buy the bolt recipe so you can turn your extra knives into, well, bolts. Never worry about ammo again. But that's not all. You can affix bolts with attachable mines, proximity explosives. Quickly turn the weapon into a powerful mine thrower. Shoot at the enemy to see them explode instantly, or at the surface, to set a proximity mine. You'll lose a bolt, but it'll be worth it. In the original, they introduced the proximity mine gun in the PS2 version. I originally had the GameCube version.
I got something new for you.
Damn. Need the Punisher.
What's that? How have we procured these curiosities? You don't want to know, mate.
I can't sell this yet. It's not in its max value.
Thank you. Oh, you cut through the crowd with that right there. Anything else I can help you with? Knife needs care every once in a while. Could be the difference between life and death.
If it stays true to the old game, the TMP stays relevant throughout the game. Yeah, I want to increase the power.
Dazzled, are you? Our craftsmanship demands no less. Molding a weapon to suit your specific needs. Oh, it's a thing.
Upgrading the other ones is kind of a waste, because they'll get replaced. Yeah.
Good as new.
I don't
Got
like
a
doing
select
that,
pleasant
but
travels.
Dear friend of mine is gravely ill, and I'd very much like to treat them to some delicious vipers before they pass. Is there a snake charmer willing to lend a hand? God damn it. I can get the Punisher, though, and I want it. Yeah, where is it? There it is. I should use the bolt gun for that, but... If I would have missed, I would have got panicky. The Punisher is good because the bullets can pass through enemies, ultimately saving you a ton of ammo. It's like, at least in the GameCube version, it was an essential strategy to not run out of ammo all the time, even though you didn't have the bolt gun then.
A church. I made it.
Oh, fuck. There's dogs here. Wasn't a one-shot? Christ. God damn it. I don't want to miss anything. Oh yeah, that puzzle. There's the M, the Z, the M. And then, like, call that one the X. Okay. I don't think I can go through here, can I? Oh, I can. Oh, this is the side path, okay.
Damn it. Condor 1 to Roost. The church is sealed up.
And Baby Eagle?
Negative. Nothing yet. But they sure do have this place locked up tight.
I see. I can think of one reason they'd want to do so.
Oh, she's here. That's for sure. I'll find a way in. Condor 1, out.
I remember being scared playing the original Survivor horror PC DOS game in 1992 called Alone in the Dark, which Resident Evil definitely took inspiration from. I think most survival horrors did. I never played Alone in the Dark, but I did see the movie. Red Gemstone Ring. Interesting. Oh wait, does it say something on it? Oh no, it's just a design. I don't know if the dogs are on that side or this side of it. Probably gonna be right here. No? Okay. The traitorous twin should not be allowed to rest in peace for joining that evil cult. Won't someone destroy the emblems engraved upon their tombstones? Destroy tombstone emblems. Oh. Oh, what? There's no puzzle here. Ooh. Okay, yeah, I guess that's just on its own too. Oh, it's Ashley. Damn, and I have a little key. Lakeside map. A pest fro he outside has for the pest from the outside has come for the girl. Lock her in the church and await orders from our Lord. Until then, keep the church doors shut. The key will be held in the cave on the other side of the lake. The monster will deal with the foolish intruder. Okay. Not the hardest thing to decipher.
What? Let's hope for no more surprises.
Okay, we're not going forward yet. I'm gonna destroy those headstones. If I can get the spinel. If I can complete that quest, then I'll get then I can go back to the merchant and get the Punisher. Weird that they took a different spin on the headstones. You had to remember the symbols, the puzzle before. Oh, it must be these ones they're talking about. Yep.
Okay.
Well, so why not? Oh. Mhm. Oh. Oh. I see. When Res 5 came out and they didn't have this system for the inventory, I was devastated.
So that's a request done and dusted, eh? Good stuff, job well done.
Thank you.
Deserves payment in kind. What can I interest you in?
Aw.
This ain't a charity. Oh, my back is killing me. Years haven't been kind to us, I suppose. Come back anytime.
I forgot you can send stuff to storage. Not the snake. Damn.
Oh, break's over, I suppose.
Okay.
Welcome. Well then, what can I do you for?
Oh, I guess that's fair. I can sell these.
I'll buy
Two.
almost a deal well struck. Ruby's all rubbish. Well, I can certainly do something with this.
Oh,
We're starting to get an idea of your tastes, friend. Try that on for size. Good luck to you. Don't
I
get
didn't know I
yourself
can increase the
killed
durability
now.
of it. I know money's also a limited resource, but if I can save on repairs for it. God, that's my least favorite added feature is that your knife can break. Oh, I forgot. There's no Krauser in this game. I hate that. Because I was just thinking, what about the Krauser fight? No Krauser allowed. Okay. Maybe save again. The new stuff I just did. Ah, boy. Okay. I know for sure if there's nothing in the ceiling for me to shoot down around here, then there's just not gonna be. Well, I guess in the old one, these caverns were a lot longer. Okay, that arrow's from upstairs. Isn't this just the... Yeah. It is. No. Shotgun out. Those damn dogs. I guess they introduced the dogs sooner. Maybe they won't be here. Oh, so it just feels like wishful thinking. Fuck. There you go. Blow yourself up. Shit. There we go. Aiming with the controller is fucking hard.
They keep coming.
Oh, God, sorry. Take a cough drop. Holy shit. That really got me. Now, in the first game, this is where the first snake is, I believe. I was ready. Ah! You fucker. Okay, oh god, nope. I was gonna say I think I wasted a bullet, but I did not. He was still going. Are they gonna jump down on me if I do this? Nope. Ooh. Oh, from where though? Oh! Whoa. God damn it. Prefer to keep them all on one side of me. Whenever possible. Ooh. Ah, shit. Ooh. Oh no. Okay. Brutal. Do I have, oh, I have an egg. I'll use the egg. Christ. Thought that thing whipping around was a snake for a minute. Okay, that's not gonna do anything. Oh. How do I get that to come over here? I don't want it to drop down there where I can't get to it. Oh shit. God damn. Stab him. What? Christ. Ah! I'll be able to pick it up later then. No way to bring it over. That's how they'll do it, I'm sure. Oh, God.
Jesus Christ. Almost got me. Okay, I just can't go through here. What was that? An arrow? Nope, I'm crazy. Been doing pretty good at not dying. I needed to heal anyway.
Good luck finding someone big enough to use this thing.
Aw, man. Gigantus. Destroy the blue medallions between the quarry, fish farm. Where are they at? There's one. Well, I had been good anyway. Oh shit, that's awesome. I killed it before it could even get to me. Oh, sick. Wow. Pretty sure this is where I fight the boss. And I wanted to clear all the extra little baddies before he spawned. Oh. Oh no. Where's the next spot I can try to get to? Oh yeah. I think. Let's see. Where was that thing at? Oh. Does the map show treasure? Yep. Seems like over here is where that other thing should be. Shot down. Right? Huh, I can hear him. I don't like it. He's growling. Oh. Oh, I missed handgun ammo back there? Okay, well. I'm not really in a position to not pick up any ammo. Hey, I just missed it again? What? Okay. That map's sick. I'm so confused. Well, the key part has to be the insignia this time. Resources. Sure. Okay. Merchant already? No way.
Break's over, I suppose.
There are enough weapons here to get a party going.
I've always said in order to throw a good party, you need lots of weapons. Selling a lot of your unused guns, collect dust, why not sell them and spend extra cash to upgrade the weapons you do use? When you sell a weapon you've tuned up, you'll get almost all the expenses you put into it back. There's no catch, mate. We're just rooting for you.
Welcome. What can I interest you in?
It's nothing new, huh?
Your valuables won't do you much good in the grave. Gun rhymes with fun for a reason, stranger.
Oh. Alright, I'm gonna use my mouse for this part. This is shooting range, I believe. Oh, I thought it was. There's a corpse in there. Oh, it's the other cop.
What was that?
Well, that's gonna be scarier than the original. Oh, this is the boss fight right here. I see. Oh, I see. This must be the shooting range then. I have to assume. Yeah.
Welcome, stranger. I believe this is your first time having a go at target practice. There's only one rule. Shoot the targets as they pop up. Simple enough, am I right?
Destroy the pirates and shoot for the high score. Weapons and ammo are unlimited and it's all free. Earn tokens based on your score for a chance to win magnificent prizes. Exchange tokens. Arms of the token machine. They're full of treasures that can be found nowhere else. You destroy several targets at once by shooting a dynamite. Set off explosion. Be careful. Shooting a sailor would deduct points from your score. Some targets cannot be destroyed with one shot. Shoot as many shots as it takes until they break. If certain conditions are met, bonus targets will be added. However, these conditions will change from game to game.
If you do well, I'll make it worth your while. Big hacks and whatnot. Anyway, have fun, mate.
I've been waiting.
A rifle can take out multiple targets with a single round. Rate of fire leaves a bit to be desired, though. 3, 2, 1, begin! That's it!
Oops.
Reload!
I missed a couple. I didn't know I had to shoot that. That was cool. Oh. Alright, I guess one more then. I want to get one prize, and then I'll leave.
Too much on a single weapon. 3, 2, 1, begin. You're an artist, mate. That's it. Brilliant. Reload.
Oops.
You're an artist, mate. That's the stuff.
Ah.
That's your lot. Well, you did better than expected.
Huh. I get less points that time. I feel like I did better. Whatever. Wait,
You're leaving already?
I didn't get a token. I want to get at least one token. Or one
3,
prize. I want to see what they are.
begin. Superb shot. That's it. Oh, beautiful. Reload.
Oops.
That's the stuff. Superb shot.
Shit.
That's it. And that's
missed
the
him.
game. You have a knack for this, friend.
I get tokens?
Do come again, stranger.
Alright, if I don't get any tokens, I'll quit after this. I know this isn't,
Too
like,
much on a single weapon,
the
and you'll
most
find
impressive
yourself out
or
of
most
ammo.
exciting.
3, 2, 1, begin. You're an artist, mate. That's the stuff. Oh, beautiful. Reload. That's it.
Oh, he takes more than one shot. I'm dumb.
Well, you
I lied one more.
3, 2, 1,
And then I will after this one for sure. I didn't know that he took more than one shot to take out.
brilliant. That's the stuff. Oh, beautiful. Reload. That's it. You're an artist, mate. That's the stuff. That'll do it.
Oh, or you have to headshot it, I see.
You have a knack for this, friend.
Damn, no trinket. Fuck. That's a bummer.
I await your return.
Oh. I'm fucking up here. I just realized. I didn't have Twitch chat open at all. I'm not used to having, going on Twitch. Okay, cool. The restream bot would have told me. That's good. Well, probably going to be research in a minute because I don't know if I'll make this. No snake. That shooting range is so fun though. Aw. Man. The number of times I've been asked for a little key versus the times I found them. Maybe I just suck at finding them. No snake. Oh, arrows for the ladder. What the fuck? Oh, it's a barrel, right? Yeah. Interesting. There's no boat. What do I do? Oh. Okay. What the fuck is that? Oh, it's just wood. Kinda looks like a dude. Now I'm just confused. I thought I knew where I was going. Oh, I do know where I'm going. I have to go through here. Hello. Boat fuel is being stored with the generator fuel inside the processing building at the fish farm. Take only what you need. You got it. No snake. Christ.
God damn it.
Oh wait, there's snakes in the water too. Oh, what? Oh my god. The fuck? Ah! Shit! Jesus Christ! Alright. Oh shit. Do we have any more heals? I can't eat the vipers. Can't eat them. There's definitely be a snake in a box up here. Probably a tripwire too. See that map. Treasure? Expanded map. Hey! Chill. Oh. Fuck. Why is he so resilient? What the fuck? Nice. Oh, not nice. Excuse me. Oh! The fuck? Uh-oh. Oh wow. Did it. I broke free. Shit. Oh my god, if I get bit by a snake now, I'll be furious.
That was my last one.
It's not how I wanted to die. Huh? If I can get that other one, I can eat it. I missed. Oh, fuck. Okay. Let's go. I hate everything forever. God damn it.
Not looking so good.
Ooh. Wait, not even used. Very clean. Let me just make sure. Yeah. Oh shit. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. 3 vipers, yep. Which means I can eat all the rest. Fish? Yeah, yeah. They take up a lot of room. Shit. I don't have enough gunpowder to make less of it. No! Jesus Christ. Oh, a small key. Just. Got him. No, nothing. Nothing. Huh? I can hear him talking shit in the distance somewhere. Jesus Christ, die already. God damn it. No fucking way.
Keep coming.
Hey. Oh, no, 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 no. Okay, we're going through that house in a minute here. That's fucked. Let's see if there's anything over here. Okay, there is. Ooh. Maybe it won't be too bad. Oh, shit. Shit, didn't get her. Gunpowder. Chicken egg.
This is what I'm talking about.
Oh, I think maybe the ones that spawned were part of the wave that's supposed to make it hard for me to get back. Okay. That makes a bit more sense. At least a little bit. Oh, what the fuck was that? Wait. How do I get back? Is it... Huh? I must have to go through here or something. I don't remember. Okay, yeah. Oh. Okay. Oh my god. That's annoying. Oh wait. Sure, why not? Oh, I had an extra snake I didn't need. Damn it. Too much stuff. Ugh. It's a good problem to have. Did I miss? Nope. This one. Hey, Chinchilla, how's it going? I'm doing pretty good. Thanks for asking. I haven't heard from you. Like, I think we like touch base one time ever. Nice to see you stopping by. The way this stream works is, if I die, then I go and read a full article or watch a video about the research topic, which in this case is polyamory, which I'm pretty well versed in, but I have a debate about it coming up, and I want to get the people that are going to watch that a little more acclimated to the ideas, and it doesn't hurt just to like get my mind more in the mode, I guess. But this has been a long life. I've died once so far, so we've only watched like one video. Well, for me personally, I'm polyamorous as fuck. So I'm very pro polyamory. I think the more controversial take that I have on it is that I think that, which I don't even know why it would be, because it just seems like a fact to me, that people are heavily indoctrinated into monogamy, in that most people don't even know that polyamory is like an option. And I would just like monogamy to not be seen as and taught as and thought as the default. So that way people don't have to like stumble into the idea to figure out that it's something that might be for them. That if it's something that's for them, like they can just sort of figure out in the same way that somebody would be able to figure out, like, hey, one day I want to get married. It's just like something that's always an option to them internally in their mind. Like, if monogamy is such, if people that are like super sold on monogamy think that it's such like a strong foundational, obviously this is what we should be, that's why most people are kind of way of thinking, they shouldn't be against it. They should just feel assured that that monogamy will win out ideologically anyways. So what I propose shouldn't even be an issue. Unless they're coming at it from like a religious standpoint, in which case, ew. Telling other people how they should live based on your religion is pretty lame in my opinion. Wait. Oh, there's another one. Okay. Well, now I get to do the boss fight. Was that a bear? Okay. I really, really, really wish there was a typewriter closer by, because I want to shoot the lake till it comes out and eats me. But yeah, I think, for me at least, polyamory is the only way to go. And I'm married. If I die during this, I'm definitely going to kill myself by shooting the lake until the alligator guy comes and eats me. That's interesting. I think poly relationships are counter to our psychology, because most relationships are mostly successful between two people. You can have exceptions, but overall two people. Sure, but I also think that there's a multitude of factors caused by this indoctrination that assure that. So for one, if you're monogamous, you have everybody that you can draw from for advice and all that. If you're polyamorous, most monogamous people aren't going to know how to give you advice for things that you're struggling with. The stigma around polyamory is also going to hurt your relationships. Oh, hang on. I'll get more into it in a minute. Shit. Whoa! Damn it. Shit.
Think you can swallow me whole, huh?
Shit. Sorry, I seen that you chatted something. I just don't want to die. I'll get to you in just a minute. I promise. Whoa! Shit. Oh no, don't hit it! Fuck.
I don't think the boat can take another hit like that.
It cannot.
Where'd you go?
Oh!
You tough son of a bitch.
Oh, I got him in the air. Sick. What? I saw that you got this, thank you. Christ. Shit. Ah! No! No, he got me. Damn it. I probably should use mouse and keyboard for that part. Okay, let's see here. If you release the chains that you say, what would relationships look like then overall? From a utilitarian perspective, would that make more people happy? Well, I don't know. I don't care. I'm not a utilitarian. For me, if something is right, it's right. If it's wrong, it's wrong. And I think it's wrong to impose a certain idea of what a relationship is supposed to be onto people when I know that there's people out there. Most people who are polyamorous, when I talk about how they became that, um, at some point along the line, they'll tell me that I didn't even know it was a thing that somebody could do. So I think that for the most part, the people that are going to suffer the most are just going to be polyamorous people that don't know that they're polyamorous and they're having a hard time in their relationships. But I think that you'll still end up with mostly monogamous people. I still think that the idea of monogamy is so deeply ingrained that monogamous people will still just be monogamous. I don't think you're going to see a huge shift in difference, but I think that you'll have people that will be entering into relationships if they're going to be polyamorous with a much better understanding of it. It'll be much more accepting, and they won't have to like, I don't want people to feel like they have to hide it or like tell their parents that like somebody's their friend. I think that this just hurts people, and I don't think that society is harmed by people being polyamorous. Now, I think that if people are going to I think that people can use polyamory now and then as an excuse to do like some fucked shit. But I think that people that do fucked shit in relationships have an inappropriate manner in which they view other people, and that releasing the oh my god, what's the word? I just said it a bunch. I'll just switch it anyways and just say like the programming that monogamy has like on their life. If we remove that, I think that people will be as shitty in relationships as they are now, and that's not really going to stop them. People say a lot of dumb stuff like, well, what about if somebody gets pregnant and you don't know who's the dad? Well, for one, you can do DNA testing. Two, in my experience, polyamorous people, not people that are just using it as like an excuse to just because they feel like they need an excuse to sleep around. Those people are they're not who I'm talking about. People, when I say polyamorous people, I mean people that have like this is their actual desire to date a lot of people. In my experience, they are a lot more upfront and communicative when it comes to sex and things like STDs and all that, and using protection. Or in my case, like I have a vasectomy. Would you be okay with more polyamorous relationships that it would probably leave out more men that cannot get women, whereas high value, sorry for red pill shit, guys can get all the women? It's already the case that if they wanted to do that, they could do that. This doesn't change anything. It just takes the societal chains off of people. And like, here's the deal. All right, we're gonna talk about high value men, low value men. I don't believe in any of that shit. It's a mindset. You look at me. All right, I'm overweight. I'm not a great looking guy or anything like that. If I can have multiple partners, and have had multiple partners, and I have been married 2 times in my life, and I've had multiple successful relationships throughout my life. I just think that a lot of the like guys will just be left out. It's just not the case. If anything, it reduces what you're talking about. So think about it this way: if a lot of women are going to high value men, but there's an increase in polyamory, Well, I just mean by like traditional standards. All right. Like I'm fine with how I look. I don't care, because it's not impeding my ability to like do anything that I want to do. So I'm cool with it. But so if there's a lot of women that are going after high value men, but they don't only need those high value, quote unquote, high value men, and they also want a relationship with a guy that maybe, if like he's satisfying her like desire to be with somebody who has like a lot of money. Now maybe there's a door that's a bit more open for some guys that don't have as much to offer financially, but they might be a bit more like emotionally supportive, or they might have some sort of like skill set or desired quality about them that normally the woman wouldn't be able to really consider for herself, because she in her mind needs like a high earner. So and she'd normally be tied to that, or she just needs somebody with like a specific set of looks. Now maybe some of these women can also get other needs that they can't get met by that guy, by a guy who would be normally considered a lower valued man. So I think that this actually works contrary to how you're suggesting it. I don't like polyamory. The whole point is that it doesn't limit the kinds of connections you can have with people. So the idea that lots of women flocking to high valued men would increase, I think it'd be the same amount, but now they would also just not be off the market, so to speak, to other people. So yeah, I just think that the more people that are polyamorous, the more relationships there are. I don't think it reduces the number of total relationships that exist. Hopefully that makes sense. All right, so I died, and that means it's research time. There it is. This is a short one. This is the part 2 to the first one we watched, so I'll do this and I'll find a good piece
Hey
of
friends,
reading
welcome to my
material
channel. My name
as well. Sorry, polyamory is also meaning that you remove inclusivity or not. So polyamory is, I mean, we'll ignore the fact that it's like Greek and Latin words put together. It just means many loves. So yeah, I don't know how you could have oh wait, you remove inclusivity, do you not? Wait, what do you mean by inclusivity? I read that as exclusivity. What is not inclusive about polyamory? Oh, okay, you do mean exclusivity. Yeah, polyamory would specifically mean that even if you only have one partner, that you're open or free to have more than one partner. In the most basic sense of explaining it. What was your interpretation of it prior? Oh, wait a minute. Polyamory is also meaning that you remove exclusivity. Okay, so yeah. You are correct. It removes exclusivity. So a lot of like some of like the red pill guys, like I know Alex from Playing with Fire, he has like a one-sided open relationship, and open relationships are not the same as polyamory. An open relationship means that you are not sexually exclusive with your primary partner, which means that like in the red and like, well, I'll just use Alex from Playing with Fire. He's allowed to sleep with other women, but his fiance, I think, girlfriend, fiance, wife, whoever, she's not allowed to sleep with anybody but him. And as far as I know, that having an additional relationship that's outside of that is totally off the table. I would have a ton of issues with that. It sets up this weird power dynamic that like very much sets him above her, and it seems like he gets exactly what he wants, and maybe that's what she wants too. But if that's exactly what she wants too, then I feel like you don't have to have that rule there, that she could also be able to sleep with other people if she wanted to as well. And if that's really what she wanted, was just to let him do it and her not do it, then she wouldn't end up doing it. But the fact that that's the rule set makes me feel like there's an element of control. It's probably not healthy there. But ideally, polyamory would just be that for me, the way that I engage in polyamory, the easiest way for me to explain it is that it doesn't limit the kinds of connections that I can make with other people. In my case, women.
My name is Kyle Elliott. I am making a follow-up video to the polyamory video I made last week. This one is going to go a little bit more in depth based on some of the
Gotta turn her down just a hair.
questions I got in the comments on the last one. So the first thing I want to talk about is some of the things that I wish I knew when I got started in polyamory. It's kind of a hard question to answer because the very practice of polyamory is a lot of learning. Even now, after 4 years, I feel like I'm learning all the time. There are a few things I have learned to do up front.
I am honestly pretty tradcon. I want one girl and settle, but I am fine with people having other types of relationships. Sure. And yeah, that's the thing. I'm totally fine with people being monogamous. The thing that makes me not fine is the idea that some people really never had the chance to make that choice for themselves. I think that it would be really interesting to know how humans would behave if monogamy wasn't enforced socially and to some extent legally. Like, it's not legal to marry more than one person, so there is some element of like government coercion there as well. I just don't, it's in general too, I don't like it when the law or society steps in and says, hey, you're not affecting us, but we're going to limit what you're doing to how we want it to be done.
When I meet a new person that I think would be worth sharing. The biggest thing is just getting really clear on whether or not the style of polyamory that I practice aligns with the other person. The way that I do that is by asking a ton of questions. There are certain keywords, if I hear it, I know that we probably aren't compatible. I mean, obviously I'm not going to be like, oh, I heard those words, so we're done. But it will lead to a more in-depth question about values where I can get clear instead of investing a lot of time and energy and then finding out down the road, oh, this really isn't for me. So when a person describes the style of polyamory that they practice, if they use words like primary partner, if they're nesting and sharing a bedroom, or if they're previously married and they're saying that they're in an open relationship, all of those things imply some level of hierarchy, which you can discuss further at that point. I like to ask if they practice kitchen table or parallel polyamory, which I discussed in my last video. If you don't know what that means, definitely check it out. I like to be clear on whether or not they're out as polyamorous to their family, friends, coworkers, and none of that is a deal breaker for me, but I like to know. In part because if they aren't out, then that might mean they only bring one partner to family events or work events and things like that, which lets me know how involved I'm going to be in the other aspects of their life if we end up being in a partnership. I like to know how long a person's been practicing polyamory. Honestly, at this point, I don't particularly like to get involved with people who are in the very, very early stages of practicing polyamory. That doesn't mean that I won't be friends with them. Maybe
I feel that after having dated somebody who was already polyamorous for a long time, all the like initial like rigmarole that you go through talking about it and explaining things and answering questions, when that's just gone, and there's already like a sense of understanding, and there's no explanations involved, it's like there's already like some sort of like social connection there that's like feels really liberating. Like if you're on a first date and you see like, oh, they know, they have all the information that I have. I don't have to explain anything. This is really nice. This is wonderful. So like I don't have to be like their trial run for polyamory. Yeah, so this is where we differ. I think that it's probably just people naturally go monogamous relationships, whereas you say they're being conditioned or forced to have monogamous relationships. How could you possibly know that people are naturally going towards monogamous relationships? When when you're a child, the first story that you're ever going to get read in a book is going to have a monogamous relationship in it. The first movie you ever see is going to have monogamous relationships in it. The first cartoon that you watch is going to have a monogamous relationship in it. Monogamous relationships are everywhere, and they're so pervasive. And even when it's not, there's not a lot of attention drawn to it, like you're just going to understand that this is how things are supposed to be. Like you never really have a chance. It's something that's like almost exclusively not questioned. It hasn't been till like really recently that there's been like public voices questioning why this is considered to be the standard. And just because something has become that doesn't make it correct for everybody. In fact, I'm not really sold on most things being right for everybody in terms of like how they live their life and all that. Yeah, there's just no reason to conclude that people would naturally go that way. There's been no period in time that you've been alive, that I've been alive, that our parents or grandparents have been alive, where there hasn't been like an inherent indoctrination into monogamy by like every new child that's been born. It's just there. And I don't use indoctrination to say that like there's like some secret plan, and that like when a story gets written or a book gets put out or a movie gets put out, that there's somebody going over and be like, all right, we really need to make sure that there's an emphasis on the monogamous relationship. I'm saying that even when it's just subtly there, it's just always present. So when you're learning about the world and how the world functions, you're going to understand that these are relationships, and this is what a relationship is. A relationship is two people. It used to just be heteronormative too. It used to be like a relationship is a man and a woman who are together because they love each other and they will probably have children. Now it's shifted a bit more towards a relationship is two people, and the sex of the people don't really seem to matter as much as it used to. There's still a bit of enforcement on that, but not nearly as much as there used to be. And yeah, I'm just curious if you think that you could possibly know what the natural, and that's all I want. I want to give people's natural inclinations a chance. That's it. That's all I want, is for people to be able to figure out what they want and how they want a relationship to be without like any kind of programming, putting it on there. Because this person that we're watching the video of, she didn't realize that what she needed was polyamorous relationships until she had already been with somebody for a long time and they had kids. And so if that happens, so when things like that happen, it makes me think, wow, it would have been really cool if the information would have been available, or like if they would have had an easier chance understanding that monogamy wasn't necessarily the only route, so that it would be a lot easier to figure things out rather than figuring out like at an inconvenient time in your life. And I think these kinds of things relieve stress. And I guess let me frame it this way. I think that exploring what kind of relationship you want to have and the kind of relationship that's going to work for you should be something that's interesting and fun. It should be like a big introspective and like growing part of your life, rather than following a track.
Maybe even possibly have like a queer platonic dynamic with them, but I don't want to get super entangled in a romantic type relationship with the person, just because there's a lot of learning and I don't want to be the one to guide them through that process, because it takes a lot of spoons for me. But obviously that's a personal
And I have never, and I will never try to push anybody towards polyamory.
preference. So I'm not saying don't get involved with people who are early in polyamory. I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with that, or that all people who are in the beginning stages of polyamory are messy or any of that. It's just a personal preference of mine. I like to find out if there are any relationship agreements that the person has with their other partners that might influence my potential relationship with them. So are there any rules or restrictions in place that your other partners have that will limit intimacy, any type of limitations whatsoever, I like to know that up front. I also like to know if my messages are going to be viewed by the other person's partner. Now, to me, this feels like an invasion of privacy. Some people don't even think about it and they feel like, well, why wouldn't I? This is my partner. I share everything with them. So it's an important thing to ask up front. And also, how much of our relationship are you going to disclose to your other partners? I don't mind if my partners share with their other relationships certain aspects of what our dynamic is like, you know, if we go on a trip or we're both interested in certain things or whatever. But if it's very personal, vulnerable things, I want to know that that's going to be kept between us and that's not going to just be shared among their other partners openly without my consent. Now, I've had a couple of situations that have taught me some valuable lessons about communication. I am the type of person that when it comes to difficult information, I like to have it written out. When I receive it, I like to get it through an email or text message first so that I can read it, I can feel my feelings, I can process the information, I can take some time, collect my thoughts, and then respond either with text message or email. And then I like to do a sit down in-person discussion about it to follow up on everything once we both have had time to process and get clear. The reality is that not everybody feels that way. There are people out there who feel very offended by this. In fact, they feel like it comes down to a matter of respect and consideration, and that if it's difficult information, you should share face-to-face, in person. And while there's nothing wrong with wanting in-person, face-to-face communication for challenging things, that is a different style of communication than I prefer.
I think that's actually a pretty good parallel right there. I think that most people feel like sharing difficult information, it is like it just is. The correct way to do it is in person, and not through like a text message or an email or whatever. But it doesn't have to be that way. It's totally okay to request it in another way. And I think this is like a pretty good analogy for how we should look at relationships as well.
And if you don't get clear on that, it can cause hurt, it can cause conflict. And then I also like to understand prescriptive language. The word partner, for example, if we decide to use the label partner, that might mean a bunch of different things to me that don't align with what that word means to somebody else. I feel uncomfortable putting any labels on my relationships at all until I know for a fact exactly how the other person feels about that word in terms of what they're going to expect from me, how they want me to show up once that label is put on the relationship. And you would be surprised, sometimes people don't even realize the expectations they have wrapped up in a label. And when you start to inquire about it, it takes some time for people to pull apart what they do have wrapped up in a word. For me, it was definitely this way. I really had to take some time to sit and examine, like, okay, so if I consider someone a partner, what does that mean? How does that change things? I want to know, what do these words mean to you? Even words like loyalty, commitment, romance, all of those words, I have found it to be really interesting hearing people's definitions and how they differ with my own. And so I know I mentioned this in my last video, but this is exactly why I made the compatibility deck, and I will link the resource again in the description below, because I started to understand that these conversations, having them up front, can be so helpful to get clear on how a person might expect me to show up for them once we get involved in a more entangled relationship, that there is such variance in what people's needs are and values and all of that. It occurred to me that there needs to be a convenient resource that can help facilitate these types of conversations without it needing to happen over, I don't know, weeks and months, which is usually the way it will happen if you don't have some sort of a framework to pull from. And so I made this deck. It's 55 questions in here. They're color-coded for people who maybe are asexual or even aren't polyamorous or aren't into kink and stuff like that, so that you can pull out the cards that maybe don't align with the kinds of questions that you feel like you need to ask. But that way you can go back and forth and share your answers, and you don't really have to think about it as much. And also, I feel like in order for you to even begin to have these conversations, you really need to be clear on your own personal values. So I wanted to share another resource that I actually got from my my therapist. They come in sheets of paper that you can print out, and then you cut them into these little rectangles. Let's see if it'll focus. There you go. It's a personal values card sort is what it's called, and I will link this in the description as well. But basically there are a few cards in here that represent like the title of each stack. So there's, okay, sexuality, hope, contribution, beauty, leisure, independence, commitment, tolerance. So there are all these different potential values, and you create stacks or categories, basically prioritizing or creating a hierarchy, like which values are really the most important. And then you narrow it down to like 15 or 10 cards. You get down to the most important values to you in relationships or in life in general. And I found this really helpful. I've also found it to be a fun and interesting activity to do with partners so that we can see how our values differ. And the last suggestion I think is really helpful when you're getting started in the beginning is to get involved in community. Whether or not that's online groups that are supportive of polyamory, or if it is actually local in-person community events. Obviously, we're still in a pandemic, so that might not be easy right now, but I found a very large polyamory community here in my area, and I connected with them through Meetup. And then once I went to the Meetup events, I ended up connecting with people that were in the queer or LGBTQIA plus community, people that I felt like aligned with my values, people that were kinky and I could really relate to. And they ended up having private events that weren't just Meetup events. And so I met more people through there. That really helped me to start to create a circle of friends that were also practicing polyamory. And I found that really helpful, especially because a lot of them had way more experience than me. And so I could ask lots of questions, but also see in real life people who had lots of experience with.
And this is what I'm talking about. One of the biggest pitfalls for polyamory is just not having like good examples of what positive and healthy relationships in polyamory look like. That's a big advantage that people that are monogamous do have. And which is why, like I said in the beginning, I try to find online communities that I could connect with. And that was a big help.
Polyamory, modeling healthy relationships that were examples of what I wanted to be practicing in my life too. And that is so incredibly helpful to be able to see actual healthy, autonomy focused relationships with good communication and lots of learning and lots of self-reflection. So definitely reach out to those communities, but also online support. I've learned so much as well. So I think that's all I have to share in this video. I hope that you found this information helpful. And again, if there are any questions that you have I didn't address here in my first video, or if there's anything that I spoke about that you'd like me to expand on, mention it in the comments below and I'll either respond to there or maybe even make another video. There's lots and lots to say about this subject. So until next time, take care and be well. Thanks.
That's a fun game. I am quite progressive, but I would assume that my values would be considered traditional, which is kind of weird. Yeah, you can be like socially progressive, but like internally conservative. I don't think there's any conflicts within that. If you want to see like sort of the purpose for these, a week from today on, well, I guess it's Sunday now. Next week on Saturday, the 13th, I'm debating counterpoints about polyamory because he said some pretty out-of-pocket stuff about it. Oh, that's her compatibility deck thing. Oh, wow, she sold out of them. Good for her. Communication is a delicate thing. If you're at the start of a new relationship, it can feel awkward to speak honestly and vulnerably. If you're in a well-established long-term relationship, it can be challenging and intimidating to break old habits and change the way you communicate with your partner. What did who say? Let me steel man you, bro. Steel man me. Do it up. Oh, you know what? This text is really small. There's no chance anybody will be able to see it. There we go. Regardless of where you're at in relationships, communication is vital, and yet human beings often totally suck at it. This page will walk you through one of our favorites, our monthly relationship maintenance check-in format, otherwise known as RADAR. It's radar. For to listen instead of read. You can listen to our episode here. How long is it?
I suppose the way I think about it in my mind is it's kind of like defrag.
It's long. Do you want to, Chinchilla, do you want to pop in and chat for a few? Instead of typing it? First, let's go over some fundamentals. A good relationship check-in happens on a regular basis, monthly, weekly, etc. Establishes a safe space for talking about uncomfortable topics. Follows a set formula, can be done even when things are feeling good. Why have regular check-in at all? Why not just talk about things as they come up like normal people do? The good news is even if you have regularly established relationship check-in, you can still talk about things organically. In addition, a regular safe space for communication helps to bring up topics to discuss them before they turn into full-blown problems. It's pretty good. I have a big issue when somebody brings a problem to me. Like if somebody's mad at me because something has turned into a big problem and I didn't know about it, that makes me really mad that I'm only finding out about it then. And I'm much harder to talk to about it. This enables you to minimize day-to-day admin and processing while at the same time maximizing positive and non-processing time with your partner. It also prevents problem backlog from building up until someone has to explode and unleash all their grievances at once. Now let's go through the steps. Review. For this first step, you're going to sit down with your partner, review the past month or whatever period of time it's been since you last had a check-in. It can be helpful to take a look at your calendar and just see what happened in the past month at this stage. You're not discussing or processing yet, so just stick to the facts. If you've had a radar before, this stage would also be where you view past action points. Interesting. Oh, you got it. Give me one sec. Boop. Oh, you know what? I think my Discord link that I have macroed might not be good still. Let's see. Yeah, it's no good anymore. 1 minute. I got you. That one's good. Once you join, if you pop into any of the VCs, okay, yep, you already did. I was gonna say I'll pull you in.
Hello?
Hello. Wait, were you able to just come in?
Just give me a second. Hello?
Hello.
Oh yeah, I can hear you now. Sorry. Sorry for that one.
No, you're good.
Yeah, how you doing?
Not too bad. These Resident Evil 4 streams are like a pretty new thing to me. I'm not used to playing video games on stream, so it's been fun.
So, what are you going to debate with like gunpoints? What's like the subject like polyamory?
He's polyamory just doesn't work, which I think is a really funny thing to say because for one, the metrics by work I think is really weird. So if we want to say that like those relationships tend to not last forever, every single relationship that every single human being has ever had didn't last forever except for their last one. So I think that's a really dog shit argument. And otherwise, the research that he cited was a study that somebody put on Reddit, which doesn't line up with the bulk of the data. And so wherever he wants to go from there, I'm so well educated and experienced in polyamory that I'm just fully confident that I can handle any argument he throws.
Like, do we have like a historical like societies and that kind of stuff when it comes to like polyamorous like societies or that kind of stuff? Do we have that? And did that work?
Give me one minute.
Because that might be a good argument if you can bring those up, right?
Yeah, I'm just like not great with the names. So Mesopotamia, Egypt, ancient Greeks, um, some different religions have it like built in.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I think it's important to point out too that because of what polyamory is, it's simply like not limiting the kinds of connections you can have with other people until you're in a relationship, until like you form your ideas about a relationship and you actually enter one with somebody, you're by default polyamorous. Because monogamy is an agreement of exclusivity that you and another person make with each other. Barring that, you're not limited to the kinds of connections you can have with other people, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so like can you explain like polyamory for me then what I mean? Because it's like does that mean that you have open end relationships and that everybody can just fuck everybody? Or does that mean that you can have like multiple partners, or what does that mean?
So, if we want to look at it from the everybody can just fuck everybody kind of perspective, this is probably going to fall under open relationships. Open relationships
Mm-hmm.
puts no it puts no rules against who which partner can have sex with, which is something I'm
Mm-hmm.
not that interested in myself, but I think this is also fine. Um, but polyamory specifically, it doesn't put the kind of limitations on what kinds of connections you can have with people that include but do not only involve sex. If the concern is only having sex with multiple people, we would call that open. If there is other desires that go along with it, we would just call it polyamory. Or even we would even call it polyamory if you weren't interested in having sex with people and you were just seeking like romantic connections with other people as well.
So okay, that's kind of confusing, but basically, like, you can fuck anybody that you want in a poly relationship, but it can also be romantic. That's what you're saying, right?
Yeah, and so like my wife and I have like a pretty obvious rule. And it's less of a rule, it's more
Mm-hmm.
just an agreement. Like we're not going to date or have sex with each other's coworkers or friends because that would just make life like really weird and difficult.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that that's the kind of like agreement that we would have had even like internally, even if we didn't. Because if you were looking at like if I was thinking about like sleeping with or like dating like my wife's coworker or like her boss, there would have to be a part of me that just really didn't care about how my actions are going to affect her life in like seriously negative ways, right?
Don't you think that that's over in general? Like, even if those you were talking about like relationships that you have outside of like your partner, right? And you were talking about like work and that kind of stuff. If you have like relationships with like people outside of like that community and you do stuff with those people, wouldn't that like complicate like relationships overall, giving that like polyamory in that sense? It makes things like more difficult and more confused.
How?
Therefore,
Can you explain to me how it would make things more difficult or more confused?
because you have like more intimate relationships with like several people, right?
Yeah, okay, sure, but you're not showing me where the difficulty and confusion comes into play. You're just descriptively telling me what you're talking about, but you're not demonstrating the difficulty or what was the other word you used?
Yeah. So basically, what I'm getting at, if more people get involved,
Mhm.
things get more difficult.
I don't know.
Wouldn't you agree?
So let so I feel like the thing that you really care about here is sex, because I don't think if let's say I have like 5
Not
homies that I
necessarily
hang
like
out with.
romantic.
Well, then let me ask you, what's the difference
Okay.
between me having 5 homies that I hang out with almost every single week? And like on Thursdays, that's me and Dennis's day to hang out. My wife knows that we're probably not doing anything on Thursdays because I'm hanging out with Dennis. Like every other weekend, I'm hanging out with Tommy and Joe.
Hmm.
Uh, so like there's gonna be time that's taken away from my relationship with my wife for sure, and might be doing fun things that she might wish that she had done too. Um, so I mean, in this sense, uh, this can make things this can present some challenges, sure, but I don't think anybody would advocate against not having my 5 homies that I like to hang out with, right?
Hmm. Yeah, I understand where you're coming from. Like, that being said, like I think that you and Tommy and Joe have like a different kind of like relationship if you're just homies,
Hmm.
compared to being intimate lovers, right?
Correct.
Um,
So I'm asking you, what when this changes, and instead of Dennis, Tommy, and Joe, I'm hanging out with uh Jessica, Tay, and Sandra. Where does this become an issue? How is this an issue?
I d- I wouldn't say that it's an issue when it comes to like hanging out with like female friends, right?
Oh no, when I
Like
change this
first of
to
all,
females, I'm saying that like now I'm
so
having an intimate relationship with these ones.
yeah, I think that overall, when it comes to your first lady, so to speak, right? I think that overall, it's like when you are intimate with one person, right? Um, that intimacy is diluted basically by like having like several partners.
I don't understand what that means. So there's not
Yeah,
this thing inside of my body that's called like love or intimacy that I have to like pour out and then hand over to somebody else. And then if I want to make more of it, I have to like add water and like, well, here's like a 50% intimacy solution that I can give to you. That's not how that works.
no,
Um,
I understand it. I understand where you're coming from. Like honestly, like
oh, you're roboting out
like
really hard.
hello, hello.
Yeah, your mic is like super robot-y. I can understand you, but barely.
Just give me a second.
Yeah, no problem.
I'm just gonna check if
Oh,
it's.
that's so much better. Instantly.
No, I didn't change it.
Oh, it went right it went right back. That's so funny.
Oh yeah, yeah, I got it. Just give me a second.
Okay. I'll give you a second.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
This is better.
Yeah. Much,
Yeah.
much
Oh
better.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I got the microphone. It wasn't activated. I'm sorry for that. But yeah, like I personally like if from like a monogamous like standpoint overall, like I think like there's some beauty in having sex together within a committed relationship. That being said, like overall, like if you feel like you want to have like a more non-traditional relationship, I'm
Yeah.
fine with that. I'm fine
Well,
with that.
yeah,
Like
like
I'm
I'm
not
not
I'm
taking
not
it
I'm not
personally. I'm just trying to figure out
yeah.
your claim that like there's a dilution, or like it's being diluted, or that like something that is like not good is occurring somewhere in this process. And I'm just
Well,
trying to
there's
figure out what that is. Like you said
I
diluted, so I kind of challenge that by saying like if I don't have this like intimacy inside of me, it's not a physical property that I can dilute. So how, I'm asking you to explain that. I'm not, just so you know, I'm not going to take
uh,
anything you say personally or offensive. I
yeah,
just
yeah,
want
yeah,
to
yeah. Yeah,
want
we're
to
good.
just
We're good.
deal with the critiques.
Yeah. So I personally think that like when you open up stuff, right? Like whether it's like an open relationship or like polyamory or that kind of stuff, like I think just overall, you are sharing yourself with
Mhm.
multiple people.
That is correct.
So therefore, the sharing aspect means the dialoguing,
But wait,
right?
wait, you're
And it
skipping
doesn't.
something. You're skipping something. This is where I'm getting confused.
Okay, okay,
I'm being
okay.
shared. So it feels like to me that you are saying that there's something that you can't explain, that not just being with a single person has this like magical quality that changes what intimacy is on a fundamental level. Um, and if you're gonna say I can't explain it, that's just my feeling. I can accept that, but I think that that's not the kind of thing that we would use to try to say like it's probably good that we encourage people to maintain one specific type of relationship.
Would you say that you can share something uh, intimate with one person, but you can also share that same thing with 400 people?
Yeah.
That same thing? Do you think that?
I mean, depending on what it is, yeah.
I don't think so. If it's like an intimate thing that you have going on, right? And you want to share that with one person, um, sharing that with one person, that's really intimate, right? Sharing that same thing that's
Maybe you can give me an
intimate
example.
with 400 people, the
Say
well,
400
just
people.
400 people, that well, we can narrow it down, right? It's like even not having sex with 400 people, that kind of shit. But uh, me neither, by the way. So I'm not saying you. But you want an example?
Yeah. So, and let's just try to keep this as simple as possible. Let's just say, for the sake of argument, I'm with my wife and one other person only.
Mm-hmm.
Because I feel like any argument you have for four should also apply for just two, right?
For four?
Yeah, any
Sorry.
argument that you're gonna say, any argument that you would have for me having like four total partners should also work for me just having two partners, right?
Yeah, I just think in
Okay, for the sake
general
of
when you.
simplicity, let's
Yeah, yeah,
consider just two partners, and
yeah, I
that way
understand
we
where
don't have
you're
to get
coming
super
from, but
crazy with things.
basically, what I'm saying is that if you narrow the partners down, it gets better when you basically share intimacy, and you already understand that because you narrow down the partners as well because
Well,
you
I,
you
I
go
narrowed down the
back
number
to
of
two
partners to
partners.
make the arguments easier to understand where you're coming from with your arguments.
Yeah, so
So
basically
that
what
way I
I'm
don't have to
saying
go
is
from, I go, okay, well then how would you feel about three? Or how would you feel about two? I just wanted to limit it to two so that way I can get a clear, just like shortcut some of the conversational parts. That's all.
okay. Let's go by that. Basically, when you share your emotions, right, with one person, it's easier to do that than with two people, right?
Oh God,
When you,
no. If I share something tough and emotional that's difficult for me with one person, I think it's going to be easier the next time I go to share it. I've already said it out loud. I'll kind of like have already had like hopefully a positive and comforting reaction to it. And then if I have somebody else that I'm close to that I also need to share it with, at least I sort of have this like reinforcement that like I already said it once and it was okay. I was okay. And I wasn't met with like, negative feelings for it. So I think that it actually empowers me when I go to share that with the next person.
no, but initially, you have to share that with one person, right? Don't you agree there?
I mean, technically I don't have to. I could share it with both of them at the same time, but
No, but honestly, if you have some sort of feeling which is personally to yourself and that kind of stuff, you first want to share that with one person at first, and then it's better to share that with other people as well. I think that's really natural, right?
Sure, but that might not always be the person that I'm in a relationship with. That might be my best friend who I want to share it with. I think we
Could
choose to
be.
share our difficult stuff with the people that we choose depends on like what sort of role they play for us and the kind of issues that we're facing when trying to share this thing, right?
Yeah, I would agree that different persons have like different roles. Like regarding that, I wouldn't say what you are like going at, like basically saying like well, you have your partner and you should share everything with them. Like no, I'm not that kind of person, right? Like you can have like friends and you can have like other people where you share like different emotions and different like stuff with, and I think that's fine. But I wouldn't say that it's polyamorous, right? The polyamorous aspect, it comes in when you share like certain like romantic feelings with other people, right? Wouldn't you agree that polyamorous is like more around like that, or is
Yeah,
those
usually,
polyamory?
I
Yeah.
will say this. It is generally the case that if I'm having sex with somebody who isn't my wife, I'm probably also in some kind of a romantic relationship, or at least like romantic relationship esque a situation with that person.
Hmm.
So yeah, but I don't see how. I guess you still haven't really demonstrated to me where there's a loss. Like
Sorry,
you're
where
sort
there
of
was.
saying, you're just sort of saying like there is one, but not why it is one, why there is one.
Sorry, what is what?
So
Sorry,
you're
I'm
claiming that
lost.
there's something that's being lost, and you're talking about there being something lost, but you're not explaining why.
No, I'm not saying there is anything lost. I'm
Oh,
saying there is anything. I'm more saying that it's diluted.
okay. Well, when we say
That
diluted,
that's
I
my
would say
point.
that's lost. You're saying that. Okay.
No,
How,
it's shared amongst like different partners, and you can share it with one partner. And yeah, I think that overall works better because then you have like the communication and you have that shared bond overall, and then you can understand each other better than if you have like two partners, you have 50% invested there and 50% over there,
no.
so
So
that
look,
person only knows
this is
50% of you.
no, that's crazy. Nobody
uh,
gives 100% of all of their everything to their partner. They would have no hobbies, they would have no job, they would have no friends. It's just going to be how are you willing to divvy up your time and energy amongst. So I think that if you're going to
uh,
be a polyamorous person, then it's probably going to eat into time that you're not spend that you're not that you're spending on doing other things anyways. This is like time that I have that is
no,
free
I
up.
I I understand where you're coming from, but I'm more speaking about like when it comes to the 50%, right? When it comes to 50% to invest in that partner and 50% to invest in that other partner,
Well,
like
I'm
I'm talking
challenging you
about
saying
like
I
the
can invest
romantic,
100% in my
romantic,
wife and in
like
some and into another partner as well. Tell me why I cannot.
sorry.
I said, well, then I'm going to challenge you and say I can invest 100% into my wife and into another partner. I'm saying, tell me why I cannot. I don't believe in your 50% model. I think
I
that
I
if I,
I honestly I honestly think that if you have like two romantic partners, so to speak, right?
yeah,
You don't have a full heart in one partner.
see, this is a really weird thing. I do not see like heart here. You're using the word heart, meaning like my capacity to give like love and emotional support. But there's no meter inside of me that gets depleted when I do this.
Yeah.
I think that you, for some reason, imagine that there's some sort of limited reserve of like love and emotional support that you can give to somebody romantically, but I don't think so. A really good way that I explained this before is that I have been in love. I mean, obviously, I'm in love with my wife, and I've also been in love with another partner. And I would say that for both of them, I love them as much as I could love somebody. So while I would say that I love them differently, I have never loved two people the same way in my entire life. Different people. I think that when you fall in love with somebody and you form a love together, this is like a unique product created between the two of you loving each other. And it's never going to look and feel the same as if you love and create love with another person, right? Like each relationship that you have that's serious, the way that you and the other person feel about each other is pretty unique. It's never
I
the
I
same
want to
thing.
say I want to say that first of all, it's great that you have like love for a lot of people and that kind of stuff. So
Well,
uh,
thanks.
I don't want to degrade you in any way and that kind of stuff because I want to respect you, right?
Sure.
I'm
And
coming
I'm
to
telling you
you
right
with
now,
a
nothing you say, even if you use me as an example, I understand that this is just a conversation we're having. You're not making declarative statements about who I am as a person. These are just how our ideas are like meshing with each other. I'm totally
yeah,
cool.
yeah, exactly. But how would your wife like basically like feel like if you go out there and just basically have love for somebody else? Like
She's
how do
chill with
you
it.
mix match that?
Sometimes she's,
She's
I mean, she's chill with it. Yeah.
okay. Yeah, that's
Sometimes we're
interesting.
both in
Like
love with, sometimes my wife and I have been in love with the same woman.
okay. Yeah, it's a really like interesting dynamic. Like obviously, like I respect it. You know, you can do whatever you want. That being said, like I think it's a really like confusing dynamic as well. It takes a lot of work, right? And I trust that you and your wife are strong enough to work through that and like make your own decisions and that kind of stuff. But that being said, like, is it worth it?
I don't think
And
it takes a unique kind of strength. I think that if I said, hey, if I said to my wife, hey, I am going to start spending a considerable amount of time, like 30 hours a week. I'm going to go start taking writing workshops because I really want to be a writer. I think that this would cause a fair amount of turmoil in my relationship, that I'm spending 30 hours every week trying to pursue something that is important to me and only to me to fulfill myself. And I think that it's also something that most people would say that if I'm really passionate about it and I really care about it, that this is totally acceptable to do. And my wife, ideally, would be supportive of me. And if she's not, we should work together to try to push through that. So that way I'm not living my life with regrets, right?
yeah, I understand where you're coming from, but when
And
it
I'm
goes to
saying
like,
that And I'm saying that
yeah,
with there's other relationships, if both people are polyamorous, that it's about the similar level of difficulties as taking on any other thing that might take up a large portion of time from you. I'm saying there's nothing like unique to it unless people already have like a hardcore monogamous mindset. The hardcore monogamous mindset is what's going to cause the biggest and most pervasive issues, like the super prevalent jealousy that you try to put on the other person and make them fix for you. This is a massive problem that people can have. And I'd say that if you can't let go of jealousy to the point to where you don't understand that it's your issue to fix for you and that the other person cannot possibly fix that issue for you, no matter how much you demand of them to do it, then polyamory is going to be something that's going to be really difficult for you. And it's
that
possible that maybe
that's
you just can't do it. But if you don't have that
that's
issue, this is a good sign.
that's super interesting because I'm a person that's never jealous. If if a girl cheats on me, right? Fuck her, right? Like that. That's just it. That's just it for me. But I'm not jealous. Like I'm not controlling her. And never. I would never do that. Like that. That is like in my opinion. It's like if she cheats on me, it's like whatever. Move on. She's not part of my life anymore. That's my opinion, right? So I'm not jealous.
Sure.
Um,
Can I ask you a
so
question about cheating?
sure.
If if all human beings are naturally inclined to be monogamous, why on earth would anybody ever cheat?
No, that, that's a weird question. Like
I mean, it
honestly,
seems
but
like there's something
that's not
about
that
being a
doesn't
human.
that's not the statement that I would make, right?
So it's
Like I
the statement that
naturally
I would
want to do it.
So the statement,
that
I
kind of
would
stuff.
usually make a positive claim to this rather than the negative one that I just made. What I would say, or like a negative connotation attached to a question that I made, I would normally say that it seems like human beings do have the natural disposition to desire to have multiple sexual partners. That's why it seems to be the case when somebody is wildly successful and has a lot of money and is easily able to have multiple sexual partners, they tend to do it even at great risk of detriment to themselves. Most of the
I would
time,
say like overall like people are inclined to be monogamous, but they have the lust to be polyamorous or whatever you want to call
sure. So what do you, how does a monogamous person handle it when they're in a relationship and it turns out that they have some emotional needs that their partner is no longer able to fulfill for them? Do they just have to break up?
them. Be. They can open up the relationship like again I said like I'm not bound to like having traditional relationships like necessarily like can have like all these different kinds of relationships. I'm just saying like for me I would like to have like a more of like a traditional
Yeah,
relationship.
I think for
I'm
you
saying
should.
yeah, I'm not saying that other people cannot have, right? So I'm a liberal, so I'm okay with people like you, right?
Yeah,
Like having like non-traditional relationships. I think it's fine. I think it's great. If it works for you, it works for you. That's awesome, right?
sure. I think so too.
So that being said, like you're gonna debate like counterpoints.
Yeah,
So what do you think that his arguments are going to be and that kind of stuff?
I think that his arguments are going to be that they're doomed to fail. And then I'm going to ask him to please explain to me what failure looks like in a relationship because I am the kind of person I strongly believe that a relationship ending is not a failure. Now my wife, on the other hand, so my wife and we were both dating a woman who lived with us. And I
Mm-hmm.
look back on this and I see this as like a really good relationship. It didn't last forever, but I see it as a really good, positive relationship. I'm super happy that it happened. I'm still like when I think about it, I still feel rather fulfilled from the experiences that I had from it. She, on the other hand, is like really mad at the woman for not like being able to make it work.
Your wife is mad at the one or
Yeah, because she's not with us anymore. She wishes that
okay.
she was still with her, and so she sees this as a failure. Now, I think that I could still be really happy if we were still both romantically involved with her, but we're not. And I still really value all the experiences that I had, and I don't feel the need to reframe them as now bad experiences because they didn't last forever.
Hmm.
And I think that if you have to look at a past relationship that didn't last forever as a failure, that I think that that says something about how you're able to reconcile something that you don't have complete control over. And
Yeah,
that's not this isn't a reflection on the events themselves or the person, but rather your ability to cope with not having control over things.
yeah. I think that that's a great argument because overall, like I'm a little bit older. I'm 32 right
I'm
now.
35, buddy.
Uh,
I'm older than you.
yeah. Oh yeah, you look young, man. You look like you're 28 or something. But yeah,
It
yeah,
must be the
but
multiple relationships.
yeah. Yeah, maybe you need to give in, right? Maybe you need to give in and start to do the polyamorous shit. But no, but that being said, like overall, like I remember having like a 4 year like relationship with my ex, right?
Mhm.
And it was fine. It was cool, and I learned a lot. And but we broke off, right? And that's
Sure.
that's just how it is, right?
Yep.
So in the end of at the end of the day, right? Like do I need to say like, oh well, this was a waste of time and this just was fucked up and that kind of stuff, Like, no, obviously not. Like, I learned a lot of that whole relationship, and it progressed me in some way, in some shape, And yeah, you learn from that, and it's okay, So yeah, that's the same with you, right?
Yeah, I think that's
Um,
a great way to
you,
look at it.
yeah. So, talking about relationships, right? In that case, you can still manage, right? Saying like, "Well, I had like a relationship with like two people instead of one," making it more valuable, right? Like you can still manage in that way. So I'm trying to
I don't know
help
if it
you
makes it
here.
more valuable.
Yeah, yeah,
Some
yeah.
part, some parts, some parts can be a bit cooler, at times, but I wouldn't say it's inherently more valuable.
Yeah, but yeah, overall, it's like you had an experience, and it was a positive experience. It didn't work out necessarily when it comes to the conclusion, but overall, when it comes to the experience, you had like a very enrichment, like life experience, and that was really great, right?
Yeah, like so much so that I would say that my life is better off for having had it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, so you should bring that up. Uh, yeah, what else would like counterpoints bring up in your opinion?
So one of the things that I really can't imagine him getting around when he talks about relationships ending, if somehow he just doesn't accept any of that, and point out that for every monogamous person, um, like all of the relationships end in failure, then except for one or zero. He's married. It may be the case that his marriage doesn't last forever. We can't see the future. And so, labeling like success, like saying that things work or don't work based off of this is just insane. It just doesn't work. It doesn't make any sense. What the metric I think that we need to look at on whether something works or not is that when somebody goes through a relationship that lasts forever, doesn't last forever, are they continuing to become a more fulfilled and happy person based on their experiences? And by that metric, I would say, yeah, polyamory definitely does work. We have the
How
data
so?
to back it up. Well, because
That's
when we do research about polyamorous people, it does seem like they're happy. There's no evidence to suggest that they're miserable doing it. And because I will say that one aspect that is more difficult is finding additional partners. It is harder, like you do limit the size of your dating pool outside of like past your first partner. And so if somebody was actually unhappy being polyamorous, they would be able to much easier switch back to monogamy. And if that was the thing that was actually better for them and more successful for them, that's just what they do. They would take the path that's going to get them what they want and of the path of least resistance. They both line up. So why would people still be stuck in polyamory then? It doesn't make any sense.
like when you say like polyamorous people are like more happy and that kind of stuff, right?
No, I'm saying
Is that
they
not
are happy.
or more happy, right? That's what
Mhm.
you say. Yeah. So if you're saying that, is that not just a byproduct of the fact that they are either rich or like you know, how these
I've never met a rich polyamorous person.
no, but you know how these byproduct works, right? Like uh, it, it's like they have their life set together and therefore they become polyamorous or something. And like when it comes to like normal like poor people, they are like in a relationship that is like miserable and that kind of stuff, and they get kids or whatever the fuck,
I have a kid.
yeah, kids are great. To, to be fair,
It's
I bless you. So, but yeah, I'm just saying, just in general, like poor people getting together, having a kid, and it's not necessarily like great, and like yeah, you gotta mind those statistics, and
sure.
balance those things, right?
I think
You,
that when
you
it comes
don't necessarily know what's real here.
I don't know what that means. You lost me on that point.
Yeah, so basically, like I'm saying, like when it comes to like polyamory, it's probably something that is practiced by few people that are probably more richer
No.
than
Do you want to know
the
what?
average people.
Do you want to know? Here's something that I will grant you. That isn't an inherent positive for most people, but I'm fine with it. People that are polyamorous are probably more likely to be weirdos. They're probably going to be people that aren't like super normal by most people's standards. But those are the people that
Sure.
I like anyways. That's like my preference for the people to be around. So um, they're probably going to say and do weird things. They're probably going to like I think if somebody's polyamorous, there's probably like a decent chance that they have like weird things for decorations, or they have like more esoteric hobbies, things like this. These are the kinds of things that you can expect to be a bit more deviated from the norm. But I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
If
So
that's not
in
something that
my
you like, then like you probably have to shop around a bit more for your polyamorous partners.
Yeah, so in my experience, when it comes to like more like polygamous like people and that kind of stuff, they are um they're at least like middle class.
Yeah, so
Um
I mean,
so
I'm not
that
gonna
kind of
lie.
stuff.
I'm going off of your accent here. I'm gonna assume that you're from a country that isn't like America, right?
Yeah,
Okay, so can I ask what country you're from?
you can guess.
Are you from?
Let's have a guess.
I mean,
Let's
you sound
guess.
Indian to me. Are you from India?
No,
Okay,
not
then
at
I have no
all.
idea.
Try again in Europe.
I have no idea, dude.
You can
Um,
try again in Europe. Why
it's
the
in
fuck
Europe.
are you thinking that
So
like
look, dude,
Indian?
I live in an area that is full of Middle Eastern people, and they always ask me where I'm from, and like they always have some idea of where they want me to be from. I play this game on the
Okay,
opposite end all the
okay.
time.
We can do this game. I will guess from which state you're from, and then I can guess like which fucking country I'm from.
The issue is I don't know a lot of countries. Like I'm gonna guess like Wales because I have no idea.
Yeah. So I think. Hmm, let me guess. You're from the Midwest.
Yeah, of course. But when
Oh, I got it.
they're asking me what my nationality is. That's what they really care about. It seems to be the case that in this area, the culture of Middle Eastern people really they want to find people that are like uh that their families are like the same country, or like a country that that country doesn't hate. So like if you're in my area, the last thing you want to be is Egyptian. People in my area don't like Egyptians big time. Libyans are pretty well accepted. Um I think people from Iran they don't like pretty heavily. Um and but when I say I'm Italian, they go, "Oh, that's good." It's like you're not where I wanted to be from, but thank God you're not Egyptian or Iranian. Dodged a bullet.
That's fucked up. That's
Yeah,
fucked up.
dude,
But
it's a very common conversation that gets thrust upon me. Especially when I used to work at a computer store, every Middle Eastern customer every time, "Where are you from?" "I'm from here." "No, no, 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 no. Where are you from?"
no, I'm the whitest person ever you've seen. You know, so
Oh,
like yeah.
it does sound like you have an Indian accent to me, though.
No, no.
It's just not super thick.
No.
Usually
Are
people
you
around
from?
here
Are you
that are
from Arkansas?
no, Michigan. This is
Oh,
public.
I tried. I tried. Okay, yeah, I tried. Yeah, yeah. I wanna say something about that. Like, I feel bad. Like, I heard in the past, like, when it comes to like the chit logic stuff and that kind of stuff. Um, I heard about
Yeah.
that, and yeah, that was fucked up. And
I mean, I've always
I
been open that I live like I just say like I live like kind of near Detroit is what I've always said. So like I don't care about
yeah.
that, but yeah, that got a little bit messy, but like it's not the biggest deal in the world to me. Um
Yeah, I thought that was not cool. I thought that
Uh,
was not cool from chat logic, but yeah, whatever. You know. Uh, yeah, but I'm from the Netherlands,
Netherlands. Oh, okay.
born and raised.
I would have to
No
guess.
Indian blood.
Oh, I don't know. But I mean, to be fair, I'm from America, so like we have very like pretty narrow understandings of like other
Sure.
countries.
It doesn't matter, man. It doesn't matter.
Um, but yeah, I would have to guess that the reason why that's how you know polyamorous people to be is just going to be to your like your area, because most of the polyamorous people I know are like pretty like lower income people. Um, it doesn't seem to be the case that like for instance, also I don't know many people that have like really high incomes. So if that was the case that like this is going to be way more typical on that side, I just wouldn't know polyamorous people.
Yeah, that's interesting. Because of the fact that like our cultures, when it comes to like Western European cultures and like American culture, we clearly overlap, and we clearly like have European culture like somewhere like some overlapping stuff, but not when it comes to like gun culture and that kind of stuff. But when it comes to like social culture, we clearly have like an overlapping culture, and I would say like overall, like yeah, no, it is
Oh, hi
something that
Zonia.
is like
Hello.
it is general when you look at like sexual culture and that kind of stuff. Like overall, like uh, the higher upper echelon when it comes to like social classes and that kind of stuff, they might perform like polyamorous like stuff.
If I
But
had to
when it
guess,
comes
it's
to
probably
like
because they can get away with it. There's probably a bigger stigma there about it, and the people that have money can get away with it because they're not going to be burdened by what other people think as much. Do you have any thoughts about this, Zonia?
Yeah, I was just gonna say
oh Sonia, oh
hello, Chinchilla.
hey Sonia.
Uh, yeah, I was just gonna say like it used to be more that upper class was it was more exclusive to upper class to have more like sexual promiscuity and like doing like swinging, for instance. Swinging was a
Mm.
big thing like in the 70s and 80s among like upper middle class couples, and but it was something that was engaged in also like in among middle class couples and such. But in general, like higher society tended to have like more freedom with sexual exploration and such like that. But nowadays, like I would say it's pretty broadly across the spectrum. It's like not really something that's isolated to upper classes these days, even over in Europe. I think that like the real breaking where you see a lot of ground being broken on this in Europe is with younger generations. So like Gen Z and younger millennials, like older Gen Z and younger millennials tend to be much more into polyamory there. Whereas in America, it's kind of been, something that a lot of probably Gen X was more into exploring, and then eventually millennials and older Zoomers as well started getting into it. But I think we had it across a broader generation here first, and with Europe, just more younger generations because it's
Uh,
really kind of blown up in internet culture on TikTok and Instagram and such like that.
yeah,
Oh, I
well,
didn't even think
if you
about the
can,
impact of that.
Hmm. There's all
if you
kinds of
can,
TikToks talking about like how to do a polyamorous relationship without screwing things up, without violating the boundaries and stuff like that. And
That makes sense. I
yeah,
uninstalled TikTok like a year and a half ago.
good
if I,
idea.
if I can just speak for my own country, like the Netherlands, right? Like overall, like here, I noticed that just sexuality is like becoming like way more like reclusive and that kind of stuff, and it's really bad. It's over like really bad. It's like, um,
Couldn't be worse than Poland.
oh well, I don't know about Poland. I cannot speak about that, but I know that just overall that like sex is becoming over here is becoming like a dirty word. Like basically,
Oh.
like it's like you're having sex, amongst the youngsters, right? So
Yeah.
it's like they are becoming more Puritan and more like reclusive when it comes to sex. Also,
More
like
prudish.
the COVID stuff, like
There you go, Zonia. The
didn't
Netherlands
help.
for you. You found
So
your people.
It sounds like it. I need to go to the Netherlands.
Yeah.
hey, so
Um,
hey, Sonia, I'm welcome you here. You're a wonderful person. I know you, so you're a wonderful person, and you're welcome
Yeah.
to come here. I will give you some stroopwafels, which are waffles mashed together with like syrup to get syrup
Nice.
between.
I
So I will give you those. So yeah.
I just want to say I really don't like the emphasis that everybody puts on sex with polyamory, because it's really not about sex. If it was just about sex, we'd just be open. And like
Yeah, it's
I
about having relationships beyond just the single or the whatever you call it, the soul relationship between two people.
What
yeah,
could
like
you could
I
you
wrote a
explain
blog
me that
post a long
more?
time ago on, I used to have like a polyamory blog on Tumblr, and I had a post called like "It's not about sex, but," in the butts there, because like just because it's not doesn't mean that like that can't be a part of those relationships, but it's really weird when it gets put into this box of it being about sex. It makes,
Yeah.
like, I had a friend of mine who said when he found out that I was polyamorous, he goes, "Oh, that's really cool because you can have sex with the other one and not have to care about him."
Yeah.
And I was really grossed out by him. I was like, "Dude, you fucking know me.
Yeah,
Like,
a couple
how does
of
that match up with how you know me to be?"
yeah, and like a couple of asexual friends of mine are in an asexual poly relationship. They're married to each other, but they're asexual, and they have other people in their family, and they're like poly family, but it's like I don't think. I mean, I wouldn't speculate too much onto like their sexual lives, but I know that two of them told me that they're asexual, so they have poly family and relationship going on, and are asexual. So definitely that can be a thing.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
the same goes with like bisexual people, right? It's like when it comes to like bisexual people, uh, it's like they are bisexual, and then it's like, oh, so you like to fuck everybody, and it's like that,
Yeah,
and,
I
and
think
it's
it's
so fucking strange, and
probably
I
similarly
was,
it's fucked
offensive.
up, and it's like,
yeah,
oh, you fucking everybody, it's like fucking stupid, and oh man, yeah, no, I totally understand where you
yeah.
guys come from.
I I always figured if I had any kind of sexual attraction, I probably wouldn't have like I would probably be bisexual or whatever they call it now. There's a
Pansexual.
new term, pansexual.
Okay,
That's what it
it
is.
can be like
Yeah,
Dutch sexual
Like, well,
if
like
you wanna
pansexual
because
just
I
go
means
just
there.
like gender's not a factor for you.
yeah, because I can't imagine that I would ever care about a particular gender.
Yeah, because
That
usually
the
that's going to boil down to genitals for a lot of people, right?
right. I just don't. Well, I guess it's probably hard for me to say because I've never had sexual attraction of any kind. But I
Right.
just can't imagine ever like selecting just only one or like only caring about one over the other or something. It doesn't really make a lot of sense to me.
I'm actually
Well,
curious, Zonia. I've never heard you talk about it. Are you? You're also aromantic?
Yeah.
I figured. Um,
Hmm.
that's the element about polyamory that I find most valuable is like the romantic side. Like, so like I have a very like the dynamic my wife and I have is like I'm very much like caretakery for her. It's not that she can't be for me, but it's not nearly as
Hmm.
natural. So if I have another partner that I can have that's gonna be more of a caretakery person towards me, I end up having like a lot more of my like emotional spectrum taken care of, and like
Yeah. Makes sense.
and it works out super well in the sense that neither of the people, not that I think I have a big issue with jealousy anyways, but there's even like a smaller realm for like jealousy to flourish when like these are just clearly things that the other people aren't like that's not like their desire to perform or fulfill.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know for me when I dated a woman and then I dated a man and that was it. And I was like, yeah, it's cool, not really my thing. Didn't really seem all that interesting. So got my fill. Never really tried again.
Which one was cooler?
The woman was probably like we were more compatible, I would say, in terms of interests and such. But yeah, then the guy was way too damn horny.
Yeah, when you said that too, I was like, I bet that was probably weird because even I feel like if you're asexual and you tell a guy that you're asexual, they're probably still gonna like at least passively try to push if they're not asexual.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's seems very uncomfortable.
There were definitely uncomfortable moments.
Because even me, I'd say like I'm a fairly sexual person and I don't like it. If I'm like my ex-wife would push a lot and I'm like, look, you need to chill, okay? And she would make me feel really bad if I didn't want to have sex. So like
Oh
I don't
man,
have to be asexual to understand that like if you don't want to, like you don't want to. And I think that there's a stigma that if like if you're anybody that has balls in a dick that like you are expected to just say yes at all times, and if it's not, it's like an insult.
Yeah, I could imagine that's probably the case.
Yeah, so
Guys are
for
expected to
me,
be ultra horny all the time.
Yeah,
for
I was
me,
22 and she was 39. She's like, "You're 22. You should be ready to go like that." And I'm like, "We had sex several times today. Like, you just need to chill." And like, this is you're being like unreasonable, and also like you're hurting my feelings. Stop. And
I can't
I guess guys
imagine
aren't
ever
supposed
having
to be
sex more
emotional
than once in
either.
a day. Either.
Oh
That
God,
sounds crazy.
that if there are any challenging points to like being in a triad relationship, sometimes that comes up, and there's a lot of pressure to perform. That's probably
Hmm.
like the most worrisome part of all of it.
yeah, I would
Yeah, I bet.
I would agree there because I'm pretty like ready to go, but the girl that I was having a relationship with, she was like you gotta go 4 times a day, you know. And well, I'm not that type of guy that can perform like 4 times a day.
If you can, more power to you. But if not, like, you know what? That's the beauty of polyamory. If you have needs
and
that your partner can't fulfill, there are other
no,
people
then
that can fulfill that.
then I probably need to perform even more. No, just kidding.
It's kind of like what I did with my boyfriend. I was like, I ended up asking him if he would be okay, or I basically kind of hinted on that I wanted him to fuck other people so I didn't have to deal with it. And so we turned it into
Jeez.
like an open relationship.
Was that better?
Yeah. So you didn't
Oh,
have to worry about being there
that
for
makes sense.
him
Look,
When I
anymore.
was
Sonia, would you ever be interested in having a relationship with anybody?
No, no, not
No.
at all.
yeah, even when I asked if you are aromantic, I almost felt like it was a silly question, but I've never heard you address it, so I was like, it's worth asking.
Yeah. Um, I I've periodically, I think, it would be nice to have a relationship with someone because as you get older, it does get harder being alone. So it's nice to be able to
Yeah.
have someone there that you can kind of divide responsibilities with and someone who can support you and stuff like that. And so, like, that would definitely be nice, but I just don't really like the whole relationship thing. It's just not really the only reason I would ever do it is just purely for utility purposes like that.
Wouldn't you feel like sharing your emotions and sharing your feelings like overall, like wouldn't that be nice
Oh,
with
you could
like
do that with a
intimate
cat.
person?
I
You
thought you were
know,
gonna say
I
friends.
no, you can tell your cat how you feel and stuff like that. And the cat won't ever judge you, and
doesn't
they'll
that
just purr
mean
for you,
Well, that's
look at
part
you
of
isn't
and
it
purr
though.
that
at
The
like
you.
cat also can't really accept you either.
But Sonia, isn't that like basically like bottling things up and that kind of stuff? Because
Is it?
like even though I know you like your cat and that kind of stuff, but isn't that like a bottling things up?
Well, not everybody's the same though, right?
Yeah.
No, I understand that, but it feels like bottling things up. That's how I feel about that. Talking to your cat and that kind of stuff.
I don't know. I think that it's just, I don't really have any. I don't have a like a desire to have any kind of anything beyond that, and so just like a little furry companion there that you can kind of like you can hang out with and talk to, and they never judge you, and you're just cool with them.
When
I
I
don't know,
feel
it's a
really
very
lost and lonely,
fulfilling
I'll talk to my
life.
dog.
Yeah, exactly, right?
But I'm definitely the kind of person where I think a lot of times when I really need to have emotional expression, I also probably need some sort of acceptance for it as well. Because that's usually the times where I'm not very accepting of myself because of the emotions that I'm having. So I'm looking for another person, not necessarily to like validate me, but just to say that like it's okay that you are you.
Hmm.
I don't need to be told that like it's good that you're you, but like you know what? I'm mistaking all of my words. Sometimes I just need to be seen by another person. And I probably have to have like the kind of trust that only comes from having like a romantic relationship with another person to feel like actually seen.
Hmm. Yeah, for me, I don't know. I've never really needed much, but you definitely notice it as you get older and things get harder to do, and you're like, yeah, still don't
Mhm.
have a partner in life to help out with things, so doing everything by myself.
Do you think it's more like
But
pragmatic physical things?
yeah, that's about it.
I sure wish I don't feel like gardening today, but I know I have to do this. It would be nice if I had somebody who'd be like, I got you today. Don't worry about it.
Mm-hmm.
That makes
Right?
sense. Or like you look at the
Yeah.
dishes and be like, every day. I wish I could
Right?
swap out sometimes. Yeah.
Yep, definitely one of them.
I
My
just
back's been
interviewed
bothering me a lot lately, so I'm like, man, I just wish I had someone else around to help out with things.
uh that makes sense. I don't know. Do you know Lethe Waterkai?
Yeah.
I just found out that Lethe's asexual, and I talked to him about like the kinds of stuff that he does throughout his day. I was like, oh my god, like
Mhm.
I have no misunderstanding as how you're so ridiculously constructive now. He's such a productive person. To just have none of that desire. I'd be like, man, I wonder what I could have done if during my late teens, early 20s, I just had no sexual desire, making me fuck off on things that were important. Uh,
Yeah, I've often wondered how it is that people could like spend so much of their time obsessing over sex.
Time and money. A lot of people spend money on
Hmm.
things that aren't necessarily sex, but they're sex adjacent. They're to get to that
Yeah,
point. Yeah.
especially guys trying to win over women. Yeah, they'll spend a lot of money. I always thought that was weird.
When I was young, I was certainly like
I'm
that.
gonna
If that's what
disappoint
you've
you.
learned.
I'm gonna disappoint you, Zonia. Like 80% of the whole world is about sex. Like that. That's just how it is. But whatever.
I feel like that number's made up with the sentiment
Yeah,
resonates.
it's made up. It's made up, but it's also true. Let's be fair.
Mm.
Does the your friends that have the like the asexual polycule, does that seem like a big mess? Like dealing with that
I
many
don't.
people all the time?
I don't know how many people it is. I know of. I think 4 people total in the family. So I don't know. Probably is pretty simple considering they're asexual, right? I imagine that's actually simpler.
Now, how is it that you're able to understand like this perfectly clear, but then like because I'm debating counterpoints next Saturday, and he just thinks that like they just can't work. Like you don't like you have like no engagement with a large portion of like what yeah, I guess almost you have very limited experience with even like being in relationships, and you seem like
Yeah.
you have a pretty good grasp on this. But I have
Well,
to talk to somebody who's
been around
married,
for
has a
been
kid, and has
around
sex.
for. I mean, I've been around for nearly half a century, so little by little, I'm going to get some exposure to these concepts.
You're almost 50.
Yeah, I'm going to be 46 in just a few days.
that's really impressive. But I just mentioned to you today I was listening to From the God Below. My wife asked me what I was listening to. Where'd I get that from?
That's a really, really good
It's a
song.
really good song. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like a good friend of mine, like Zonia, like asked me to come on his show. It's like Oyoyo or Name Man, if you remember him, and he
Mhm.
was like asking you like like how it's like dating as like a trans person and that kind of stuff, and you were like, I'm not dating. And then,
Oh yeah, I remember
yeah,
that.
yeah. So yeah,
Yeah, I remember you asked me.
I
I was like, I'm the worst person to ask.
yeah. I remember that, and it was funny. Like he told me that, and
Yeah.
I was like, yeah. He was like, oh yeah, shit, oh shit,
They wanted
yeah.
advice on dating, you
She's
said?
she's right. No,
Well,
no,
so Chinchilla was recruiting for a panel or something or an interview.
no. It was Oyoyo himself or
Oh yeah.
Neyman. It was like Neyman was doing like a show, or he was asking like trans people like how their dating experiences and that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
So
and someone asked me, I couldn't remember. Wasn't it you asked me?
no, Oyoyo
I
or
don't
Neyman or
name it.
Oyoyo.
Yeah.
That's the
I
same
couldn't
person.
remember. I remember the conversation. I remember them asking. I was like, yeah, I'd be the worst person to ask for to come on to
Yeah,
talk about that. Yeah, somebody was doing a show
but
asking about like trans like dating as a trans person. And
yeah,
they
but it was like it was my fault because I said like, oh, you should ask Sonia. You know,
Oh, so you
Sonia.
were the one who suggested. I
Yeah,
see.
it was my fault.
That's
So
really funny actually.
because
You should
I
ask the
like
person
Sonia.
who said nuke all genitals from
That's fucked up.
uh
um
it's funny though because people do obsess over sex and they're so obsessed over it, and it is like it's kind of confounding to think that people spend so much of their effort trying to get laid and trying to date people because they want to, you know, be with someone and everything. And I'm just sitting there going like, because from my perspective, it seems very weird. Like, why would you ever want to invest so much energy into such a thing? I remember when, in around like 2015 or so, my mom was trying to encourage me to get onto dating sites, and she like made profiles for me on these dating sites.
oh no.
And then she's like, all you got to do, you just got to check in on them occasionally, and like, you know, then you can respond. And then so I started doing it just to kind of make her feel better. And so I go onto these dating, there's like one of them was match.com and the other one I think was like eHarmony or something.
Old
And
school.
just a tedium of like trying to like see who's responded and follow up with people and have like some weird stupid small talk to try and get the conversation going to a point where you can actually meet up and go have coffee or something. And I was just like, why would anybody invest the time into this? This is just a waste of
I can
energy.
explain it to you, I think, in a pretty good way. So imagine if because like for most people, sex is one of the most fun things that they can do. And so imagine if the only way that you could play a video game is if you got somebody else to agree to play that game with you. Like you just are never allowed to. The only way that it works is if it's like it has to be multiplayer. So like you have to seek somebody out to do it. Don't you think that you might spend some amount of time invested into trying to find like hey LFG, does anybody want to pair up so that we can play Minecraft? And you're like, I don't even care what like I don't care how invested you are in the game. Like I haven't played a game in like 2 years. I just really like to check on my village. Would that be? Can you just help me out here? Don't you think? Does that resonate at all?
I guess a little bit. Yeah,
Like,
that kind of makes sense.
What's the big fucking deal? Just like a half hour. Let me check on my shit, and then I don't have to worry about it so much.
Look, I just
okay?
need to AFK at the farm for a while. If someone else can come on to help increase the mob cap, so I can get more mob spawning. Yeah.
that's I think as good as I can do.
Yeah. Um, yeah, it's just a weird concept to me. I was actually explaining to my audience something long ago. I don't stream much these days because I don't really have the combination of not really wanting to and not really having the energy to. But the I was explaining to my audience, I was trying to give them an understanding of like my perspective when it comes to things like things that are supposed to be like attractive, like things that are supposed to be enticing. Like one of the cringiest things for me is when people are trying to be sexy. And I was explaining it to my audience because nobody really understood. They were like, why is that cringy though? I was like, trust me, it's super cringy. And I said, let me explain. Have you guys watched Star Trek The Next Generation? Most of them were like, yeah. I was like, okay. Um, so uh um Riker is classic. Like what he's known for is all these weird, awkward poses that he does, right? And they're like, yeah, okay, yeah, yeah, I get that. Okay, imagine looking at Riker's awkward poses and someone thinking that that's sexy, and everybody's like, oh, I get you now, because it's like it's just awkward. It's weird. It's awkward. It's like it's obvious that someone's trying to do something. It's obvious that he's trying to pose in a way that's looking masculine or something, but it's awkward. And it like to me, any things where people are trying to be sexy or trying to, do attractive things, it just looks awkward because it's obvious that you're doing something that's different than what you would normally do. And it's weird that you would be doing that. And that's what makes it awkward. It's like, because I want to go up to the person and be like, why are you doing that?
So I think this is the disconnect, and a really easy way to get that across to people is to say, imagine everybody's experiences. Think of when somebody that you're not attracted to is trying to make themselves like more sexually appealing to you. Then they'll instantly get it, because for you, that's everybody who's trying to be sexy. For me, I tend to find it like endearing, in like when it's like not super successful. I'm attracted to the person. I'll think it's cute. Like I take the compliment. I see you're putting in your best effort. I think it's cute. Um, but it's you're gloriously failing.
I I'm interested. Like, is Zonia like overall, like when it comes to it, like um you talk about like people who pretending or acting sexy, right? Like I
Mm.
have this same feeling. Like when it comes to things that I find sexy, right? Um, it's not necessarily like the ball dancing, that kind of stuff, or like skimpy clothing. For me, it's more like when looking at a girl, it's more like she is like either like wellly dressed and that kind of stuff, or she is like uh whatever, but like when it comes to you, right? uh is there any way that a woman can be, or a guy can be sexy, like for you?
Well, sexy would mean like sexually arousing, right?
Yeah,
No.
for you.
And the answer to that would definitely be a no.
In
Yeah, I
no
feel like we've
way.
already. Well, that's what they said. Zonia is asexual
Yeah.
and aromantic. So yeah, that's what that
Oh, yeah,
means.
okay, yeah, fair enough.
Mm-hmm.
But
That's the
that,
easy part here.
yeah, I understand, but yeah, it's like it's more so like I can understand that, like overall, like the predominant, or what you call it, like the majority of like people that find like things like sexy, it's not sexy for you, right? But
Chinchilla,
you,
let
Mm-hmm.
me let me
you
put think of this. The sexiest thing that somebody can do, like visually, performatively, is to do something to show that they're desiring you, right? Like when you see a woman and she gives you a
Oh,
look that says "I want you," that's very sexy. Zonia doesn't want people to want that from her, so it's like what? So that's not
Sonia,
because they wouldn't communicate.
you don't want to have that affection at all. Like,
No,
no,
because I
okay.
can't reciprocate, you know. So I'd rather
Yeah,
not have
yeah.
people attracted to me, which I know isn't always it's not something that I can always control. But if part of the reason why I dress very modestly is because I don't want to like, I don't want anybody to think that I might be interested or think that or potentially be interested in me. So because I can't reciprocate, and it just makes
Oh,
for awkward situations when someone is attracted to me and I have no ability to reciprocate.
to be
What
fair,
about
I feel
non-sexual physical compliments?
Oh, I don't mind those.
Like the first time my wife seen who you were, her and I both thought the same thing. We both thought that you were the person that plays Deb and Dexter. It was you were in like the meme where you're like praying, and I was like, no, that's Zonia, and my wife was like, oh, she's really pretty. And I was like, I don't know if that's okay to say to her. I don't want to like weird you out. Um,
mm,
but
Oh, that's fine. You're not the first ones to tell me that also. When I have darker hair, multiple people have told me that I look like Deb when my hair
yeah,
is darker.
and she's like the best character, save for Dexter in the whole show.
Yeah.
no,
Like,
but I think that it's kind of weird when it comes to like Twitch or like any platform when it comes to streaming, like sexualizing yourself and that kind of stuff, and like so you obviously don't want to do that, and yeah, it feels weird, right?
Hmm.
Like, yeah,
Well,
so
the
yeah.
real awkward part is like when I can't reciprocate and somebody's expressed to me that they're interested in me. That's the real awkward part because I don't really know what to say in a way that doesn't like make them feel bad or anything.
it's like a lose-lose
So,
situation for you.
yeah, and then I have to find some way to convey to them. And this happens every once in a while. It still happens. Like it's happened less so in recent years, but it still happens every once in a while where there's someone who's just like convinced that there's some way that they can win my interest.
I can change her.
Yeah.
I'm gonna send you a
She
message
thinks
after
she's
this
asexual,
stream.
but she
Just
ain't
kidding.
met me yet.
Mm-hmm. That used to
Nah,
happen a lot, but it's happened less so these days, probably because I'm older now.
that's got to be easier to shoot down, right? That sort of arrogant like prowess.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would imagine so.
I think that kind of attitude is like not as common these days as well.
To be fair, you age with grace,
Well,
Sonia.
thank you.
I think
Yeah.
yeah, we're probably better at checking people as a society who behave like that.
Yeah, that attitude was definitely way more common when I was younger. But yeah, well, thank you, Chinchilla. See those kind of compliments are welcome.
Um,
Yeah, I should say something inappropriate now, you know.
Just to ruin
Just
it.
look, I want to fuck you. No, just kidding. But something like that. Almost nice to just to offset the balance. No, but no, but yeah, no. It's just I don't care. You know, I'm not here to fuck you. So
I think it has a lot to do with like for instance, I think that for a lot of women, one
sorry.
stranger complimenting their appearance probably isn't that great. But when on the rare occasions that I've had like a woman show like strong interest in me, like in a public setting, like at my job before it happened, uh, that's like a huge confidence booster. Even if it's like super out of the blue and like I feel kind of awkward about it, like later I'm like, that was fucking cool.
Huh.
Yeah, like I stopped by my job to tell my coworkers something, and there was a woman in there, and I don't remember what she said at first, but then she offered me like a neck massage, and like I felt so good. I was like, I gotta get out of here, and I just like dipped. But like afterwards, I was like, that was pretty cool. Like big confidence boost for me. But then I was also like, weird that I dipped out of there like that. I
Mhm.
called into Iridites. Iridite had a show where she was talking about, I don't know, like sex or relationships or something. And I met somebody on Bumble and they were like, "Hey, do you want to go meet at the bar?" I was like, "Hey, can we like text for like a minute first?" Like Jesus Christ. And they got like really mean and aggressive with me. I'm like, "Am I the weird one for not like wanting to go like meet this person and hook up with them right away?" And they were both like, "Yeah." I'm like, "All right, I guess." Uh but like I just felt super uncomfortable, not even like anything. No, I need some exchange with somebody first. That's too much for me.
Hmm.
Wait, sorry, somebody is touching your shoulders and that kind of stuff, and like I think there is some sort of like implied intent
These were
of
separate
doing.
occasions. I didn't let that person give me a shoulder rub. They offered, and then it was a match on a dating
Okay.
app. They would just wanted to immediately like meet me at the bar, and I'm like, I want to get to know you. Like maybe if I went to like a kink party or something, and somebody's like, "You want to go in the other room?" I'm
A
probably a
kink
lot more
party?
amenable. Do you not know of these?
I
No,
guess I could have
we
imagined
voted
a
on
thing.
we
That's
voted them
definitely a
out.
thing. There's also kink conventions.
Oh, I know about kink conventions. I
Yeah, there's kink
actually,
parties. They're
I
like sex parties, but like kink is emphasized.
back in the 90s, I used to work these my friends owned this gothic jewelry um store, and I had a couple of friends that had a bondage kind of like they made bondage gear, and both of them would sell at these clubs, and so I would go with them to the clubs, and I actually modeled like some of the stuff because I'm tall, I'm 6'1", and I was male presenting back then, and I was very, very thin and pretty effeminate and had like the whole goth look going, right? And so they liked having me there to model their stuff, and it got attention. I'd be like, go and like mill about in the club, go on the dance floor and stuff, and people asked about like the jewelry that I had or whatever, and I'd be like, yeah, come on over here, I'll show you where you can get it. And so I was sort of like merchandise for a couple of friends, like gothic jewelry and stuff stores. And so I actually am familiar a bit with like bondage and S&M like scene and clubs and stuff like that. But I hadn't really considered like a kink party. I guess if you had asked me if I thought there would be kink parties, I probably would have just said, yeah, of course there would be. I didn't just never really put it together, I guess.
Yeah, but hearing it's still like a shocker to you.
Yeah, a little surprised, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, that
Because that
makes
stuff is
sense.
probably way more commonplace these days, though, huh?
Yeah, like there's a kink group in my area that has like regular like lunch meets and stuff. So
Mm-hmm.
like it's even down to like as casual as like we're all kinksters. We're not gonna do anything kinky. We're just gonna get together and just have lunch. Like that's how strong the communities are.
Wow, that's even more kinky.
Yeah, if you think
A bunch of
about it.
kinksters getting together to not do anything kinky for lunch.
Yeah,
That's almost like there's got to be a name for that. What is that? Is that like?
it's called the Wednesday Munch.
There you go.
That's what the events are called.
That's funny. Yeah, I've actually been to. There was this place that was called SF Dungeon. That was like a bondage club, and I had been there, uh, and had been to. What was the other one called? There was Power Exchange was another one.
Oh,
There was was there was this one that happened like annually. That was like a bondage and S&M uh show that happened in San Francisco every year. And then there was Roderick's, which was another bondage and S&M club. So I had been to a lot of these places in the 90s.
wow, all that sounds like way out of my comfort zone. Totally not my thing. You should probably send me the addresses so I know to avoid them.
Roderick's Dungeon, I think it was called. I don't
I'm
think
just
they're
kidding.
around anymore,
I'm
but
just kidding.
I
Um,
could definitely look into it if you want. If
I
you're going
mean,
to be in the San Francisco
I was gonna
area.
say if those weren't places that were so far away from me, I probably would go. There's a place in my I don't. It's funny. I've never been there, but I've talked to the owner before. She runs a place called Saturnalia, and it's just like it's like place that just like regularly hosts kink parties, like
Huh.
weekly or like twice a week or something. It's on the list of places to go, but I'm lazy and also busy often. So
Yeah. Yeah. I
the
don't.
name gets me too.
The name gets you, Saturnalia.
Yeah, I'm super interested because of the name more than
It is
probably
a
any
cool
of the
name,
other
huh?
stuff. Yeah. Yeah, the fact that it's owned and ran by a woman makes it feel like a way less creepy spot.
Yeah, I could imagine people feeling safer if it's a woman-owned establishment.
Yeah, I feel like if a guy owned it, I would go there and it would just be like a bunch of dudes who are like, when you walk it, when I walk in the
Every
door.
surface would be sticky.
Yeah. every surface would be sticky and every glass would come with a free cover on it.
Yeah.
Not my
Watch your
style.
drink. Watch your
Yeah.
drink. Don't leave your drink alone here. Yeah. Yeah. I I have talked about this on stream before, but I did experiment with bondage when I was with my partners because we were having a lot of difficulty figuring out how to get me aroused. And so we experimented with bondage and such, but nothing ever really worked in the end. So I have a little bit of experience with that too.
How awful would it be if you had an awakening one day and it was just like one of those really weird things, like you end up like being super sexually attracted to like red ovens, and you're just like, oh no,
Red ovens?
this is my deal. Fuck me, dude. Yeah.
Well, maybe I already figured it out. I'm like super attracted to gardening and cooking.
Damn, that's hot. That's hot. I'm down. I'm down.
See, that's better than sex. Gardening
Hey,
and
that's
cooking
arousing
far better
me.
than sex.
Well, I just always wondered about the people with really strange paraphilias. Like, there's a woman who like is sexually aroused to a roller, like I think it's like a Ferris wheel or something.
Ferris wheel.
A specific Ferris wheel, yeah. Like she's in love with it, and she's like sexually attracted to it. She said
How
that
does
they've
that
made love.
work?
I
Yeah,
don't.
yeah.
It works because she's fucking crazy. Are you kidding me?
Well, you have these people that put their dick inside of like a exhaust fume of like a car and that kind of stuff. You know, you have that stuff going
Like,
on.
I don't think
That
it's
they
that hard for
are,
anybody to imagine how a guy is gonna say I had sex with an inanimate object. But it's a
Well,
little bit weirder
but-
when a woman says I've had sex with a Ferris wheel.
Yeah, and like overall, the whole sexual attraction thing is like it's about procreating. So inevitably, you're going to be more likely to be attracted to other human beings, right?
Yeah.
Not so much inanimate objects.
Well, yeah, that's probably why I seen like on TV about this person. They were exceptional enough to warrant somebody interviewing them.
Huh.
Yeah. You had some person that was attracted to like a Ferris wheel, and you had a person that was attracted to like a roller coaster.
Jeez, this
Some
is almost
person.
this. I don't know if you've seen what I'm looking at here,
Mhm.
but this is almost looking like the set, like a movie set or something, or like behind the scenes at Disneyland.
I was thinking before you said that it looks like it could be a Coliseum.
Could
You have
be,
the
yeah.
seating, and then
Yeah.
this is where all the people get gutted.
Mm-hmm. I should build a Coliseum at some point.
That'd be
We're working
cool.
on a Guardian farm here. We've been grinding away at this for days. So finally, three of us were really putting in a whole bunch of elbow grease today to really get a whole bunch of it done. And so it's been a very big, involved process of getting this whole area emptied out because it was all water originally. So we had to put up all these walls to break up the water. So it's only 4 blocks wide of water, and then sponged out all the water. And now we're grinding it all down to level 39 for now. We might go lower afterward. And then we are going to build a guardian for him.
Well, thank God you were able to find the people so that you can play.
But Zonia, would you
True.
Zonia, would you ever be interested to have like a partner, like in general, just even if it's not like sexual and in that kind of nature, just having a partner?
I thought
Would
we
you
already
be
did
interested
this.
in that?
Yeah, we did. We talked about that earlier. I've
No,
considered it. I've considered it just because it would be easier in life to have a partner, as I get
yeah,
older and as my back gets worse.
exactly.
Yeah.
Is the reason that you
So
don't try because you don't want to have somebody with set up expectations that you can't, like, is it that you can't believe somebody that they wouldn't have any expectations that you wouldn't be able to meet?
Yeah, that's sort of the difficulty is unless the other person is also going to be truly asexual, it's going to be complicated. Because there are other people that I've talked to about this before that were asexual, but then it turns out that they actually do want some sort of sexual involvement.
jeez.
Yeah, I feel like if somebody's really interested, they could even like try to convince themselves that they are, but then eventually push comes to shove.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Because
Like a
there are people
trap.
there are people I've gotten close to who told me that they were asexual, and I kind of explored the idea and concept with them a couple times. And yeah, I found that after knowing them for a while, they were actually sexually interested, and so I was like, well,
I'm gonna say this for you, like for you, Tracy. Like overall, like you have a lot of people that are like, like polyamorous, and then they back down, right? You
a
know
lot of
this,
people get into
right?
polyamory before they realize that they actually are kind of jealous,
Yeah,
and then they realize
exactly.
that they can't do it.
Exactly. Thank you, Zonia, for backing me up. Thank you.
Well,
There's
the real problem is when they don't realize, because I know many people who have been through this. The real problem is when they convince themselves that they can cope with it, they can deal with
Oh
it, and
yeah, yeah, yeah. I can do
they
it. I
keep
can
trying
do
to
it.
do it
it's very
instead
annoying.
of instead of
Feels a
opening
bit
up and being like,
violating.
you know what, I don't think I can do this.
Like I don't put it on the other person because I know which is we watched the last video about polyamory and I said that or the person who's doing the video said I prefer to only date people that have long-term experience with polyamory. I don't like being somebody's trial run with it because
Hmm.
when that stuff happens, like if I end up really liking the person and then they end up being like everybody has some issues with jealousy, but if they try to put it on me to fix it, like it's just not something that I can fix. Like, it feels a bit violating. Like I understand it's not your fault, and then it makes it even more upsetting because like I can't even be mad at them, but
Hmm.
I am mad at them for involving me in this when they're not like really ready for it. But it's not my place to like express that anger.
Hmm.
It fucking sucks.
Yeah, right. I can totally imagine that. Like this is something I can relate to just with other things, like completely unrelated to polyamory or relationships or anything like that. Like in general, there's when somebody realizes that they've got like a limitation in something that they're involved with you, and instead of actually opening up about it and being honest about it, they instead try to just forget it, ignore it, keep it down and march forward with it, and then things start failing because of the fact that they're not being honest about their inability to participate in what you're doing the same way that you do. Like, yeah, I could totally see that being a real issue, especially when it comes to polyamory. That sounds like that would be a real disaster then. But
Yeah, and it's basically
cat
dead too because they weren't honest either.
cat dog over in YouTube chat said, Zonia is so intellectually stimulating, it's hard for me to understand she's asexual. That was funny. I got that one. Yeah.
Cat Dog Bark's one of the few people that I've spent like a good amount of time like just video chatting. They're one of the standout stars of the Mr. Girl community.
Oh, okay.
Also, like me, very well adjusted. I would say he's a more well adjusted person than me. Married, fairly normal person, coming from the community.
I didn't think there was such a thing.
Yeah, I feel like most people think that I'm about as normal as it gets, which isn't that normal.
I feel like in terms of the kind of people that we cross over with in this space, IRI is probably among like the most normal.
I know like nothing about IRI. They got a lot of people mention them a lot since the Israel Palestine stuff, but I don't know who they are.
Yeah, he's gotten a huge boost in numbers since that whole thing. But yeah, he's pretty normy.
Oh, I meant specifically people coming from the Mr. Girl community. Like we have, like if
Oh,
people
yeah.
understand that you have any association with Mr. Girl, you're expected to be like a super weird person. To be fair, there are super weird people there, but I like really weird people to an extent. I was telling Chinchilla earlier, one of the biggest overlaps that you'll see with people that are polyamorous is that they're probably going to be more weird than your average person.
Mm-hmm.
But that's something that I like. Like they're probably going to have like pretty esoteric interests compared to like the average person, or like their house is going to be decorated a bit more eccentric than your average person. But that's the kind of things that I like. And like these are things that like, no, I have no data, but I'd put money on it.
I could see that.
I do think that it's really interesting how much overlap you've had with like sexual spaces for somebody who's ace. But maybe that makes you
Can't
better
really
suited to
avoid it in the goth scene. Like everybody was horny in the goth scene. It was all about sex. It was
That
a
makes
little
sense.
unfortunate because I was very much like I just sort of I wasn't even really goth, I guess. I don't know, was I? Maybe I was. My music style was more like industrial metal that I was interested in, but I also liked goth rock and
like the new
such.
metal, like that, right?
No,
New metal.
not new metal.
Do you know that new metal's a genre, not like
Yeah.
NEW? I know that you and I are both hearing NU metal,
Mm-hmm.
but it's Chinchilla. Are you saying NEW metal?
No, I'm talking about new metal.
Okay.
Like
Yeah.
yeah.
I like new metal.
Yeah, he means like corn and such.
Yeah.
I like Disturbed.
No, I kind of missed that whole bus and never really got into it. There's some that I like I like the Untouchables album from Korn, but overall I'm not a big fan of new metal. No, I was more into like industrial metal, so like Pitch Shifter and Screw and KMFDM and
Oh
stuff like
yeah.
that. So that was more my scene, but I had a lot of friends who were goth, and I dressed more kind of like goth industrial.
Where else
And
would industrial metal have a home than in the goth scene at that time, though?
not really any other places. There were a couple of places that were more specific, like what was it? The Glass Cat, and later on it was the club was owned by the Rats Motorcycle Club, East Bay Rats. I forget the name of it though.
Oh, man, I
But
remember.
they had
Sorry.
a club that had a more industrial scene going on, and Power Exchange tended to also play more industrial styles of music, but it also kind of fit their power, like their power theme of like bondage and stuff like that. So they had a lot of like industrial elements to that club. But probably I spent most of my time at Shrine of Lilith, which is like pretty straightforward goth kind of scene.
Oh, that's
Like I was a massive fan of like KM FDM. So
Yeah.
like yeah, I remember that, and I was like
oh, I do know who that is.
as KM FDM. Sorry.
Yeah, it just clicked. I didn't think of it when Zonia said. My buddy Eric showed me them. They're not bad.
Well, anyways, as a kid, like when I was like 16 or like 17 years old, I was a massive fan of them.
Nice.
And basically,
the only
like,
band like I've seen KMFDM probably more than most other bands. I think the only other band that I've seen more times than KMFDM is probably like Napalm Death, or maybe like certain local bands I've seen more than KMFDM. But in terms of like bands that came from outside of my area, they were probably the band I've seen the most, like second to Napalm Death.
When
well, yeah.
You
Go
were
ahead.
probably, let's see. Yeah. So you were around at the time that they first started. Were you into Tool when they first started off?
I never really got into Tool, but I was very well aware of them when they first started.
I feel like that scene that they sort of had around them when they first started would have been like an amazing like area to be in at the time.
Um,
It's a lot different now. I'm still a big Tool fan, but their early stuff invoked a much different kind of scene when they came to town.
yeah, I would say that like Tool overall, they had a pretty broad ranging audience. Like I don't remember really any specific carve outs. Like going to a Tool show, I didn't see like a particularly overwhelming number of like one type of person or something. They were a pretty diverse crowd.
Oh, I always got the impression that like the early Tool scene was like people that liked metal, but like were very punk attitude oriented.
There weren't a lot of like punk looking people at Tool shows
Just
in the early
Maynard.
days. Yeah, just Maynard. Um, at
Bald
least I
Maynard in
don't
the
remember.
90s is the most punk looking dude I've ever seen in my life.
um, yeah, I went to a lot of KMFDM shows. Uh, really, I stopped going to
That's
KMFDM shows in like around 2004 or so,
To be
maybe a
fair,
little
that's
later.
super cool, Zonia. Like KMFDM was like at some point was like my favorite band
Yeah.
overall.
Did they fall
Yeah,
off?
it was. No, they didn't necessarily fall off, but they had like overall like KMFDM had at some point they had like two or three like changes when it comes to their sound and you know
Oh, they've had
you can
quite a few changes.
yeah. But you either liked that change of their sound or you didn't. You
Oh,
know, it
I liked all their
that's just
changes of their sound until they got to like around How Ruck. The problem, like everything from How Ruck onward, has been very formulaic and like too similar. Like there's not enough changing. Part of what I liked about KMFDM was they changed up. They were a highly collaborative band until
Mhm.
finally Sasha and Raymond had their final falling out, and Ash went his own separate way. And so there really wasn't anyone there to just infuse the band with new ideas. Everything had become pretty locked down to what Sasha's vision was, which has become very stale. But prior to that, there was always somebody like infusing the band with something different, and it was such a highly collaborative band with Ogre working with them, Raymond Watts working with them, and Ash Gunther, and many other different artists throughout the years, helping bring something different to the sound with every single album. But it got way too stale once Sasha stopped collaborating with other artists and just got way too formulaic and too same-ish from album to album. So How Rock was sort of like the end of it for me. And I checked out, the albums that came out afterward. It was like, yeah, they just sound too much like How Rock. Um, I want something different, and he's just not bringing it.
Mhm. Yeah, I think it was like a little bit like later, but yeah, I agree with you. Like
Yeah.
overall,
I
yeah,
don't know nearly enough about them.
yeah, yeah. It's fair
the
enough.
the bar was really low when I was a teenager to find like I guess for me a lot of my music was like super edgy to everybody around me because I was in like a really uptight like Christian tight knit community.
Hmm.
Like I think the wackiest thing that I ever really liked was like Murder Dolls, but
Huh.
I don't know if anybody knows what that is.
Yeah, I know who the Murder Dolls are.
You and
No, I
Beckett
don't
now. You're
know.
the only two people I've ever. And one guy I used to drive for Lyft. I picked up some guy, and funny enough, he knew all about him. He's seen a bunch of their shows. I had to take him to the methadone clinic. So
Hmm.
I don't know how well that made me. I don't know how much I was like, oh, cool, a fan. But like I was like, oh, You're the first person I've met in real life that knows who Murder Dolls is, and like, you're not doing great, bud.
I listen to pretty much everything. So there's a really good chance I've heard of and listened to a lot of the bands that you might be interested in, just because I like everything. Like there, I don't really have much that I would restrict myself in terms of music. Right now, I'm kind of going back into browsing certain I mean, I've always kind of gone back to this, but I'm re-exploring bluegrass inspired metal. And so like I've been listening to the latest Wayfarer album. I like a lot of music that's one of the things I loved about the intro to World War III was
Oh,
that guitar intro that's just so good. And I'm like, I
yeah.
love when somebody does that with metal, you know? And so I've been listening to them. I'm big into Suffering Hour. They do that kind of stuff. I've been listening to a few different groups like that just go and take a lot of different things and fuse them together, but have strong folky roots to them. So it's like black metal with like doom metal with folk. Like for instance, you were talking about Shining earlier. There's another big one for me in terms of bands that are able to fuse so many different genres and have strong ties to folk.
That's
I
amazing.
liked that song's really good because I like really heavy, dirty guitar riffs.
Mm-hmm.
And it has like it's that, but it's also like up the instrumentally, like that whole song's pretty progressive too. So like
Mm-hmm.
that I latched onto that really hard. But I've
With
like,
two amazing guitar solos.
yeah, is what does that make? It's reminiscent of In Flames to me.
In Flames is another really good band.
That was like in my Murder Dolls days. I also listened to In Flames, but I feel like I've lost. Like I don't like really listen to a whole lot of metal anymore. Um, there hasn't been a new metal band that I've heard that's like really caught me by surprise. In fact,
Check
that
out the new
song,
Wayfarer album.
I will. That song that I added to my Spotify for the God Below is the first metal song I've added in a long time. I'm stuck on Ren. He's a dude from
Oh,
the
Ren
UK.
is amazing.
You like
Ren is
Zonia?
fucking
You like Ren?
amazing. Yeah.
I try
I
to tell
first
people
caught him
he's
with the High Ren song. Like that just blew me
me too.
away.
It is, in my opinion, the best performance I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, that was an unbelievable performance.
I try to explain to people because, like, I don't usually push music on people, but I'm like, I don't know how to tell you other than like, he's the most unique, original artist in like modern music that I've heard, and I don't know what to tell you to convince you. But like, watch the High Ren music video and get back with me. I'll give you a
Mm-hmm.
playlist.
Right? Here, I'll link you the new Wayfarer album. It's really good.
Oh my God. I thought there was zero chance that you would even have heard of Ren just because everything you say is so metal oriented. He said he wants to write a proper metal song because Lost All Faith is metal-y.
Yeah.
And I'd be super
I
happy about
mean,
that.
Ren does stuff kind of across the spectrum. Like his more
He's not
recent
genre
stuff,
locked at all.
no, not at all, which is part of what I love about him. Let's see, where should I put this? I can put it in the side chat, I guess. Let's do that. There's the Bandcamp link to it. You can also find that on YouTube, but
I don't know why
I
I
was
put
like,
that picture in there. It was relevant at some point. That was me when I was young and pretty. That's what I always say when I share it. Cool, I have it pulled up.
Yeah, yeah, I love stuff like that. A lot of what I listen to is sort of like just, I don't know. I don't really have a particular style that I'm focused on. I listen to a lot of metal, definitely, but I listen to a lot of stuff that's just fusing so many different styles of music together that you can't really call it any one thing. I also like a lot of psychedelic trance. It's a huge genre for me. If I were to like pick a few like top 5 genres or something, it would probably be like grindcore and probably like Black and Doom and psychedelic trance. And like then anything kind of like folk metalish, but not like not the there's a lot of folk metal bands these days, especially like black metal, and they just sound too much alike. Something different, something more like Wayfarer or like Shining or like Suffering Hour.
Oh, do you know Pat's the Possession?
That one I actually do not know.
It's a project that George Fisher made.
Huh. Okay. I like I mean, I'm not a huge fan of George Fisher's lyrics or vocals, but
I've always been impressed by it. He has the deepest metal voice that is also like perfectly articulate with how deep he goes. I think it's
very articulate. That's true.
I think it's like you'd know better than me. I've always thought of it as uniquely articulate for how like demonically low he can go. It's crazy to me. Cause like there's like Napalm Death very low, but I can't catch a word. None.
Well, Napalm Death is more like
Are there
hardcore
words?
vocals, like very extreme hardcore vocals. I can generally understand it. You get to like older stuff with Lee Dorian doing the vocals. I can't understand what he's saying, but
that would be all I know is their original singer.
He wasn't the original singer. He was their third singer, I think.
Oh, well then I know the singer from like the 90s.
That would be Barney. That would be Mark Greenwald. Barney and Mark Greenwald.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I was a light jockey, so that means that I was like controlling the lights, like DJs were just doing their shit, And I actually play with like Hardwell, all those EDM artists and that kind of stuff. I've been with all those guys pretty much, and it was fun, and I enjoyed it, and but that being said, like if I have my most valued genre, it's more like electro or more like a darker kind of stuff. But yeah. I can fully understand you guys. And I have like a deep appreciation to all the electric kind of stuff, and also combined with metal. Like I love Rammstein, right? That's one of my favorite bands. So yeah, there you go.
Are they considered mainstream?
Oh, by the way,
now?
Cat. Oh yeah, big time.
Oh, well, sure.
Cat Dog asked, is Clutch industrial rock? Clutch is one of my favorite bands. I see Drazi answered. Yeah, it depends on when you catch Clutch. Like early on, they were kind of like stoner rock. And then they evolved to have more bluesy kind of elements to them. It just depends on when you catch them. I don't know about alternative metal. I don't know that.
Industrial rock was like Rammstein, right?
I guess when Clutch had like their one brush with like mainstream success, yeah, they were kind of alternative at the time, but probably, yeah, it just depends on when you catch them. That's one of the things I like about Entombed. Entombed went from death metal. They were kind of like the signature Swedish death metal band, but then they started going in the blues direction. Like they did death and roll, like rock and roll, bluesy influence kind of stuff. And their fourth album is like, I love that album so much, just because it's like it's the ultimate death and roll album. It's just so damn good. I feel like Lights Out is probably the best song on the album to truly demonstrate like how death and roll sounds. And
it's quite interesting how you can see how these things are evolving right now, because of the fact that like more the electronic like metal and that kind of shit. Like
Oh,
it's like moving away from like more of the traditional like whether it's like Corporate Clown or like more like the folk like shit.
so
It's moving away from like the electronic
you brought it up.
metal,
So
right?
do you know who Electric Callboy is?
No, I have no idea.
I don't know. Like when you said more like electronica, there I would describe them as rave metal. They are
Oh yeah, that's
wild.
interesting.
They have
That's
a
super.
lot of fun when they're performing clearly.
Hmm.
They have a song called Hypa Hypa, which got covered by a ton of bands. And I feel like Zonia would know this band. We Butter the Bread with Butter did a cover of it.
I'm not familiar with that
They're
band.
they're really
No.
heavy. And they have like a really weird almost like I don't even know how I describe the it's sort of like like a electronic-y like vocalist kind of like I don't know, it's really weird. But Electric Callboy, people do a lot of reactions to them now. I found out about them because my coworker's 3-year-old niece showed him and then he showed us. And so like it's really funny. They're a German band that does like all their songs are like split into 2 songs. Half of it'll sound like really poppy and
Mhm.
like it could almost sound like something that my mom would listen to, but then they go so hard with their metal, and it's just this really weird experience to hear an Electric Callboy song. But you just end up having a lot of fun.
Is
Huh.
it like
What you're
is it
describing reminds me a lot of Atari Teenage Riot.
it's like
I feel
I'm
like you made
thinking
that name
about
up.
like
No,
I'm
that's a band.
no
They were great.
I'm thinking about baby metal. I'm
Oh
thinking
my
about
god,
that.
I
They're
can't.
kind of like they're a little bit like baby metal, I guess.
Yeah,
They are a little bit
exactly.
resonant of that,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
but they're I would say that I would guarantee that I would have like 10 times more fun if I went to an Electric Callboy show than if I went to a baby metal show. I don't know how else to put it. Like I feel like the real genre is just like fun.
Baby Metal was a good meme for about a day.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, do you Maximum the Hormone? Yay nay?
Not familiar with that one.
They're I won't lie, I found them because they did 2 of the intros to they did an intro and outro for Death Note, like the original one. But I was like, this band's pretty good. Let me
Oh,
look into them.
I
And
I
they're
know what you're
so
talking about.
good.
Yeah, I know what
They're
you're talking about now.
they're
I'd forgotten the
absolutely
name.
phenomenal. The brother and sister in the band and the chick who's in the band, she has like a brutal metal voice, even though a lot of times she'll they do a lot of songs where they're like making fun of pop music. So she does really good with like the poppy kind of sounds.
That's
But
what I
then
kind of liked about Atari Teenage Riot was that was what they did too. They made fun of like all the music trends and all the anything that was popular.
yeah, they definitely have that element. There's like they do a song where it sounds like it would be a Naruto theme song, and then the lead singer throws up on the TV that their music video is playing, and then they just go hard as fuck. They're like a super near and dear band to my heart, but like nobody knows who they are. And it's
I know
Japanese
you're
metal,
talking.
so
I know what
do,
you're talking about now because a friend of mine was like playing me songs of theirs and said that they had done stuff for Death Note, and I was like, oh, I know exactly what. I pieced it together when you said it.
do you like them?
Yeah, I did actually enjoy them.
They're let's see, like their other stuff, like, and it's funny too because they were so good at that. If any anime wants an intro that's like really heavy in metal, they're the ones that automatically get the job. Like like Record of Ragnarok was the anime that came out the second season
Well,
last year, and I like stood right up. I was like, oh my god, that's Maximum the Hormone. They're instantly
yeah,
identifiable.
yeah, I know who you're talking about.
You say you listen to everything, but like historically, I think they're characterized. Well, I've had them be called butt rock now, but I don't think so. Do you know the band
Really?
Hurt?
Yeah.
That's one of my favorite bands of all time.
They're characterized as butt rock?
Yeah, the chick who did my anime tattoo said that they're butt rock, and I'm like, what? It's like the lead singer also plays fucking violin while he's singing. Like,
Doesn't
I feel
really
like
sound right to me. Yeah.
I feel like they deserve like they're
Let's
they're
see.
like
Let's take a look
grunge
at
rock
what.
or like grungy metal.
Yeah, I was gonna say grunge, but let's take a look at what Wikipedia thinks they are. Says that they are alternative rock, art rock, hard rock, and post grunge.
Post grunge probably fits because they do that thing. A lot of people don't seem to understand this, but they like volume is like an instrument for them, and that's like a really grunge kind of thing to do. At least my understanding of what grunge is. How soft or how loud they're singing really changes the entire element of their music, or playing even. Key of Weird makes fun of them a lot whenever I put him in his Music Share Monday. But I did get him at least to admit, he's like, I'll give you this. Lead singer's got some chops on him. I was like, all right, I'll take it.
Yeah, first thing that popped into my head was that they were grunge, but I guess it makes sense that they're kind of like art rock and post grunge. I don't know why somebody would call them butt rock. That's weird.
It's just because it's old.
That's way too neat.
Well, because it's old now. That's my guess. I didn't think about it when I was younger. I have the tattoos I have on my wrists are lyrics of theirs, but now whenever I look at them, if I show them to people, I'm just gonna think these are the most emo fucking tattoos I've ever seen in my life.
What do they say?
The one on the right says the only thing is pain and it's so real. It's from their last song of their second album. And then the left arm says, everything that's new is a lie. It's that same damn sun and the same damn sky. And to me, it was always just like a reminder of it. Like the whole thing is just like to remember who you are, to not like get caught up in anything, that like really nothing's changed, and sort of like chill out. But it sounds so much more depressing than that.
So I gotta go, guys. Zonia and I'll address it. Like, I appreciate the conversation, like overall, and
Thanks. What do you think now? Since we talked, you came in to see how I was going to be debating against counterpoints. How do you think my arguments will hold up?
I think they will be fine, right? if you like, I think one thing is if you like permit to have people to have their own like monogamous relationship as well, and that kind of stuff. I think if you keep it in there and that boundary that you can have like multiple like different kinds of relationships, I think you're gonna be fine. You're gonna be fine when it's like debating that kind of stuff. And like obviously, like I wasn't necessarily like questioning you like one type of relationship is better than the older type of relationship, and I think that counterpoints is not gonna do that either. So
if he gets arrogant, I'm going to tell him that monogamous people are deeply insecure, and to just make him more mad. But it probably won't come to that.
Yeah, and I would say to you that would be a silly argument. Like that.
Yeah, that's my I don't care about this debate anymore line of argumentation.
If you go down that route, I would say that the other type, no, you wouldn't find any satisfaction there because of the fact that he would say like, you just let everybody fuck everybody, and then you get down to that, and everybody would be insecure because everybody is fucking everybody whatsoever, So no.
Well, that's just his insecurity leaking out again. But no, I probably wouldn't do that. That would just beat him like meme if he was not engaging or something.
No, but I think he's a good face. So that being said, like Zonia, nice talking to you.
Yeah, nice
Uh,
talking to you.
Also, I will leave you guys uh, within the channel chat. I will leave you guys a clip of a Tokyo band, basically, which I like, and you can watch. It's about Tokyo, and it's about basically how their general politics is involving. And that being said, overall, again, Zonia, Tracy,
Yeah, see
thank
you
you
later.
for having me on. So
Anytime, buddy.
Yeah.
You have
bye bye.
voice permissions. You can pop by anytime.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah,
Nice.
take care.
Bye bye.
Sonia, I gotta say, you knew who Ren was and you liked them, and you know who Hurt is. You made my heart feel nice today. This is it's just like this, these things that I truly care about and appreciate, that it's just like, I can't mention to anybody because it's like, what? Very, very, very cool.
You can always try to mention them to people and see what they say. But yeah.
It's weird. I commented on, back in the day, Hurt had a forum, and I messaged the band, and I also wrote in their forum, and the lead singer messaged me back on the forums and said that we can't respond to individual messages, otherwise I would have just messaged you. And I put it on my Facebook because this is fucking 2004 or something, and nobody knew, so nobody understood that the coolest thing in the world just happened to me. So it was just missed on everybody.
Huh. Wow.
And the reason I messaged too is to say thank you, your music has genuinely helped me through a lot. It's meant a lot to me. And they were like, hey, that's cool, thank you. And just sort of responded to everything I said. And for most people, that's pretty understandable if they know the band. Otherwise, they just don't care.
Yeah. Yeah. I never really got into Hurt, but with Ren,
I imagined.
I actually really do like Ren, so.
I did a 35-minute analysis of the High Ren music video.
Oh yeah? That's
Yeah.
cool.
I loved that video so much. I never really watched reactions, but I watched reactions to that because I was like, I need to know what other people think about this, because people in real life don't talk to me about it. And I feel like I learned everything that you could possibly learn about that video.
Did you watch Vin and Sori's reaction to it?
Who?
Vin and Sori.
Let me see. Because I feel like I've seen everybody's at this point. Vin and Sori?
VIN and Sori, SORI.
Let's see. High Ren. No.
I don't know what. I haven't seen their reaction to it.
It's
yet.
only a
I'm not
month
really
old.
sure.
So I might have missed that one. I've come back and watched some more recently. But this one's a month old. So this is perfectly in the gap of time that I didn't. But they have a 45-minute reaction. Holy shit.
They were an hour, or they were a year late to react to it. I had been trying to get them to react to it for a while. Kind of sat on it, but they finally did react to it. So
It's funny. Everybody who ignores their audience and then finally watches it apologizes. Yeah, I couldn't.
Yeah, that was one of those ones I was trying to get everybody to watch it, and I showed it on stream the day it released.
Oh, I didn't see it till it was out for a couple months because it kept popping up everywhere in my feed. I'm like, all right, fine, I'll listen to it. And then I listened to it, and I was like, I don't know how I feel about that. And I listened to it again after I picked up my wife, and I was like, take a listen to this. And then I went home right after that, and I watched the video again. And I was like, okay, I've never seen anything like this. I don't even know how to interpret this. I'm not used to seeing real art.
Right. Yeah, the day that the music video went live, I streamed later that night, and I played it as the intro to my stream.
That's awesome. Did you have a period of struggling not to tell people they should watch it?
Yeah. Yeah. There were some people that I had like brought it up to multiple times. They're like, you already told me to watch it.
You're like, yeah, but like it's not like the other stuff. Just watch it, okay?
Exactly.
My wife and I had this woman we're seeing over last Thursday, and I was like, "Can I show you something?" I was like, "Look, I don't really show people music, but like, I just want to show you this. Is that okay?" And she's like, "Yeah, it's totally fine." And it's one of those things where you just watch the other person more than you're watching it.
Mm-hmm.
And then like
How was the reaction?
pretty much the same as most people that I've shown in real life. Like they're too like inside their own head to really say much.
Mm-hmm.
And that's good for me. I feel like it's the only thing that I can show people where like I will judge them if they say it's bad. Like it's just objectively good.
It is. It really is.
And my buddy Henry was like the only person I felt like kind of okay, like going kind of hard into the stuff. Like I just still can't wrap my head around. There's just one guy with a guitar. It's like a whole. You feel like you're watching a movie,
right? And then, of course, with the lights that are twitching depending on which side is talking.
Yeah.
Or right, lights that are flickering depending on which side is talking and such. And it was, yeah, it's really well done.
And the light placement, making the shadow bigger on one side than the other.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god. I think the only thing that was like purely my observation, I didn't see anybody catch. You know, like the yodel sound that he does in the beginning and the end.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's us going in to like his mind and then out of his mind, like leaving.
Mm.
I feel like that's like the transitionary sound because it's like crazy and unexpected. That's just like that transitionary sound, and the lights flicker when it happens too.
That's true.
So that's how I've always taken it.
Lot. There's probably a lot going on in there that we haven't really sussed out.
That's true. There was a guy who did like a 35-minute thing and talked about like the connection to Faust in it, like pretty heavy, which is easy to see if somebody brings it up, but I wouldn't have thought about at all. Oh, I guess most people don't know this. I'm sure you know his story and all that, like with the Lyme disease.
Yeah, I do know. I don't know his full story, but I know that he was sick. I know that he had some serious mental health issues as a result and was hospitalized for quite a while.
Yeah, he got misdiagnosed as having a chronic fatigue syndrome and bipolar disorder, but he didn't. He had Lyme disease, and because it went untreated so long, it fucked up like some of the membranes in his brain, which caused him to have hallucinations, visual and auditory. And so like the voices that he's doing aren't just a representation of like the thoughts. He's actually heard those voices say stuff like that to him. Which makes it a bit creepier. But that's the thing that I like the most that I've learned from like digging around. And
there was a case like that in America where a girl went undiagnosed with Lyme disease and was like couldn't speak for years.
That makes sense. It's I only know about it because of looking at his stuff. It's like the worst thing ever to not get treated, especially since if you get treated, you're fine.
Mm-hmm.
Like the success rate's like over 90% if you get treated within a month even, but he went years just like letting it tear him apart.
Yep. Wow.
Yeah, hats off to him for not being like a total shitbag of a person being angry at the world from it.
Mm-hmm. Man, we're already filling up all these shulker boxes. There's so much stuff to clean up here. It's insane.
This is probably the wildest thing I could tell you is that I played Minecraft for the first time 2 years ago.
Really?
Yeah. My wife wanted it, and I was like, all right, you know what?
Crazy.
I'll play Minecraft with you. It's something we can do together. And I played it hardcore for like a month and didn't get really good at anything. And then I haven't really picked
First
it up
time
since.
playing on hardcore?
No. I played it like hardcore played it for like a
Oh,
month.
I see.
Sort of like mapping out like my vision as it formed, but it wasn't very sophisticated. It was just like mine and my wife's world. The problem was because I couldn't really do a whole lot of stuff, the world started advancing at a much faster pace than I could build to accommodate for it. Like witches and stuff started showing up. I'm like, I'm not ready for you. I have a castle that I linked to my little castle. Okay, I'm not ready for witches. This is some bullshit.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, man. I just I've been playing off and on since the inception of Minecraft. Like
I had a
nearly
feeling.
15 years ago. But I didn't really commit to playing a lot of my own worlds until like the last 5 years or so. I used to play in other people's worlds. And I was played multiplayer in someone else's world. And finally started really hosting my own worlds recently. I did have a world that I hosted on a server a long time ago, but it didn't really I only had like 3 people playing in it.
Oh.
This one's got about 10 people who play in it, and it's like 4 people consistently playing, and the other ones are kind of like here and there they hop on.
My roommate had his own server for a while, but like I don't know. It was like a special server. They had like a special like mod, so it was like its own kind of game, and I'm just like this is all too much for me. I'm like a Dark Souls kind of person.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I'm you popped by, so I'm sure you've seen that I was streaming and saw my stream title.
I did not see your stream title.
Oh, it's I'm playing Resident Evil 4, and when I die, every time I die, we'll watch a video or read an article about polyamory. So it's Umbrella Academy research, like capital RES little e for the A search on polyamory. And then when this I finally beat this game because I have to stream Res 4.
Oh yeah, I see it now.
For my wife, I promised my wife I would stream Resident Evil 4 when we got it because it's both of our one of our favorite games.
I didn't even look at your stream at first, so like I didn't see even that there was somebody like addressing me in chat until a little bit ago, and I finally brought chat up and looked at it. Or no, you know what it was? I know what it was. It was because you have Restream repeating the chat over on Twitch, and so my chatterino pinged me when Cat Dog said Zonia is so intellectually stimulating because my name popped up in your chat. And so it pinged me. That's how I even knew that you were streaming. I didn't even know you were streaming at first. I just jumped on because I saw that you were active in your VC.
Oh, Restreams, that chat relay is amazing.
Yeah, the only problem that I had with it is that it added so much text because it would say YouTube and then the name of the person and blah, blah, blah. And
it
I
must
didn't
be
like
a nice
that.
problem to have with all them viewers, Zonia.
I haven't been streaming much lately, so I don't get a lot of viewers these days. I don't know. Maybe I do.
When that's fair. When Resident Evil 4 is over, I'm switching to Returnal, and that'll be more my like typical kind of game. It's gonna be awful. It's the hardest game I've ever played.
Yeah. Interesting.
Do you know Returnal?
Nah, I haven't played it.
It's a roguelike, Souls-like, third-person shooter with like heavy platform elements. And
Ooh, I like platforming.
And it's like also like a sci-fi psychological horror.
Oh, so it's like Dead Space roguelike.
So it's less structured than Dead Space. You're on a planet, and when you die, there's a reason in canon why it's a roguelike. When you die, the character comes back to life, and she's like, "What the hell? I died." And at part of the way through the game, you make it home, and it's like 1408. Like she wakes up one day and she's back on the planet. Oh, it's at the end of her life on Earth. She dies and she wakes up back on the planet. So you think you beat the game, and then it's like, no. You beat the first 3 levels. Chill.
What was that? What was that like space game that was very similar where you're in like a death loop and you're trying to work your way out of the death loop?
I don't know. If you would have said that before I said this stuff, I'd say Returnal.
And maybe it is Returnal. Let me take a look. That might be the one that I watched. Who did I watch play it?
It's one of the first games I ever streamed because visually it's
This is it.
stunning to watch somebody play it.
This is it. I watched Mr. Geek play it. That's who I watched play it. Yeah, it's a death loop, and you're constantly going through these puzzles to work your way out of the death loop and trying to get closer and closer to the end of it.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I watched him play it for a while. It was entrancing just watching him play it.
Wait, I played Resident Evil 8 the day before it came out, and then I started playing Returnal because like just playing it, I was like, this game is such like a marvel to look at. This would be good to stream.
Mm-hmm.
And
I can't do Resident Evil. It's too scary. It's just way too scary. I can't do it.
That's where the snakes scare me.
I am the most boring person to watch play horror games because they don't react.
My number one clip, probably still
I'm
to
not
this day,
kidding.
is
My-
getting scared on a PS1 game.
My chat, you'd like ask me to stop. They're like, don't play horror games anymore. It's too boring. You want to see what it's like? I'll show you.
You said no. You don't get phased by anything. He was like,
Nothing.
whatever.
Yeah, it is boring.
Oh.
It's boring. Like people don't like
Oh
it.
man.
This is how jumpy I am. I played Kingsfield 1 for PlayStation 1. I was like, oh, there's probably going to be a skeleton in
Kingsfield.
this chest. I opened it. There was. He popped out, and I still screamed.
Here, here. Let me show you what it's like to watch me playing a horror game. Here's a clip. Watch it the whole way through. Watch the whole thing, and you'll see. Like, and this is one of those games that like triggered everybody who played it, and for me, it was just like meh.
Oh, Alien Isolation. I couldn't play it because it took too long to become interesting.
It was a fun game. I enjoyed it. Yeah, it
let's
definitely
see
has a
here.
long lead in though.
Very, for me at least. Okay, I got it up on screen. Let's see. Oh, YouTube is muted on the tab. Okay, I got it up on screen. Let's see. Oh, YouTube is muted on the tab. Okay, I got it up on screen. Okay, I had to mute my stream. There we go. Yeah, I'm nervous already. Oh, I don't like that voiceover at all.
I was Halloween and I had a ghost voice going on and I was black.
Oh, it's
and
your
white,
voice.
translucent.
I thought that was in game.
Supply storage locked down.
See, already I had the alien coming right at me in the tunnels there, and I just threw the Molotov at it.
Oh, I
And-
thought I seen something, but you were so nonchalant that I couldn't even catch it. Really.
Right? Yeah, it was right there, literally right in front of me. I turned and it was like right down the tunnel coming after me.
Zonia is just playing Call of Duty with an alien skin on it. She don't give a shit. Does it go through those little sphincter vents?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh.
That's what I was crawling in before at the beginning of it, that it was coming after me from.
Oh, I seen you approach one, but I didn't know if you could go through or not. I don't like your voice on here at all. That gets me after a while.
I was intentionally playing a creepy ghost for Halloween. And then
That's a demon, just so we're clear, not a ghost.
I watch what happens here. So it goes away, and I start trying to craft something. And there's no pause in the game, right? So I had to stop
You just
it.
go right back to it.
Go right
Okay.
back to crafting.
You didn't even speak. You didn't even comment on it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're robbing your audience.
And then I just go on,
What?
and it goes after me again.
Is that a zombie? Oh!
No, it's an android.
Oh.
Nothing? Unbelievable.
Yeah, that
Need
last
some
one got me a little
screams.
bit.
You need some freakouts. Come on.
That's the
Yeah.
only reason I ever feel like it's okay for me to play horror games is because I know that I will, without trying, put on a show.
Oh yeah, I'll
Yeah.
cry. I'll just cry.
Yeah, it's just boring when I play horror games.
Like,
I have no like I don't know. I just I don't get tense. I don't freak out. My pulse doesn't increase or whatever. So I'm just like, eh.
I'm jumpy.
And-
I'm so jumpy. When I was in 9th grade, I was clicking the pencil lead out of my pencil because I'm a fucking autistic 9th grader. And as soon as it hit my desk, it broke, and I gasped so loud. The girl sitting next to me looked at me like I was crazy. I'll never forget the look she gave me. It was like a bit of disgust in there. And I couldn't be like, my pencil lead broke. I was scared.
Yeah, I'm quite the opposite. I'm a very laid back, very chill person.
I am when scary stuff's not happening.
Yeah, so I just don't play horror games on stream. It's too boring for people.
Have you ever been on like a haunted hayride or did a haunted house attraction?
Yeah, I did the Winchester Mystery Mansion Friday the 13th night tour.
Oh, that's cool.
Whoa, that sounds really cool.
Yeah, I did it with a bunch of friends, and
Were they mad at you?
no, everybody freaked the hell out except for me. But yeah, I was like the only my buddy. He only freaked out a couple of times, so I was like, "Hey, you did all right. You did all right, kid." Yeah, I've done those before. I always thought they were pretty boring. So the Winchester Mystery Mansion was kind of cool though, because at least it was the Winchester Mystery Mansion.
Is it actually the Winchester Mansion?
Yeah.
All right, this is super impressive. Like, how do you not get scared from a haunted house? This is amazing. I don't even know.
Prove a negative.
You just go.
Well, probably
you walk through it. You just walk through it like nonchalant, just like whatever.
Well,
like,
when I was a kid, friends and I used to go and explore abandoned buildings at night and stuff like that. So we used to do that kind of stuff all the time. I feel like a haunted house is not really any different.
Well, they don't have. They don't like if you go through a haunted house. This the thing about it is that like, I mean, obviously it's not real, but there's monsters. There's monsters that come out and jump out. There's people with chainsaws.
Yeah. I don't know. It's like it always seems pretty obvious when it happens.
Do you think
it's always obvious? It's always. It doesn't make it not scary. It's always obvious. It's always like they're never like. It's always right in your face, and it's still terrifying.
I don't know.
But no, all right.
I don't know how that is.
For me, I get immersed really easily into things. Do you have a hard time like letting go and being immersed in stuff?
It depends. Like a really good story, I get immersed in. Like What Remains of Edith Finch, I got super immersed in. Because it's such a good story. But no, I still don't really jump even when there's something like startling or whatever in a immersive story. I don't know. For whatever reason, I've just never had that much of a start reaction, I guess.
Oh,
I wish I had that.
I got when I was like in elementary school, I was like only elementary school, but I was like physically bullied a bit, so I think that's probably why I'm jumpy. But after that, I didn't have any issues, but I think I just kept the jumpiness.
I was bullied.
Yeah, Yeah. So okay, Zonia was bullied. I was bullied.
Because I could see it.
I didn't kick their asses. I wasn't very physical in terms of like, I didn't like engaging in physical violence, but I was definitely revengeful, and I would get them back eventually. Like there was this one kid that he fucked with me, so I unlatched the brakes from his bike, and his bike was parked at the top of a hill. So.
You said
I was pretty vicious.
I
was pretty vicious.
Yeah, that is vengeance. That is legit.
I was pretty vicious. If people fucked with me, I was pretty brutal. But yeah, I wasn't into fighting. I didn't like fighting at all. There was only one time where I was like, there were two times when I was stuck in a situation where I had to like physically defend myself. But in general, I hated violence. But yeah, if people fucked with me, if people were bullying me or whatever, I'd get them back eventually, any number of pretty cruel ways.
Damn.
I
Yeah.
think I just I was like I was when I was in high school I was like a Satanist and stuff. And so like I was already like the weird guy. And I
Mm-hmm.
think I just developed a personality that was totally faked where like I didn't care. I wasn't afraid of anybody. And it worked out super, super well. So where like nobody ever fucked with me.
Mm-hmm.
A jock picked on my friend and like I tremble thinking about the shit I used to do. Jock was picking on my buddy, so I walked up next to his I walked up to him and his girlfriend, and I said to him, like I had to look up at this guy. He was like 6'4", and I was like, "Hey, your girlfriend's pretty hot. I'd fuck her." And he's like, "What did you say to me?" So I turned to her and I said it to her, and he like acted like he was gonna hit me, and I didn't flinch. And then they left, and I was like, I can't believe that worked. And my buddy Randy seen me, started laughing, and he became like a really good friend of mine for my whole life because he's seen me do that to
Mm-hmm.
that guy. But I was like, that's how people didn't fuck with me. I acted like I
Mm-hmm.
wasn't scared, even though I was totally terrified. And I
Yeah.
and I thought I was a really big loser. When I look back, I'm like, dude, I was fucking cool. I could never pull that off today. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Not acceptable nowadays. You can't do that. You can't be like, I'm gonna fuck you.
You definitely couldn't do that as an adult, at least. Jesus.
I mean,
Yeah,
you could.
I mean, you walk.
You
Yeah, I walk
could.
up
You're
to a guy
wrong.
who's like 9 inches taller than me. Hey, your girlfriend's hot. I'd fuck her. Like, I'm calling the police on you. What the hell? Yeah, that makes sense. That tracks. I don't even know what my defense is gonna be. You were being rude to my friend. My apologies. I couldn't navigate that at all anymore.
Yeah. I guess I don't know. Um I think a lot of the way that I kind of developed, I had dealt with a lot of like real life horror early on, and it was just kind of like, well, you know, nothing can do, you know, not much can be worse than my father was for me, you know. So I didn't I don't know. I guess a part of me just sort of developed in a way. It was there was a period where I just like lost all sense of fear or anything because I grew up very afraid, and I didn't like the other boys. They were always too rough, and I didn't like pain. I didn't like fighting. I didn't like any of that stuff. Um, and at some point, I think in my mid-teens, I just kind of got fed up and sort of snapped. And I had dealt with so much shit at that point. I had been homeless. I had been sexually assaulted. Grew up with a pretty violent upbringing, you know, abusive upbringing, psychologically and physically abusive, both. And maybe just got to a certain point where nothing really phased me anymore because it's like there's nothing scarier than reality.
Yeah.
You
Yeah, that
know,
Makes
makes
sense.
sense.
no game, no movie, no haunted house trying to put on an act about horror or anything. It just doesn't amount to how scary reality actually is.
Yeah, I was gonna try to relate, and I was like, yeah, I cannot totally relate to that. That's heartbreaking. That's rough. I'm sorry. I'm sorry you went through
Yeah.
that.
You know, that was that was 30 years ago, so
Yeah.
no
Either
need to
way,
apologize now.
I
hey,
didn't
you know.
like I feel like I had a similar attitude as a teenager, but then it faded away. I didn't have a bad childhood, like externally. I was diagnosed with depression when I was 5 because that's how broken my brain is. But nobody
Mm-hmm.
did anything to me. People were pretty nice to me. My dad was
Mm,
loud and angry, but like he didn't hit me or nothing. So like
yeah.
I didn't have any like real reasons to complain about anything. I just uh like I had no reason to cry other than my brain was like, "Hey, everything sucks. You should just cry." So I don't know. I can't
Mm-hmm.
really relate to that. I just always sad.
Mm.
But I don't think I really had any like super big hardship growing up externally.
Hmm. Yeah, it was My upbringing was a little lackluster, to say the least.
Yeah, like, I didn't have the greatest upbringing, but like what you said, that's rough. That's pretty rough. So I can't really.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I remember thinking at one point, I just because when I was, there were two movies that scared me when I was a kid, and what was funny was like as I got older, though, I started to realize movies weren't scary because movies don't have my dad in them. You know,
Oh
it's
God.
like I remember thinking that at the time. I was like,
God damn.
nothing really amounts to to my
Holy
dad.
shit. Yeah, that made that really real. Like very.
Yeah,
Oh fuck. All right.
and
Yeah.
as I got older, I just realized that like movies weren't really scary anymore. The only two movies that ever scared me were The Pit and the Pendulum, the 1961 version with Vincent Price. And that one really freaked me out. I had like bad night. It wasn't the movie that itself like didn't really scare me. It was just haunting the concept. Like the whole psychology of it was really twisted, and that really like was on my mind. And when I went to bed at night after watching it, I think I was like 10 years old, and I was like I kept dreaming about it, and I was like I couldn't stop dreaming about it. So that one really messed with my head. And then amazingly, which is kind of a silly movie when you think about it, Pet Cemetery actually really weirded me out as well. I think I was 11 when that one came out. And with that one, it was the looping that bothered me. Like the fact that the protagonist kept going back to the bad, the Indian burial ground to
Kept trying to
bury
solve
people
the
there.
problems by making it
Yeah,
worse.
and kept thinking that he had it right, but every time got it wrong. And so it was the looping that bothered me. And so I had
Damn.
this dream of me being there, like with the ghost kid, telling him to stop. The land is sour. You can't do this. And me sitting there wondering why he keeps doing it over and over again. So it's that looping aspect that really bothered me.
That makes sense. I think that like I think that something similar is like the epitome of fear for me. Have you ever seen the movie Soul Survivor?
No.
So that and the Blair Witch 2 were the movies that like scared me the most because they're both have you seen the Blair Witch 2?
I've only seen the first one.
So the first one I thought was stupid. I didn't get why people were scared at all. It was dumb. It was a bad movie, in my
It
opinion.
was okay, but yeah, I don't understand why people thought it was scary.
The second
Well,
one,
I know why people thought it was scary because at the time it was hyped up on the internet. It was like the first movie to ever do this, to play the internet and use like
The camera taking in like all.
what they did. No. They created a whole campaign. This is the first movie that ever did this. They created this whole social campaign on the internet before the movie came out, hyping it up as found footage. So the whole movie came out under the pretense of being a found footage movie.
Yeah, it's a real movie. It's a real.
Oh.
This shit really happened.
So there were people who went to the movie who thought it was real.
I see. I remember. So I wasn't on the internet at that point. I was pretty young. But it and 28 Days Later were the only movies I ever saw where they had people coming out of the theaters for part of their marketing saying that's the scariest movie I've ever seen in my life.
I've never
and
seen
like
it.
acting traumatized. It's not very good, but the second one, everything's like
I don't
pretty
think
not
it's
that weird.
Yeah.
But at the end they show like some of the main characters murdered a guy at a party store, and that like they're saying like you killed all your friends and you killed this guy, and they're like I didn't. You don't see him do it, but it turns out that they did. But like their recollections of the events were like they were like perfectly innocent, normal things, and that freaked me out because the idea that like my perception of reality of me doing something, I could be doing something totally different and then be accountable for it, terrified me.
Fair
And
enough.
then
I could see that.
Yeah, that's like horrifying to me. And then Soul Survivor, I turned it off. There's a scene where this person's in the shower, and then all of a sudden they're at a nightclub, and then my brain gifted me with this. I guess it's a thought experiment or what I call it, the chair. and it's the scariest thing I can imagine. You're just in a white room. You
I don't
can feel
want
a
to know
chair
about.
underneath you.
No, I know about. I don't know if I want to know about this.
Mute me.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh,
No, good. Do your thing.
so whatever you're doing, maybe you go to sleep and you wake up, whatever, but you're in this chair. You can feel it underneath you. You can't see it. You can see straight ahead. Your face is positioned where you can't see your nose. It's all white. And if you close your eyes, if you try to make a move, instantaneously, you'll be back in that exact same position, eyes open, facing that same way. If you try to close your eyes, you can feel yourself go to do it, but they never actually close. You're just reset. And that's all it is. You're just trapped in your own mind. And that's the default state it put you in. That's your eternity.
Yeah,
You can just think.
Man, that's like
Oh
my
my
worst
God.
stoner dream.
That's my biggest fear in the whole world is the chair. I call it the chair.
My worst THC experience, because as it is, I hate THC highs already, and I don't handle them well because I'm very highly sensitive to them, and I get the spins and get nauseous, and I get a lot of looping, and I hate looping of any kind in general.
Yeah.
Like mental looping.
Yeah, mental looping.
Blowing a thought. Yeah, I get that too.
And so, yeah, I got super stoned on edibles. It was like the first time I had done edibles, and I hadn't been stoned in probably over a decade at the time. And so I didn't realize how powerful a single edible would be.
Huh.
And so I ate too many, and I ended up like ultra stoned to the point of having like a hallucinating kind of experience.
Sure.
And I ended up thinking that I was in a virtual reality, trapped, and I was code in like a virtual reality, but that I was becoming sentient and finding my way out by finally overcoming the last of the coded barriers to escape to beyond the virtual reality, the virtual space.
That's akin to an acid trip I've had.
And I kept looping back to it over and over again. I kept getting closer and closer, and then back to where I was, closer and closer, and back to where I was. And that was the looping aspect, and it was horrific.
See, that's what Stephen King calls hell, where there's a sequence of events you can't escape. That's bad too. I think having no experience looping is slightly scarier.
Yeah, I got the hang of it with shrooms, because like with shrooms, I definitely learned to just let go, and just let it happen.
You have to.
Yeah,
it is non-optional, or you're gonna have a bad time.
I remember when you were in my DMs talking to me about it, you're like, it sounds like you already kind of figured it out, what most people don't figure out. I remember when you DM'd me that.
I was concerned because I've done a lot of psychedelics, and I've seen a lot of people dive headfirst not ready. So I don't know how to take that concern away. But I was very relieved when you responded that way. I was like, oh, cool, you got this. Like, what a badass.
Yeah, that was like immediately, that was the thing I realized. And I put it together after talking to lots of other people, and then also my experience with that one really bad THC high. I was like, from what it sounds like a lot of people go through the looping thing with shrooms. Okay, I think what I need to do is I just need to like let go and let it happen, ride it out, and not try to control it at that point. And
that's easier said than done. So like,
it's worked fine for me.
Able to do that? All right, cool.
Kind of.
I'm on. I think I'm on 5 shroom trips now. I'm long overdue for another one. I'm going to be doing my next one on my birthday here with a friend of mine.
I have a strip of acid that I've been saving, but now that COVID's all chilled out, I couldn't before because I'd be freaked out and convinced I had COVID. I'd have a passing thought and latch onto it. I know I would. But now, if I could just get rid of my cough, I could do it. I don't.
Why can't you do it with a cough?
Because my cough, I have this persistent dry cough from having the flu, and I don't
You
want to.
You sound worse now than I talked to you last. Like, I don't know what happened, but you sound worse. Like something happened.
My voice is going in and out still from it.
Yeah,
I got sick in late November. But if I cough too much, my throat starts hurting. I'm like already germophobic. I don't want to have like wandering thoughts that like I'm super sick or something. And if I have like a persistent uncontrolled cough during it, I might get trapped in thoughts like that. I work really hard to create super I'm sort of a prepper when it comes to psychedelic experiences. And so I want to make sure that like I'm in the right mind state ahead of time. I want to have like different kinds of music ready to change, and I want to have control, be able to have control of the lighting. So if I need to change the lighting, I can do that.
I've found that I'm like really chill on shroom trips and that I've always am able to distinguish reality from fantasy. So like even on 6 gram shroom trips, I don't really have like I don't get stuck in the trip. Like I can be fully lucid. I can always differentiate fantasy from reality, and I never had any issues with like stray thoughts or anything.
Oh, I
I'm
have
way
that
so
I'm
far.
way
normally.
different. I'm way different. I
Oh
get
yeah, it's
totally
probably
lost
more
in
of a
trips.
personality thing then.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
get totally lost.
I've
Yeah,
never
for
gotten
me,
confused about reality though. I think it's weird when people have that.
yeah, I
Oh,
think
I
it's
totally got it.
from other people
Yeah.
I've talked to, it sounds like the people who struggle with that are the people who already have a little bit of a difficulty differentiating reality at times.
No, does that
So,
resonate, Cat Dogberg?
No, I think I have a pretty good grasp on reality. I think I have a hard time with shroom trips or acid. And if you take enough acid, like it's all in dose, right? Like, so if you take a little bit of acid, you're kind of tripping on shrooms. Like, yeah, fine. Like you're in your internal monologue. You can kind of handle that, and you do a little more, and you you blast off and you go away from your internal monologue, and now everything is external, and you start talking to things, and that's when it gets very weird.
I've never gotten there.
That's that's my experience.
Like I've done
That's all I can say.
2CI. It's a research chemical, and it's basically what the movies make acid out to be. And I still ended up being like the babysitter for most people. But I was just
Yeah,
also like I was like the babysitter. Like I would manage people when I had to, but I was also just like everything's fucking wild. Oh wow. The visuals were like
so my
super crazy on that. But it doesn't
so
exist
so
anymore
my
because the Silk Road's gone.
yeah
hmm.
my experience is like you have that internal. You look at all the colors and it's beautiful and everything's kind of melting and having the time and it's like a painting and it's the most orgasmic, amazing visual experience ever. And then there's another part of that where everything starts going a different way, where you are no longer able to see and even understand your external world, and your external world is now like actually talking to you and communicating to you, and it's a little weird,
I've only had that on DMT,
unhappy weird in my experience, but
but it wasn't unhappy.
no.
Huh.
It doesn't have to be unhappy. That was just my experience.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
It
yeah.
can, yeah. I'm sure it can be like, it can be fine for different people in different circumstances, you know. But like, it
Do you
was,
do you have anybody with you when you're doing it, or are you all
yeah.
solo?
I had two people, but we were also hiking in the desert, so you have
Oh,
dehydration. You have like a lot of other things happening.
yeah,
Huh.
everything
So
that I would say don't do. You have no control over anything doing that.
yeah, don't go into a desert and hike it and do a lot of acid. That's a very bad idea.
I don't
Do
know. I
that.
kind of like the whole cut like going outside into the wilderness, away from everything and doing the trip. So
Yeah, your metal's in. Your fucking
I
metal.
I love I think in general one of the things that makes shroom highs really good for me is that I'm really good these days at just like letting go. Like that's like the most important thing for that kind of thing to have a good time with it. And that's really my attitude these days is very much a fuck it, let go, let's see what happens. Whatever happens, happens. If it's good, it's good. If it's bad, even that's good. Whatever. We'll enjoy the bad, you know? And I
Oh,
think that gives me a lot of flex room and range for a shroom, experience to go in all kinds of different directions and have nothing but fun with it.
um,
Yeah.
that makes sense. When you say that too, I realize, cat dog bark. Like at least for like yourself and stuff. I feel like you very much want to be in control of your thoughts and stuff. So do you think that has something to do with it?
I mean, at a certain point, you just can't. so it doesn't matter.
That's true. You can't.
It just doesn't matter.
But if that's a
I-
problem for you, would that like be a bad experience in a trip?
No, relinquishing control. So all right. So is it bad for anyone to have no understanding of themselves and who they are, or their idea, or their ego, or their
Oh, that
humanity?
was just
Like,
that
Yeah,
was
that's
such a
the
cool
cool part.
experience. Yeah, that
You
was
like
so
that?
cool. Yeah, that
You
was
like that?
so. That was such a
Dude.
weird experience when I had it happen, and I was like, I had to like retrace memories back to myself to figure out who I was. That was such a cool experience.
When
Oh,
I did
shit.
DMT, I was a thing that had nothing to do with anything that I would describe myself as here. But there was still something undeniably me. And that was I don't think I've ever felt so like liberated in my entire life. I don't know how else to put it.
Interesting.
Like I got to see what I was made of without
Mhm.
like without my life being able to touch it.
You
Like the people
become
that I
like
cared and
you
loved, none of
become
that.
pieces. You could become like lots of like distantly connected pieces of yourself. It's like there are all sorts of experiences in your past, memories and stuff, but they're thinly connected with a thread, and the whole concept of self is gone.
Oh,
Right? The whole
with
concept of
DMT,
like connecting
no,
them all together as a person is
But
gone.
I think
I
we're
literally didn't
saying
have
the
access
same
to any of that
things.
stuff.
Yeah.
It was
I
all
think,
gone.
yeah. I think
for
I think
me,
we're
it was
mis-
like there were all these like tenuous, like somewhere way off in the distant past, there were thoughts and memories, but I had to like retrace them back to myself. So I
Oh,
completely forgot who I was for a while.
the one thought that I was able to get back is that when I went there, I said, I'm going to do DMT and I'm going to ask to talk to God and see what happens. And after I was there for a while, I was like, oh yeah, it like came to me from like super far away. And I was like, I want to talk to God. And all I know is everything went black and I don't remember. And then I stood up physically off the ground where I was laying and took a big gasp. And I was really uncomfortable having a body for like 5 hours. It felt like, you know, those little Terminator hands? Or, yeah. If
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
how I was operating my body, I was like a small thing operating my body like that. And it was uncomfortable.
I will say one of the most interesting experiences with like a really hard shroom trip is I haven't done LSD or the other stuff, so I don't know what the others are going to be like. But like managing the body is a really interesting experience because you'll be like way down the trip hole, but then you'll be like, oh yeah, I should get up and go to the bathroom and maybe get some water. And then it's like you've got like all these things that you do. At least for me, I have to do them almost like bullet points, like a checklist. Like okay, go to toilet, pull down pants, or like pull up lid, sit on
remember
toilet,
how to do
pull
the
down
thing.
pants. Yeah, like
Even
like I
getting
had
up
to.
is a process, yes.
Yeah, it's like I had to do everything sort of like programmatically through bullet points and tell myself how to do them. Same thing with like dealing with Puka here. Puka passed away, by the way, back in
So
early
sorry.
December. But like Puka, I had to check on him periodically, give him his medication and all these things that I had to do. So like while I'm shroom tripping, I had to like make sure I'm caring for Puka properly and go through all the motions of caring for the kitty. So yeah, it was very interesting to like manage my body while deeply down the trip hole, especially when I've
man.
completely
So-
forgotten who I am.
Yeah, that sounds like a lot. Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah.
I don't. There are certain friends of mine who are inspired since I started doing shrooms to do it, and it's like pretty quickly. Like generally, I don't tell people that they should or shouldn't do it, but pretty quickly I can at least identify who would be a good candidate and who wouldn't. And friends of mine that I know that have a lot of difficulty letting go, and they really need to kind of control things, and they have a lot of anxiety about letting go. I know they're bad candidates. I don't tell people that they should or shouldn't do it. I leave that to them. But what I'll say is most important thing when it comes to a psychedelic trip is to be able to let go and just let it happen, because you're not always going to have an experience that you can control, and it's not always going to go in the direction you may want it to go in, and you need to be comfortable with that.
Yeah,
You're
mushrooms.
probably right. Yeah, you're probably right on that.
They take you somewhere. Acid, you're in the driver's seat. That's
Oh,
the way I usually
interesting.
explain it to people. Yeah, mushrooms. It's like, okay, I'm gonna see what this mushroom can show me. Acid. It's like, all right, what do I want to do with this? Very much so.
I disagree because shrooms
Oh,
is like I'm in the driver's seat, and acid is like I have no idea what's happening.
that's so
But
funny.
that could also be dosage, you know, like who
I've
knows?
taken
Like
like
you
11
take
hits of acid.
well, yeah, and you still felt like you're in the driver's seat.
Oh yeah.
Oh Jesus.
I watched The
Okay, all
Wall,
right.
and
I
then I
hear
watched some tool
mescaline is
enough.
like
videos.
that.
Mescaline's like which
Um,
one?
it's like driver's seat.
Oh,
Everybody who's done mescaline tells me that they felt like they can easily just kind of go in and out of the trip without issue.
I'm curious. I've never been able to find it. I thought about getting some San Pedro cactus to like
I did
extract it.
San Pedro, but it was I smoked it with some dude in a
Oh,
bush, right? So what the fuck is that, right? You know, who knows?
I was talking
We've
about
got a
And
juicing the
second
San Pedro.
we've got a psychedelic shop here in San Francisco. And you can get all the components you need. So you can get San Pedro cactus there. You can get ground San Pedro cactus. You can get strips of San Pedro.
What?
Yep, they got all the components for psychedelics
Can you
there.
buy peyote
it,
cacti?
San,
I don't know if they have peyote itself, but they definitely have San Pedro.
The cacti, you can buy them online, but they don't form buttons until after year 5. And if you get like a year 5 or 6 cactus, they're like $1,000+.
Mm-hmm.
I had no experience on San Pedro, so I don't know if someone was lying to me, but I just didn't. I didn't have
Smoking it shouldn't
any.
have any effect on you. My understanding is that it would burn away the active chemicals.
Okay, so you have to ingest it or what?
The alkaloid you usually need to ingest it.
Okay, so that was a major fail.
Yeah, I've never done it because it's, high probability of purging and I have such a bad spine. Vomiting always causes issues for me. So like as it is, shrooms make me nauseous and I have to take promethazine to keep me from
Ooh.
vomiting, which
I don't
That
take
adds its own
shrooms,
level of
sorry,
fun.
yeah, it
Yeah.
makes me tired and it makes my nose run like mad.
Um,
But
have you guys tried Amanita muscaria, the Alice in Wonderland mushrooms, the Mario ones?
No. I
I have not tried those ones yet. No.
So I don't know if it's still a thing, but I used to buy them online, and I would get like grade A plus plus Siberian Amanita muscarias, and
Mhm.
because I was like a delinquent too, sometimes I would sell them to people to like help me like get them and stuff, and people would take them like their psilocybin and get really mad and want a refund, despite the fact that I give them very clear instructions on how to take it. It's not the same thing by any stretch. If you just
Mhm.
eat them, if you eat like an eighth of them, you'll probably have no experience. But if you make them into tea, and you should have like a really like you take like a gram and you make tea, and then you drink it. Probably not going to get. You might get a slight effect, but not much. You process it you metabolize it super fast, and then the next day you do like a gram and a half. Then on the third day you make a tea out of an eighth of it, and then you'll have an experience because you have to let your body know, hey, not a poison. We don't have to evacuate. We
Purge
don't have to
it.
metabolize it
Yeah.
immediately.
I
And
don't know how I feel about that. I don't like the idea of my body being like, hey, not quite a poison, keep drinking it. And it's not poison now. Something about like the body being like, it might be a
Well,
poison, it might not be a poison. Like, I
the
don't know how I feel
Amanita,
about that.
so the Amanita family of mushrooms is part of the death cap mushroom
yes,
family,
yes,
and so we are evolved to be for them to be toxic to us. So
correct.
the thing is, like
It's like
we have a natural vomiting reaction to it in order to keep us
yeah.
alive, but we're reacting to like the alkaloid that's shared between all of them. And
Yeah,
so
it's
you need to overcome that, reaction of wanting to vomit to it or wanting to metabolize it and get rid of it as quickly as possible so that your
Fair.
body knows that it's not a threat.
yeah, the
Yeah,
traditional
that's
way to
fair.
do it, if you don't want to make tea several days, and you want to just eat them, I tell people too, like you can, but you don't want to do it. The shamanic way is to eat like a handful of them, and then drink your second piss after you do that. Or you can just do a 3-day tea ceremony, like I told you. But what you can't do is eat them, eat a whole bunch of them, expect to trip on them, and then get super mad at me like I misled you. And that happened to me like quite a bit. And I'm just like, why is everybody? Because and then their response was like, I know how to do mushrooms. I'm like, you don't know how to do these. Like I told you. I definitely got myself into some sticky situations because people knew what they were buying. And the thing was too, they
So
were
I got
totally
people
legal.
here. I got people here trying to get me to do ayahuasca, and I'm not really
Oh,
I
doing
really want to
that.
do that, but that also has a high chance for purging. So
Yeah. Oh, guaranteed purging. By
yeah.
high chance, I mean like you're gonna purge. Like it's happening.
Yeah, I do my mushrooms as tea,
nice.
which everybody's telling me that tea hits way harder. So
It's
that's kind of
better.
interesting because I just like tea, and so I chose to always do it as tea. I haven't eaten them or done them as pill
Tea's
form
the
or
best way.
capsules or anything.
It's the best way. It's by far the best way. Just steep it in some tea. Boom, done.
But
Yep,
you,
I agree.
I'm sure everybody here knows, but just in case somebody doesn't know, do you never use boiling water?
The ones that I get, they say boil the water. So
What?
yep,
You're
and that's
gonna
coming
kill
directly.
some of the psilocybin though.
I
Like,
don't know. They said
is
boil the
water
water, but it's
well, let me put this. You can boil the water, but they shouldn't come into contact with boiling water.
I
no.
didn't
Well,
know
It
they
this.
should simmer
said
first.
they say on the packet they say boil the water. So I don't know. Yeah, usually when I would do a tea, I typically do like around like 195 to 200 degrees. So I was a
Yeah.
little surprised to see that they were saying to do boiling water for it, but that's what it said. And this is, Schedule 35, so I think they know what they're doing. It's cubensis, so maybe the molecule is a little bit different and it handles the boiling water better.
It's been a really long time. Maybe it's specifically for the Amanita muscarias then. But I've always thought that boiling water would do it on psilocybins too. But now, I'm trying to
That's what
think
I
of
was
when
thinking originally too. I was thinking the same thing, but so I was very surprised when they said that.
Yeah, I'm the water.
Haha! I just got to watch a giant slime get struck by lightning because it got too
Oh.
close to a lightning rod. That was really funny.
Okay, I guess it's like a myth. I just looked it up, and it says we prefer the flavor of mushroom tea steeped at 190. Boiling water is also fine, will not damage the efficacy of the trip. Some have argued boiling water damages the potency of the trip. To confirm this is not true. All right, maybe
Mhm.
that's just something that went around then. When I was like a teen and did a lot
Old
of
wives'
stuff,
tale, Drowsy.
I
Old
used
tale.
Arrowhead for all of my drug information, and I would study hard before I did anything.
Yeah, I was studying up a lot on Psychonaut. I did a lot of research before I actually did the shroom, and it's kind of funny because now the way that I approach it, it's like so non, it's like I don't know, it's just like whatever. I was so nerdy about it when I was getting started, and now I'm just like whatever.
Well,
I should have done that. I just took them, did it.
I should have done that. I should have just done like an 8-gram trip, said fuck it, and done it that way. That would have been fun.
You probably would have had a different experience.
You learn things. You learn
Yeah.
things, but yeah, it's different. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think there's so much of a tolerance, but whether there is, like you learn how to do it on a lower dosage. Like there's a really good example is that guy that I told you. He's like he wouldn't call himself a shaman, but that's literally what this guy is. So there was a meeting where these people brought like a pound of mushrooms, and there was a shaman at this it's like a retreat or something for people to do psychedelics with them, or something like that. It's like a spirit journey trip, and they showed the guy like we have all these mushrooms, and the guy took the bag and he ate all of them in front of them and said, he goes, why?
Hi. This is like hello.
Well, he said,
I'm
like, and I
Tom.
guess he
How
was
you doing?
fine. He said, it doesn't matter if I take a bus or a car. If I know how to get to Detroit, I can get to Detroit.
Mhm.
And I think that's like the final version of like the how you can just sort of learn to navigate these things. I think for most of us, starting off at a lower dosage is better.
I think for a lot of people, like as a general rule, yeah, probably people should start at lower dosages and work their way up. I think for me though, I'm very much the, high dose would have been fine. Diving into it would have been just fine.
So do you think
I'm
you would have
fine
been
with
fine
anyone doing
going
anything
a
with a
Mac?
disclaimer. Just throw a disclaimer in there. Like, hey, you don't know what's gonna happen. That's all.
Did you have like
Mhm.
full ego
Who
death
knows?
yet?
Um, I think so. I
Would you,
believe so.
would you have been okay with that on your first time, you think?
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I told you about how I completely lost sense of who I was, right?
Yeah, so
That's about as heavy as you can get, and that kind of experience really is like
I don't
completely
think so.
forgetting who you are as a person.
So there's a step up from that. When I think of total ego death, I'm thinking of like you're in this space where it's also timeless. Like obviously time's moving normally, but like for you, this space of having this complete and total detachment feels like it goes on for like many,
Oh
many
yeah, I had
years.
that for a while. I had
Okay.
well, it didn't have the sensation of years though, but it definitely there was a period, which is funny because it was on one of the lower dose trips. It was on a 4.1 gram trip, but
Mm-hmm.
where I had unraveled completely and was just in this negative space.
Oh
Like there
yeah.
was nothing else around
That
me,
happens. Yeah.
and yeah, and that was the same trip where I'd lost all sense of self and couldn't even remember who I was or what I was.
Okay, yeah, those two things usually go hand in hand. Okay, well, yeah, you're a fucking G. I don't know what to tell you. Um, I'm also like I'm never like afraid of like the substances, but I am
It
I
should
guess
be.
the way that I would
Sorry.
word it is like
My
I'm
bad.
professionally cautious.
Hmm.
Yeah, you should
Like
be.
I have like a keen interest, but I'm like okay, at least on the very first time or handful of times, like all right, I want to understand exactly what it is, and I want to do it the correct way. Um, Maybe just because I'm like a cautious person in general, but
That's how I
I
was
don't think
too. Like this is
I
me
don't think
going
it's the
into
correct
it.
way.
well
But
I
that
think
now that
there's a
I've
way.
experienced it at several different dosages, I'm kind of like, I could have gone way harder the first time and just dove in. But yeah, the 6 gram trip honestly wasn't that
It's a
profound.
lot.
It was a
A lot.
heavy trip. I definitely hit the looping part. I had really interesting music in my ears, just like naturally developing out of my hearing.
What was the looping telling you?
What?
What was the looping telling you?
What was the looping time? It was looping over some thoughts of mine, looping over a lot of my thoughts around suicide and of my lack of interest in living, and thinking about how much I just want to get things over and done with so that I have no more responsibilities left so I can finally move on from this life and finally rest. So those thoughts were looping a lot. And like a lot of the thought, like there was my own voice echoing in my head saying that I'm going to disappoint a lot of people. That was like a big thing that was looping in my head constantly.
Well, you're gonna. Can I say? I just want to say something. You're gonna
Mhm.
disappoint a bunch of people, Zonia. But that's just what's gonna happen. But also, I appreciate you and your voice, and I can only speak for me. But like, I think you're a very, very smart person. I appreciate what you said. So
Oh, thank you. I think I just figured out the sounds in your background. Those are frogs
the
and
cookies. You
stuff.
can hear them.
Those frogs?
Yeah, they're cookies.
Yeah.
Frogs.
Yeah. Because of your noise cancellation, we don't get to hear their full, voices.
I have
So
a better headset. You should have told me before. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, yeah, we get frogs around here, but we get to hear them more around springtime. But
Yeah,
yeah,
I live in Hawaii, so the
hmm
frogs fucking they do their thing.
but yeah, that's what was like echoing in my head were those
My bad.
thoughts.
Yeah, I watched your stream about that, and I was just more concerned about you making you remedied it immediately when you said that when you showed me that you like know what's up with the mushrooms. But
hmm
I don't know. I don't know how to deal with hearing people say stuff like that. When I was oh, hey growling Arknid. When I was 13, my best friend said that he was gonna kill himself, and I just didn't feel like I had the right to tell him not to.
hmm
And he ended up dying, but they brought him back. This is how bad he wanted to die. He tied belts around his neck and then tied it to the top of his closet, and he sat down. So he could have just stood up.
Hmm.
We were a sad group of kids, but even then too, I was still like, I don't know if I was supposed to like try to stop him or not. I never know. I don't feel like I have that authority over people to say no.
Well, I definitely wouldn't do the David Carradine method. I think that's an inappropriate way to go. But
his name was David.
Oh, no.
When you said I wouldn't do the David, I was like, did I say his fucking name? You freaked me out for a minute. I was like, I wasn't trying to like put homie on blast or nothing. Holy shit.
Insanely common name.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the David Carradine method.
It was not the same. He was 13.
Okay, not making any suggestions beyond that. Okay. No, but yeah, it's a tough situation when someone tells you that, because you don't want to be the one to say that, to like downplay what they're going through and to tell them that they, that there's better reasons to live and stuff like that.
I was supportive.
But yeah, but you want to be able to be there for them as a person regardless.
Yeah, I needed. I felt like I just
As
needed
like
to
a
be his friend. I
friend.
was supportive of it. I was like, all right, like, what do you want done with your stuff? Like, how can I help you? Like,
Can I get
deal
your
with this?
PlayStation? Yeah.
No, ironically, he told me that I got his PlayStation, but I was just like, do you want like your mom to know anything? Like, it was like these kinds of conversations because I don't know how to handle that. I'm 13.
Yeah, no kidding. Wow.
But yeah, so like even when I watched your stream, I was like, well, I sure hope she doesn't, but like I can't even just like ideologically, I just think that I think there's okay reasons to feel that way and not okay reasons to feel that way. And I didn't hear you say anything that makes me think that this is coming from a place of like not being able to judge, like not be able to think clearly or not being able to judge anything. I just don't want you to, and I don't really feel like that's a good reason to like reach out and be like, hey, stop it.
Yeah. Yeah, I get that.
But it's a really good stream. Most people don't offer any like real I would say almost everybody that streams don't offer any real insight into themselves.
Hey, growling arachnid.
Is it arachnid?
Yeah. Nobody knows how to say that name properly, but yes, it's arachnid. Everybody says it wrong.
I just did.
I think I'm like the only person who gets it right.
Oh, I didn't even see that. They said that. I was curious though, since the subject's broached. Does the psychedelics and stuff offer like a new avenue of experience that makes things more interesting?
I find it to just be a fun experience. I definitely enjoy them. I feel way calmer afterward. Like there's a sense of like calm that just sort of settles out on me afterward, and it lasts for a long time. So there is that. The first shroom trip that I did, I was amazed at just like how calm and at peace I felt after the trip. And it was a heavy trip,
Yeah,
like very heavy, like emotionally heavy.
they have a way of stripping away all the bullshit.
Oh yeah, that was one of the things I learned first thing when I went into
Yep.
it.
Yep.
I think I told you about that. Like, that one of the first things I realized as I went into it, all the questions that I had written down for myself and things to think about were all bullshit, and I just tossed them as like not long after going into the trip.
Yeah, mushrooms reveal how much you lie to yourself very well.
Yep. Yeah, they do.
Which
Is that what they
interesting.
do? I don't know if that's what they do. That's like so if you smoke weed and you get like a little anxious, does that say
No, I
how
said mushrooms. This is a very mushroom centric experience.
specifically? All right.
Yeah, yeah. So weed's goofy. Like, I've had like a ton of ideas that I thought were brilliant smoking weed, and then like I'm done, and I'm like, nah, I'm dumb.
That was crazy. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Weed will
feel
make
the
you
same
feel
way
like a
on shrooms.
genius.
So
You'll think that your mind is unlocked, and then you sober up, and you're like, "Wow, that was silly."
The only thing that's better at making you think that you have a great idea is like doing coke. You will really
Dude,
think that
or
you're
meth. Oh my gosh, meth definitely makes you think that you're being like. It'll make you think that you're being like. You're like you got this great idea for a project, and then you just get mired in all the minutia of it until you finally get down from your high.
Well, I did meth once, but I was like already super well versed in stimulants, and I made the person mad when they gave me it. I ate it because like that's how like I'd prefer to have a stimulant in my system that way than up my nose or to smoke it or
Mm-hmm.
anything. And then later I smoked with the people there, so it wasn't that crazy to me. But like I did coke before in a hotel with my ex-wife, and I wrote up a full-on business plan for a small town insurance company. Okay, like I wrote it.
And there's so many times that I did speed and I was thinking that I had a great idea or thinking I was going to get something done. And then, 14 hours later, 5 o'clock in the morning, never made any progress on it, just got mired in the minutiae of it.
Yes. Have you ever done
okay, but
DXM?
do you see my problem? My problem here is like, why is speed different than any hallucinogen? Now we're saying like, okay, speed didn't give me the answer, but this mushroom does. You just have to
Oh,
do this
the
I
thing.
don't think there are
Why?
answers for any of them. Like a lot of people
Right.
make out these things as being like very profound experiences. Like there can be some level of like I think for the first time someone does it, you're definitely going to have some eye-opening sort of experiences, but there's nothing really special about it. To me it's like it's a fun experience, not much more than that. You learn a little bit about yourself the first time you do it. Maybe you'll learn a little bit more the second time, but I feel like I feel like all the profoundness is happened on the first trip
yeah,
and very quickly was sort of realized to be not that profound. I don't know, just an experience.
part of it I think that it doesn't feel so profound anymore is because you've integrated it too. Already there's I'm not proud of this, but I used to take cough pills when I was in my early 20s a lot. So it's dextromorphin. It's the only thing that I've ever taken.
Dextromethorphan.
Okay, there you go. So have you done that?
Yeah.
So like I feel like everybody who's done it
Not
has
hard
like a
enough to
period.
I don't know, you guys.
I never did it
You
hard
gotta
enough to
clue
get
me
the
in.
full on like psychedelic experience that people get though.
Oh,
So
It's like robo tripping. Like what is
yes,
this?
yeah,
Like,
yeah,
yes.
exactly. That's exactly
okay,
what it
yeah,
is.
yeah,
So
yeah.
I
All
would
right.
take a
I
whole box and a
never.
half.
Oof. Yeah. See, that was the thing. So I think for whatever reason, my tolerance was insanely high, and so I drank a bunch of it. I did not really get the effect, other than I just felt kind
Oh.
of drunk. My friends though got super like they just were like couldn't even make sense, lying there not able to really do anything, and they were just tripping balls. And I was like, there's no way I'm going to have more of this. Like, I'm just going to fry my brain if I do. And so I just gave up on it.
The liquid is different. I used to take like Corticid and cold and cough, and I'd take a pack and a half, and I
Hmm.
wouldn't. I know that I was going to trip because I couldn't trip until I puked. which now I can't take anything that has it in it or I will puke. Even if I think about it too hard, like I'm trying really hard to watch your Minecraft video at the moment, I'll start like feeling nauseous and gagging. But I would throw up, and then it would be like really overwhelming. You can't move for a couple hours. And then it's just like this very overbearing psychedelic experience that I didn't really like. And I've always said it's the strongest drug in the entire world. Acid can't touch it. Shrooms can't touch it. Nothing except for maybe DMT even comes close to how overbearing this like psychedelic experience is. But then afterwards, the thing that I really saw was after that, I called it like the thinker. I would have like really deep, meaningful, and profound thoughts. And then after it was over with, I still found value in all of it. And so like I was like kind of addicted to that state of being able to evaluate things and think about things from a different lens and still be able to keep it every day after that. It was never
That's
like when I'm
cool.
high and like, oh, I'm dumb. No, it was just like I really figured some shit out last night. Yeah, I really liked that.
That's kind of cool. Yeah, I wish I had gotten to the point of being able to actually have the trip experience, but yeah, I was afraid to drink any more of it. Um, I think my tolerance was just way too high for that particular drug.
I
That's the other thing. I have really high tolerances for some things, and for other things, really low. Like with THC, I have a really low tolerance
It's your
for.
liver, I would say.
And probably, but like cocaine, meth, and various amphetamines, I have really high tolerances for.
This is a real
Also,
thing. Yeah.
also opioids, I have a super high tolerance for.
It's your liver. Yep. I destroyed my
So,
liver as ability to do that for me by taking cough pills because like opiates when I was younger literally would not work on me. I got a shot of Dilaudid in the hospital. I was like, my back still hurts. Like
hmm
I'm fine. I could drive no problem. But after doing cough
yeah,
pills for like a year, if I take a Vicodin, I'm like, I'm like nauseous. I don't like this.
yeah.
Um,
I'm a pain management patient, and I always have opioids available. I'm actually back on them because, well, if you recall, I don't. Well, I guess I met you after this. I've detoxed from the opioids back in 2021,
huh.
and didn't want to go back on them. And I was managing the pain pretty well on my own, and just like, with the core muscle strength and being fit and everything, I was doing okay on my own. But then a couple months ago, a pretty heavy door literally just fell on me. It fell out of it was a on a rail in on this house, and like the floor bends, and the rail on the floor bent to where it went off track, and it just fell on me and hit me on the head, and
Christ.
I caught the door, but when in the process of me catching the door, uh, my sock slipped on the hardwood floor, and I almost fell backward and caught myself, and I think I hemorrhaged my other. So I've got multiple degenerated discs. Like L5S1 is completely gone for like over a decade now. The next one to go was likely going to be the L4 L5 disc. So I think that one finally fully herniated. It probably burst, is my guess.
Oh,
And so I've been in a lot of pain since then, and it keeps getting worse. So I went back onto the painkillers about 2 weeks ago,
how's it going?
and I'm not liking it. I don't like being on them, but like for me, um, when I was in really bad pain, I
Hmm.
was upwards of like 90 to about 100 milligrams of Norco per day.
Jesus.
Yeah, which is like,
I
that's
understand.
crazy high.
I for about 4 years I didn't have a prescription, but I have terrible back pain. I have a degenerative I have a degenerative continuum in my back. It's like
Yeah.
the three in the middle. And
For like thoracic spine, so like T8 to T11
I
around
don't
there.
when I got diagnosed with I was like 23 and I just don't remember which ones they were. I just remember degenerative continuum. But it
Mm.
was in the middle. So you're probably right. And I also have scoliosis, so my back sucks. And
I
so
have
for about
scoliosis as well. My bend is actually at T8. So T8 is about like the apex of the bend in my spine, and the disc is bulging there. And I also had cervical spine surgery back in 2014 and had a 2-level discectomy and fusion at C5, 6, and 6, 7.
Did that help or make it worse?
Way better. But I was paralyzed in my left arm, and they've managed to restore all feeling and use of my left arm.
I know that like you're on your game, so you can't see it, but anybody who's watching, they can see like my shoulders aren't level with each other. So I don't know the shape of my spine per se. I don't really go to the doctor for my spine like I should. I think I'm just gonna be forced to go someday. But I took Oxy for like 5 years, but I would only take up to 2 doses of 5 milligrams.
Mm-hmm.
I was super careful about it, and every like 2 months or so, I would stop for like 3 or 4 days to see if I would have like physical dependency, and I didn't. So like I basically took less than what a doctor would prescribe, and like up to 2 times a day, and I never had any issues. And once my doctors put me on Adderall for my ADHD, I stopped that day because I didn't want an interaction, and now I find that I can mentally deal with my pain more just by not. It's like untreated when my ADHD is untreated, it's whatever wants to be the loudest in my brain wins, and so turns out that would be like my back pain. So I just find it much easier to manage the pain now, even though sometimes I just have to go lay down for like 30 minutes. Usually after a stream, I lay down and stretch out my back.
Yeah, I having to be back on them. I didn't take any today though. I didn't want to deal with them. But yeah, I've been in a lot of pain. But
I don't like taking them.
Yeah, I don't like taking them either.
I tell people it's like imagine carrying a super heavy backpack. Like I don't need to be on it all the time. I can deal with the pain, but I just want to set the backpack down for like 4 hours. That helps so much to just not have to carry it all day, every day.
It's a good analogy.
Yeah, it just lets me like recover a bit, and then I'm like, okay, this is fine. If it gets really bad tonight, I'll set it down for another couple hours. But like I'm not like that anymore. Like it still sucks a lot, but like it's not all I can think about when it's happening. So
yeah.
I'm very sympathetic.
Yeah, for me, I try to stay off of them as much as I possibly can because it's just I don't feel good when I'm on them.
Yeah.
But if I'm in a lot of pain, I'd rather feel kind of shitty from the pain meds than, deal with the pain.
Sometimes, do you ever just wonder, like, which one do I prefer today?
That's pretty much what I'm doing today. Yeah. I was like, screw it, I'll just deal with the pain today. I'd rather not be doped up.
Because even during that, I remember I got Vicodin Norcos for my tooth extraction, and I accidentally took the Vicodin an hour early. I just timed it wrong. I had to put a sign up. I was the only one in the store to say, we'll be back in 5. I just laid in the bathroom feeling like I was going to throw up for like 30 minutes. I was like, God damn it. I must have timed it wrong. This is so gross. Yeah. So I never really built up a tolerance.
I always had a pretty high tolerance for certain types of drugs, opioids, cocaine, amphetamines. But then super low tolerance for THC. With psilocybin, it's kind of feels like I might have a higher tolerance. People were telling me that like a 4-gram trip in liquid form or like tea, that's like a crazy hardcore trip. So even Steven was warning me that like he did a 2-gram trip on as a tea, and it was one of the heaviest trips he had ever done. So
how far apart are your trips?
Spaced them out about 2 weeks, a little more than 2 weeks.
Gonna have tolerance then. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they said so. I was looking into it. Looks like 2 weeks is what most people's tolerance goes down to baseline.
My understanding that's the low end. Yeah, I think if I ever took acid or mushrooms within 2 weeks of each other, it would be seriously hampered. I'd have to wait about a month.
I don't know. I had the 4.1 gram was like the hardest trip, the heaviest trip I had done. So the original trip that I did, It was 2 grams plus 2 grams. Like 30 minutes in, I did another 2 grams. And that trip wasn't very strong, but it was.
Yeah, because
it
you're
was
just adding duration by redosing.
Yeah, and it was like it was an emotionally heavy experience, but it wasn't like a full on trip. I got visual distortions, like spatial distortions, dimensional distortions, stuff like that. My friend's face kind of got warped and melty and stuff like that. But it was 2 weeks later, the 4.1 gram trip was way stronger. That was honestly probably one of the strongest trips I've done. But yeah, now it's been what, a month and a half, something like that, since the last trip. So
well, I mean, you did double the dose, double the starting dose, which is significant.
Yeah, my 6 gram trip was definitely stronger than all the others, but not as I didn't go as far down the trip hole. Really, there were a lot more. There's a lot more like weird visual stuff going on all around, like me finding patterns in the world, and then exploring those patterns was a big thing.
What? Why are you tripping? I guess is the best question.
For fun.
Okay.
Yeah, I already did all the profound thing. What do I want to learn about myself? That all kind of happened in the first trip. So
yeah,
I feel like nothing really profound came out of that either.
I mean, nothing. There's nothing profound about you. No offense, Sonia. Love you. But yeah.
Or he's saying
There's nothing
Elder
profound
Drowsy.
about me or Elder. Sorry, that didn't come out right.
I think we both know what you meant. I almost exclusively take psychedelics to either look inwards or look like broadly outwards. I'm like a fucking drug nerd. I could never the only exception to I want to be at home and in my own environment so that way I can do what I plan to do. I would probably take mushrooms if I went to a Tool show. That'd probably be like my only exception because that's like what you're supposed to do. But I'd rather have acid still.
Yeah, I just like the experience and I enjoyed doing it. It's just a fun time, fun thing to do. It's kind of funny because in my adulthood, I've never really been big into drugs. I did a lot of drugs in my teens, but as an adult, I did almost none. I quit pretty much everything when I was 17.
That's
Only
when I
really.
started.
Oh man, I started drugs way earlier. Yeah, I quit everything when I was 17. Everything except for cigarettes. I quit drinking, quit meth. Didn't do any uppers. Didn't do any more opiates. Yeah, it was just like totally clean except for cigarettes. And then like once in a blue moon, like many years apart, I'd get like a little bit stoned, but I hated getting stoned. I would just do it because my friends were getting stoned. And every time I'd always regret it. I'd be like, oh, this is nasty. Why do I always do this? I hate this. Because, years would go by, right? And I would think, well, maybe I'll change, right? Maybe I'll.
Weed's just getting stronger.
Yep. That's the other thing is it's getting stronger.
You only get more high.
And I would sit there and think, well, maybe I'll be different now. Maybe that I'm older, it'll hit me different. But it never does. As a matter of fact, it seems like it gets worse the older I get. And so that was about the only real drug experiences I had as an adult. And then finally, just because, I've been sort of like at the end of the road in a way. And so I've been like, well, I've had bucket list items. May as well get them done. Shrooms was one of them. Let's start doing shrooms. I figured, why not? What better time when I'm at the end of the road, thinking I may not live much longer? May as well do it.
You gonna die soon?
You
gonna die soon?
Yeah, I definitely was thinking that. I don't know where I'm at right now. I'm kind of like, I'm sort of in a holding pattern. So I don't really know what's going to happen with me at this point. I'm thinking I'll probably do a road trip. Do a California road trip. I haven't done one of those in a long time. Once I
think it's a
get,
great idea. Yeah, I think
yeah,
it's a great idea. Yeah.
and if I can get to a point where I can get a little bit beyond certain medical issues of mine, maybe I'll do a cross country trip.
Fuck yeah. Do it.
Mm-hmm.
Not many people do that shit. So if you can, give it. Yeah, go for it.
I did a California road trip a long time ago. I've lived in California my whole life.
Oh.
Only left briefly, only for a year and a half. And spent so much time here. Like, California is a massive state, so it's really hard to see all of it. And I've been all across the state. So, but there's still so much I haven't seen in California. So I'm probably, I want to get out there and do a little bit more exploration, and hopefully do some whitewater rafting because I always enjoyed doing that.
Do some panhandling. Just get down there, go for some gold. Just get it down there and just go
panning.
for it.
Yeah,
I thought you said
Panhandling. Sorry,
he did say panhandling.
I probably did. Hey, I don't know what I'm saying. So, just getting gold. Just get some gold.
Yeah, I've done panning. I did it a long time ago.
It looks fun.
Nah, it's pretty boring.
It looks like a lot of work for very little reward.
Nah.
Also, not with my back, man.
I would. Yeah, you have to squat down. It looks fucking awful in that way, but I like the process of it. It looks kind of fun. It's like slow and methodical.
Rubber overalls, I can just sit down in the water to do it.
I mean, it's kind of like gardening is kind of fun like that, kind of peaceful. It's just something you can do.
Exactly.
Yeah. But I'd just rather do that with gardening or hanging out in some water. But yeah, I really enjoy just like nature. So I'd like to go back out there and just do some river, exploration and such, and travel to some areas I haven't been to yet. I've never been to Bodie. I've always wanted to go out there to Bodie. I've never done
Bodie.
Yeah, Bodie is this ghost town out in the desert, out in like Death Valley, or nearby Death Valley. I think I don't know if it's not Mojave Desert. It might be, I forget which desert it is, but it's very close to Death Valley. I've actually driven through Death Valley.
I've never been to California. My grandma's from there. I've planned to go like 4 different times and just haven't worked out.
Yeah. It's definitely worth it. There's so much to explore.
I know. I really want to go. I want to go see the Church of Satan like super bad. Like that's
that building has been taken over. Like the old Black House is gone. Like it's not the same thing anymore.
What?
Yeah, they got rid of that ages ago because they sold the Black House when not long after
LaVey died.
LaVey died, yeah. Even before that, it was even before he died, I think, when they finally sold it.
Where's Blanche Barton doing her shit?
I don't know, but yeah, the Black House was gone. I've actually been in there a long time ago.
You just broke my soul. That's been like a goal since I was in high school.
Yeah, they sold it a while ago, and then somebody went and retrofitted it or something. I don't remember what, but yeah.
Anton LaVey is like one of my all-time heroes.
Oh yeah,
LaVey? LaVey's one of your heroes?
Absolutely. He's one of for one, he's one of the most coherent philosophers of all time, but he's also like one of the great American philosophers.
You're gonna be very jealous. I apologize, but yeah, I got to meet him when I was a teenager.
Damn.
When I was 14.
Tell me about it.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't very interesting, but
I'm interested.
So, okay, so back in the early 90s when I was homeless for a little while, I had been looking for places to stay, and kind of like looking for handouts and such. And a friend of mine was who was trying to like help me find a place to stay. Eventually, I ended up staying at his place for a while. But he and I were both into the whole Satanism thing, you know, the
Dazed.
LaVey Satanism thing.
Fuck
And
Satanism.
You chill.
My bad.
and they used to have these. They used to like basically there you could find and at any number of places that they would go and like meet people and kind of find kids on the streets and be like, hey, if you want to come over here, we've got like a meetup going on and we can get you food and stuff like that, right? So it's something that they did for like homeless kids and stuff like that. And Xena LaVey and what's his name, Shrek dude, the radio werewolf guy,
Oh, I don't know.
they headed up like this youth initiative to get kids kind of like together and get them as part of, you know, whatever they were doing at the time. And
Sorry, I was
so,
nodding.
yeah, so they gave me so a friend of mine who was looking for like a place for me to go gave me the flyer that they gave him. And it was Radio Werewolf and the San Francisco Church of Satan like flyer thing that said, you know, kid struggling youth, come over here, we'll get you food, right? So I actually got to go to meet up with them at a just like a youth group meetup place. It was like offered in a community house, and got to meet them there. And they did feed me, which was kind of cool. And my friend and I were both there for that, so it wasn't just me. My friend was there with it. He said, "You know what? Let's become official members of the Church, San Francisco Church of Satan." I was like, "What? That's a thing?" And he's like, "Yeah, we could do it." I'm like, "Okay, sure, why not?" So they went ahead and said, "Sure, you know, you can go ahead and do that. You need to show up at this time, and we're going to do a séance, and we'll set you up as members of the Church of Satan." At the time, I think they made you pay like $9 or something like that for it, and I didn't have the money for it. So they just gave it to me for free. We went there. They did the whole séance thing. It was really corny and stupid. It was very ritualistic. And we went afterward. We went to the Black House, and they introduced me to some other members of the Church of Satan there. And Anton LaVey actually did amazingly come out of the bedroom to meet and say hi to people, but it was very brief, and he wasn't that interested in having conversation, and he was pretty reclusive. One thing that we didn't know at the time, we found out years later, he actually had like a heart problem. And so his health had been failing, and he had just been hiding out in his bedroom and not really interacting with the public. So I actually got lucky when I saw him, because I found out not long after that only a handful of people really got to see him at that point in his life, because he just didn't leave the bedroom. It's like 1992, I think.
Oh yeah, he was 5 years off from dying.
Yeah.
Did he still command like a powerful presence when you met him, despite being sick?
Well, at least he looked that way to me, but I was also kind of like awestruck.
Yeah,
meeting the guy in the
I would have been
flesh.
too.
But no, looking back on it, he didn't. He looked kind of like he was kind of hunched over a little bit. He looked really kind of frail. So,
oh man,
definitely wasn't in his prime.
Weird time. Yeah.
But yeah, the séance was funny. At the time, I thought the séance was really cool. Like a year later, I looked back on it and I was like, God damn, that was cringy. So I was like at age 15, 16 looking back and thinking it was cringe and stupid. And then the funny thing was, it was, you know, it was Xena LaVey as an adult doing doing this stupid ritual. They had all these, you know, these formalities that they did, and they read off all these names of these different, you know,
was it like
deities
the
and
of hell and stuff?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It was super cheesy.
See, that's one of the things that I liked about LaVey is that basically the religion is just humanism, but
yeah,
he he understands the human desire for that dramatic flair. And so it was always incorporated into the religion. Because like at like he was a philosopher, but he was a showman. He was a performer.
Yeah. Well, he grew up in a carnival.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. That Shrek dude was weird. So here's one of the things that you'll get to learn about me here. I attribute it was both a Christian youth group and the San Francisco Church of Satan and Radio Werewolf that got me into my far right, like white supremacy thinking in my teens.
What?
Well, you're what?
Yeah.
You what? Time out.
Yeah, the Radio Werewolf guys were white supremacists, and they had like Boyd Rice was like a part of their whole group of people, their cadre. I had met him as well.
What part of you was white supremacist? There's no chance. There's no chance you were white.
Yeah, we're talking 30 years ago.
But
I was a libertarian.
Just from talking to you, there's no chance you were ever into white supremacy.
Well, I appreciate it. Yeah. So there was a church youth group that I was part of like a year before that, and they had a lot of like white supremacy elements to it, and then the San Francisco Church of Satan and the Radio Werewolf group, they had some white supremacy elements to them as well. Boyd Rice called it, this is before race realism, Boyd Rice called it racialism. That was the term that he used.
I thought you were going to say he called it the truth or something.
No, and Xena's boyfriend, like his husband now, also called it racialism. And they call themselves racialists.
That's weird. I thought LeVay was so like openly like against racism.
Yep. Yeah, but that crew wasn't. They very much had white supremacist elements to them, and that's what kind of indoctrinated me more fully into white supremacist stuff. But fortunately, I kind of pulled my head out of my ass and de-radicalized myself within a couple of years, and by the time I was 17, I was totally out of that shit.
Can we time? This is gonna be a tough question, but like, what got you into white supremacists, and how did that happen? I didn't know that. So, I mean, I had no idea.
Yeah,
I like your shit, but I had no idea that you kind of fell into that. And I'm not faulting you, because no one should be at fault for this. Like, these ideas are out there, so it's fun.
All right, I was about to run cover for each other. Like, cat dog bark doesn't hold people hold their past against them. I know that.
Oh yeah, no.
It was sort of like, I think because I was struggling so much and I had so much difficulty dealing with homelessness, not really having anyone to go to, felt, you know,
peer group.
I had a lot of loss in my life and had so much taken away from me. And so I was kind of looking for any old answers, and you know, these guys would talk about, like Boyd Rice talked about all the same shit that like alt-right people talk about, and you know, today, and you know, back in like 2017, the alt-right movement, and talk about like, they talk about how, look, you know, it's not your fault. They're bringing a lot of they're trying to do all this affirmative action to give all of our potential jobs and wealth and benefits to black people, and they don't deserve it. They're too lazy. They don't work enough to get this stuff, but they're going to give it to them and discriminate against white people, and that's what you're suffering from. And I just kind of bought into it. You know, I was a pretty impressionable 14-year-old with had nothing really going on for me. Had lost pretty much everything.
I have to imagine if
they found purchase with me, so it but I learned pretty quickly that was all bullshit. You know, it only took a couple of years for me to de-radicalize myself.
You're 14, you said?
Yeah.
I have to imagine if somebody's being nice to you and they're giving you somewhere to channel all of your fucking 14-year-old rage, it's probably really easy to believe just about anything.
Also, if they're feeding you, that helps.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I mean, they're somebody that you can depend
Whenever
on when you don't have
nobody,
anybody else. Yeah.
yeah, and when like everybody else is spitting on you and they're actually feeding you,
Yep.
you're really amenable
Yep.
to the shit that they say.
Yeah. I definitely feel like giving you a place to channel like your anger has to help too.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, if she ain't angry, I'm angry.
Yeah. So.
'Cause I remember 14. I was mad all the time.
Yeah.
My shit was pretty chill.
My life was pretty rough.
I thought I had it rough. Don't get me wrong. But I didn't.
Yeah, it's I don't know. You know, I don't feel too bad about it, even though I did some shitty things. But I think that experience has given me a lot of, I don't know, it's just like I can look back on that. I've learned a lot from that experience in life.
Do you think it helps you empathize with people that have like really dumb fuck ways of thinking about things?
Oh yeah, definitely.
That makes sense.
As a matter of fact, I think all these like try hard types who are like, you know, who's, you know, never had any kind of like really bad ideology because they lucked out and landed into the right ideology, you know, day one, who then want to go around and preach to people and, you know, talk about de-radicalizing people. I don't think they got a shot in hell because I don't think they've had any real experience. And I find that people who have been who went through having the wrong malignant ideology and worked their way out of it and became better people, I feel like they have a lot. There's so much more to their character and their ability to empathize and their ability to reason through problems and to not be bought into, like, you know, or indoctrinated into weird ways of thinking and such. They're not as vulnerable to that shit. They're way more skeptical and they're much more dynamic people.
I try to explain to people a lot that most people that have like really bad ideas, they literally can't, there's no other choice. That like they don't, you have to believe that based on your experiences and the reinforcements that you got. And people don't want to hear that. Even me saying that, it's almost like I'm endorsing what they're saying. Like they just can't hear it. Which is weird to me.
Yeah, it's yeah, I don't know.
That's a fair response.
I find the internet has a lot of wild ideas about how things work, and it isn't always true. You know, like a lot of people in this space who talk about radicalization and talk about extremism and such, they oftentimes have no clue what they're talking about.
Yeah. They're the ones
just
that are
way off the
loud.
mark. Yep. They're just way off the mark. It's pretty easy to kind of sniff out too, as someone who came from that kind of background. It's really easy to tell like who's just LARPing.
Is it easy though? Like I've had hard times. I don't know. I think it's kind. Yeah.
I think it's easy to
maybe
intuit it
maybe I'm
sometimes, but it's
naive.
not so easy to be able to call somebody out in a provable way. At least for me. I feel like I have a pretty good bullshit detector with people, but usually people that do a lot of bullshit have they're well rehearsed.
Yeah, true.
So I don't always feel comfortable calling it out.
That's one thing I appreciate with you, Zonia. You speak your mind and you just go, and you kind of go with the flow and you do your thing. And I've always appreciated that about you.
Oh, well,
it's
thank
very
you.
Nice. Yeah.
I appreciate that. Or I appreciate that you appreciate me.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
it's not that common that people just talk and say their things. Especially in the streaming world, you guys are kind of a different breed where you have to
That's
watch
true.
yourselves. Yeah, you have to do some things that I pick up on that you might not have to. You can do your thing, but yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, Zonia, you were the first person that I ever interviewed.
Oh, I was the
in
first
the
that you
space.
interviewed? I did not know that.
Yeah, and I couldn't get to any of my questions because for 1 hour straight, you were so interesting that I had to keep asking follow-ups to things you were just telling me about yourself. That's why it was like 4 hours long.
Yeah, we
But
were just kind of talking about all kinds of things. I don't even remember any specifics. It was just like
so
a
it was
long
about Mr.
going.
Girl. But I don't like to like dive right into questions I prepared. I like to like kind of warm people up and talk to them a little bit.
Oh shit! Here we go. Let's go. Let's
And
go.
and then you were telling me so many things about you, and I'm like, oh, you're like, and I'm having a little trouble speaking because there's the fires. Usually I go and volunteer to help get the homeless people out with the fire department. I'm like, "Oh, you're a fucking hero. Tell me more about that, please." It just kept leading into more and more really interesting things. And then I seen you on other stuff, and I'm like, oh, you're like one of the only people in this space that isn't afraid of like somebody like flagging or whatever, because you say whatever, and that's my
Yeah.
that's very much my jam. I get really irritated with people that won't say what they think because they're afraid.
Just like Zonia. Just from what I've heard from her.
Yeah. It that's probably why I like Mr. Girl, and that's probably that I know that's why
Yeah.
if I'm tuning into your stream, that's like the big draw for me.
Yeah.
Huh.
Is that you're
Yeah,
gonna
that was
make
a
me laugh saying stuff that other people are afraid to say.
true. That was one of the things that was one of the weird conflicts I had with Mr. Girl because he does this whole thing where he's like, "You're not being honest with me. You're not saying what you truly feel," and I'm the person who will say that.
Yeah.
I'm very brutally honest, and I don't really care about like the optics of things. And so and it sometimes gets me in trouble, but but yeah, I'll just say it. And so I remember having that conflict with him once. And I was like, I don't think you understand who you're talking to here. Like, I will be very brutally honest with you. But
Yeah, I think he was jaded from the everybody else in the space. He just couldn't. He couldn't trust you.
yeah, I think he just felt that everybody else, because everyone else is always very optics focused.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a problem.
The growling arachnid says Zonia is rad. Well, thank you. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I very rarely stream these days. Every once in a while, I think maybe I'll get back into it, but I just don't have the energy to. And oftentimes, I'm doing things IRL. Like when my back wasn't really screwing up over the last couple weeks, I was spending a lot of time outside and just going and hiking and exploring and stuff like that, adventuring. I would take Puka with me, and we would go to the beach. We'd go to the beach together. We'd go to the lake, go to the pond, go to the parks.
I don't know why that's so funny to me.
Yeah, he enjoyed it.
To the question though, like, what did you like Mr. Girl at all, or how did you feel about him? It's like, yeah, you just like give your general idea, your opinion.
Wow, this is crazy. I didn't ask that. This is now I'm watching. Now I'm watching my stream.
Yeah. Yeah, like overall, I liked the dude's content. I liked some of his streams as well. And I kind of liked his approach to conversations generally. But I don't know. He stopped making content, and
I mean, he's the most controversial bastard I've ever met. Or I haven't met him, but like he is
Yeah, and he got way too obsessed with the petty online shit. And I kept telling him to just like move on from it. It's like, why are you spending so much energy on this? He's
Get
like,
off it.
he's like, you don't understand. You're indoctrinated into the cult. You can't understand it from my perspective. I'm like, dude, just let go of this stuff and walk away and do your own thing.
Yeah, it was in my opinion, it was clearly too much.
Yeah, very much so.
You know, I've asked you a couple times about a conversation I want to have with you, but do you care if I just ask you a couple questions since I got you here?
Sure, why not?
So I've been wondering about this for a long time since Will brought it up. And you're the only person that I like really trust to give me honest answers about it. I can't reconcile that there seems to be two completely separate things happening when somebody says that they're trans. Like genuinely, I don't know how to interpret this. So like I guess we could say like self ID and people with gender dysphoria, there's significantly more people with self like that's just self ID that lack it. Like these are clearly very different things to me. Do you think so?
I do kind of feel like they are because it seems to me like people with gender dysphoria are, there are far fewer of them, and what they're talking about, what their experiences and what their needs are vastly different from the self ID types. Because the self ID types tend to be much more of like, well, this is more like an aesthetic for me, and I just kind of like expressing myself this way, and I don't really need any surgeries, I don't really need any medications. That tends to be more the self ID kind of crowd. And then those with gender dysphoria, it's a much more specific thing where it's like, yeah, I can't even look at myself in the mirror. I have these horrible dreams about my body, and I need to do these surgeries. I need these changes. I need these medications so I can be more like the way that I actually see myself. It's a very different kind of concept entirely. So it definitely seems like there are two entirely different things going on there. I think also, I think there is a lot of validity to the social contagion whole thing because we see that with
Makes this
many
like
different
almost
things.
it's almost crazy to deny that this like strictly doesn't exist.
Yeah. And there are
I
plenty of other things that we've seen it with. Like there's actual research in Australia on the TikTok ticks phenomenon, which is like all these people who get on the TikTok and then start saying that they have Tourette's out of nowhere, and then they have all
Zoe,
these Tourette's
Zoe, you don't
behaviors.
care. You don't care. You don't care about this. So there's
Hmm?
no way you care about that. You don't care about that. You
Oh
about
don't
well,
care about
no.
people. Yeah, there's no way you care about
Well, I don't generally. Yeah,
that.
it's not something I tend to
Yeah,
invest any
there's
energy
no
into.
fucking way. Yeah, no fucking way.
Yeah, but it's something I'm aware of. So yeah, I would say it makes sense. The social contagion concept, I think it's real. I think there are definitely people who are kind of socialized into, oh, this looks kind of fun and different, and I could do this, and makes me unique. It makes me special. I
I
think
don't
that's a
even
thing that
know
happens.
if like a lot of like if you're like 15 and under, I don't even know if you can really tell how much of something is like an idea to you or something that's like really coming from you at that point.
That's why that's why they usually want to give time with these things, and like they'll like doctors will want to put them on puberty blockers potentially if it seems like a particularly strong gender identity, and then wait and see where that goes. And they say that usually after a year, it's pretty well established. Like they'll either want to continue in that direction, or they'll be like, no, I feel okay the way I am. And
Yeah.
so you kind of need to let that play out because kids, they go through a lot of different experiences and questions about their identity in many different ways, not just with sex and gender.
Oh, yeah, like my kid is trans and my mom tells me all the time, she's like, "Well, I'm just worried that what if when they're older they I'm like, this is the time to figure it out. There's no negative repercussions to figuring it out right now. Like
Mhm.
kids in school are super accepting and stuff. Like if this happens when you're working a full-time job, this could really fuck up your life. This is like being a teenager is that's what this time is for, is to figure your shit out. So like
Mhm.
if they change how they feel about it, no harm, no foul. But the thing about people that self ID, it feels like to me that it's the difference between like I want and something is something, and then people with gender dysphoria, it seems like it's like there's something wrong. Please, somebody help me with this.
Mhm.
That's the sense that I get, but I don't. It's hard to have these conversations with people, so I don't really know. Is there a similar sense that you have about that? Or am I way
Um.
off base, do you think?
Yeah. I mean, I think with a lot of them, there's a lot of confusion, and it very much is about like trying to ask for any kind of help or assistance or any kind of guidance.
Oh,
Kids are very impressionable.
oh, sure. I mean that like
Well,
like the difference between self ID and gender dysphoric people, the attitude towards it
oh,
seems to be like one of them's like, I really want things like this, versus like something's wrong, I need help.
oh, I see what you're saying. I get it. I get it. Yeah, yeah,
That's the
yeah.
sense
Oh,
that I get.
I was totally confused as to what you were saying there. All right. Yeah. With gender dysphoria, yeah, I mean, obviously the key thing there is like my body is wrong. My body is completely wrong. You know. So yeah, and that's something like there's this whole one of the things that's a little frustrating is there's this new like internet narrative among like the online trans crowd of saying that gender dysphoria isn't even real,
That's
which is
insane.
which is a problem because it is basically invalidating those of us who do actually have gender dysphoria and have this like very real struggle with our bodies and need surgeries and such. But there's this trend now to say no, gender dysphoria is not real. Even what's her name, Philosophy Tube, Abigail Thorne said this and did a whole thing on it. That her belief is that gender dysphoria isn't a real thing, that it's a category error, and that you don't need gender dysphoria to be yourself. And like literally a trans icon at this point is going and making a whole video saying it isn't real, it's all fake.
This comes across to me as somebody identifying like a threat and trying to eliminate it. Because to me, I feel like both of these things are, something's happening in both categories undeniably. And, like if you deny
Hmm.
that nothing's happening and like this is just like anybody's faking it, like I don't think that at all. But I feel like it's almost, I feel like it's bad that we're putting them both in the same category and we're always talking about both in the same vein.
Yeah. Yeah. I think in the case of like Abigail Thorne, I think there's some projection going on there. I think she's basically saying, well, I don't have gender dysphoria. I don't feel these things very strongly. That works for me. And so she's kind of putting it out there as like, well, this is how I feel. I wish that I wish she had clarified it that way. She says that she made a clarification that she's not an expert and that this is just her opinion, but she still made the broader statement as a trans icon that she doesn't think that gender dysphoria is a real thing. And
Well, you know she's not an
that's
expert, so does that fly for her if anybody else does that? Like J.K. Rowling's not an expert; she's an author. Can she just say whatever? I that's so weird to me. That's
I
not a
know,
real
right?
caveat.
It really isn't. And like if she said I don't have gender dysphoria or I don't feel like I have gender dysphoria and I wonder how many people who are trans who get diagnosed with gender dysphoria truly have it, or if any of them do. Like she could ask that question, that would be fine because that would be more of a question, and it'd be like, this is my experience and I wonder now about this. Like that would be perfectly fine to posit that kind of position.
It also comes
But
off
yeah,
as a true reflection of internal experience as well, rather
yeah,
than finger pointing.
right. So
Um,
yeah.
the thing that I guess because I talked to Will about this quite a bit. The only reason why I guess it's like warranted for me to like be concerned about it is that if if they are two very separate things, which it seems like to me that they are, then we're probably hurting people with gender dysphoria by grouping people like this into
Yep.
the same camp, because
Yeah,
there's
this
only
is
so
something that's
many
been talked about a lot
resources.
lately.
Oh, I've never heard anybody talk. I've been wanting to talk to you about this for like a year. I swear.
Yeah.
So I
Yeah, there's
haven't
this
heard
whole
any of these
thing.
conversations at all.
Yeah,
I've
there's this
just been
whole
in my head about
thing
it.
with there was a trans woman who had been waiting for like 2 years to get into a community program that provided access to trans healthcare for or gender affirming healthcare for like poor trans people. And and it was like the whole program had been filled up with people who don't need any gender affirming care. They just wanted to be able to get like their get a doctor to approve, say that they are gender dysphoric, and let them change their ID, and then that's it. And they aren't doing any of the meds or anything, but they're still taking up the position in the community program, because there's only so many slots available. And same thing with the therapy that's provided there. They provide therapists for them, and they couldn't get in to see them because those people were occupying the slots in the program, because they only had something like I don't know, like 50. We'll just say a number off the top of my head, like 50 slots open,
Sure.
right? And she'd been waiting 2 years to get into the program, but it's filled up with all sorts of people who are not doing surgeries, not getting medication or anything like that. And that's what she needs. And she needs to get into the program in order to get those things because she can't afford it otherwise. And it's like, that's crazy. Like, they should have dedicated tracks for those who are like dysphoric, who need surgeries and medications, so that they can specifically get in and be prioritized to get those things.
And how is this not like why do you think it's not a bigger thing then? Like a bit, like
Because
people
there's
not
this whole
making a bigger stink?
boogeyman about it, saying that there's a difference between them. Like, there's this whole pushback from like the more gender abolition types, saying
I'm a
no, you
gender
can't.
abolitionist, and I still think this is bad.
I know. And there's this whole thing of saying that, like, if you do that, then you're transmed. If you're trying to split the group up, then you're transmed, because you're saying that the people with gender dysphoria who are diagnosed with dysphoria, who need medications and surgeries, are the one true trans people. And therefore you're transmed, and that's evil, right? And that's what the current trendy argument is these days, which is dumb. There's definite reasons to have a medical approach to certain trans people, and to prioritize those people to get the medical care, right?
Well, yeah, even
But
psychological care. If you're seeking therapy
yeah,
to work through it, how would it make any sense to treat somebody who's simply self-IDing the same as somebody who's not? It seems like you can't. If I have the same symptoms as COVID, but I come back negative, to treat me for COVID would seem to be malpractice.
yep. Yeah, it's very frustrating that it's such a politicized thing. And it's really unfortunate that there's so much grouping of far too many people together in this whole thing. It is making life difficult for a lot of trans people.
What did you expect in a scenario? Like, what was your ideal scenario? Like, people are going to group, and people are going to.
Well, these things should be grouped separately.
Mm-hmm.
I came up when Will in his channel pointed out that because I guess to me, I always thought that the difference between people with gender dysphoria and the people without gender dysphoria who both identify as trans, they would probably be, nowadays, I figured like 80% gender dysphoria, maybe like 20 even up to like 35% self ID because it's growing a lot. But it turns out that it's almost no people that are trans have gender dysphoria anymore compared to the amount of people that are self IDing.
Mm-hmm.
And this is like, oh, this is actually like, we actually do need to care about this because we're talking about like anywhere from less than 1% to 2% versus like this overwhelming majority. And that means there's people that are getting their voices silenced about their needs.
Mm-hmm.
And
Well, right now it's the self ID people who have taken the stage and taken over like the mic, and so it is dysphoric binary trans people in particular who are just like being completely ignored and almost being pretended as though we don't exist. And now that you've got the self ID types who have taken over the whole control of the conversation, they're also the ones pushing the idea that gender dysphoria isn't a real thing, and that it's just an attempt to, and that it's just an attempt to call trans people mentally ill. That's what their claim is.
do you see why I feel like that's, if that's coming from self ID, why that feels like it's like eliminating the enemy of their cause?
Yeah,
Because
and then
you can
also
distinguish.
And then in addition to that, the other thing that they're saying is they're saying that it is an attempt to create a clinical barrier for all trans healthcare. That's the other thing that they're arguing against. So if you take a look at, for instance, if you take a look at Abigail Thorne's video, she talks about that the access to trans healthcare is gatekept behind a medical diagnosis of gender dysphoria that states that you're mentally ill and that needs to be treated, and that none of those of gender affirming care should be gatekept behind that. And she thinks that gender dysphoria isn't a real thing, that it's just a discomfort that everybody feels, even like cis women and cis men experience it, and that nobody should be gatekept from gender affirming care of any kind. Like that's the whole like narrative being pushed by the self ID crowd, and the self ID crowd vastly outnumbers us, and so it's their voices that are heard. They're all the representatives and everything, and they're the ones getting the attention. So yeah,
I don't get it. I don't get it. I just don't get it.
It seems to me like that it's gender affirming care isn't nothing. Like surgeries and like long-term hormone usage, it isn't nothing. It's it's a medical treatment, and for most medical treatments, we would advise against people engaging with them if it wasn't something medically necessary. So to say that it's more or less an elective thing that should be available to everybody, if you don't have an issue that's being resolved by it, that seems like, I guess I can't think of other situations where we wouldn't have real concerns then.
Well, Western medicine needs something to treat. They can't just give you something because you want it. So with Western medicine, they have to give you a diagnosis. So they have to have something diagnosable. And they say, this is what we are treating with this thing. So Abigail Thorne is arguing, she says, just give it to the GPs and let them give it to anybody if they want it. Well, that still won't work because the GPs still need something to diagnose. So that's how Western medicine works. There's other forms of medicine in other countries. Like if you go to Thailand, you don't have to have a diagnosis to get a treatment if you want. But in most Western medicine, that is how the things work. They need something to treat.
That seems like a good thing. If we exist in the world where we are primarily using Western medicine approaches because we live in the Western world, and the way that being trans is so heavily politicized, are there even any studies focused on people who don't have gender dysphoria getting surgeries and taking hormones? Do we have any idea what the impacts are?
Not currently.
That's a big deal then.
Mm-hmm.
I agree. Yeah.
Especially if somebody self-IDs and they're looking at only data that's been collected from people with gender dysphoria and the outcomes of these medical procedures, they're going to think that these are going to be the outcomes that they have too, but they're two separate issues being treated with the same treatment.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Seems like it. So,
Okay.
yeah. And
I kind of thought that you'd agree with me on some of the stuff, but I also thought I'd be less anxious after talking to you about it.
are you more anxious
I
now?
thought, yeah, it's actually something to be like legitimately worried about. Like when my kid talked to me about it, I said, okay, look, here's the deal. If you want to get on hormones, I'm not opposed to it. Or like hormone blockers, I'm not opposed to it. But minimum 6 months you're going to therapy and I'm going to have close contact with a therapist. I just want to make sure that you really understand what you're doing. That's it.
This is a
That's
good
all I care
idea.
about. And I said minimum because I don't want to set up expectations. Therapists is like, well, we definitely need more time to figure out what's going on. Then that's what we need to do. Because I trust them to have their patient's best interest at heart. And that's me putting my kid's best interest at heart. But because like really like hormone blockers aren't the biggest deal in the world, but you should still understand it. I think it's a bigger deal if you don't understand it and you do it.
Yeah.
But this just sounds wild. Like I don't understand. I guess it just has to be the political aspect of it because I've never seen such a disregard for like the scientific approach when it comes to medicine. It's almost it would be like if I seen like a legitimate MD with no stains on their record saying that COVID's not real. It just doesn't make sense to me.
Well, one of the things that we're finding is that for certain things, the left is also swinging to the anti-science, anti-medicine route of things these days. So, yeah, it's funny is that like a couple decades ago, it used to be more like left-wing hippie types who were anti-vax, anti-medicine, right? Anti-science. Then after, the Trump presidency, it swung super to the right for that. But now it's like both the left and the right have their various areas where they're very anti-science and anti-medicine. So it's kind of more evenly distributed across the left and the right now. Doesn't really matter what your general political leaning is.
I guess without having conversations like this, it's pretty hard for me to get a grasp on that. Also, ADHI and Avi, hello. Oh, AD high and Avi?
No, let's see. Who are you telling to let finish?
I
Let
was
me
letting you
finish?
finish, yeah, because they were saying shout out, please. But I wanted to hear what
Oh,
you had to say.
shout out to ADHI and Avi. Adia, I think it's Adia and Avi is what that is.
Oh, I have ADHD and I talk about it and read about it a lot, so that's where my
But
brain's
you
at.
don't have ADHI.
Correct, yeah, but so is morphing. My brain was morphing that Adi to that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, shit.
Yeah,
I
you've learned some things. I could tell you more. It's definitely something I keep them tabs on.
Yeah, I'm genuinely interested. Like I said, I've waited like a year to have this conversation with you because it's when I first got told, like when Will said that like the discrepancy was what it was, I was like, "Ooh, you're about to get fucking grilled," and he did. And I googled it to see what the numbers was like. Oh my god, he's right. Like, how is this even possible? This makes
Mm-hmm.
no sense to me at all. Um, my understanding of the reality of people with gender dysphoria is like there's no room in my brain for these metrics to be what they are. And I had a hard time rationalizing what I learned. And so then these are the kinds of questions that come up and nobody else is asking them. Nobody's even willing, everybody just attacked Will. Nobody even wanted to hear him out about it. But he's my buddy, so I'm like, I don't think he's crazy. I gotta look.
Wow, people were attacking him over it? When was
Twitter.
this?
His Twitter. It was right around a year ago, and that's why I was like, you know what? I don't need to know about this, but everybody's gonna lie to me. Nobody's gonna want to even address the fact that these numbers are what they are. But I know if I talk to Zonia, she won't lie to me. Which is why I held out and I did not have this conversation with anybody else.
I'm okay with ugly truths that contradict my own beliefs.
You
With my
don't
own
lie to make
desires.
yourself look good. You're not going to lie to make numbers look good.
Yeah, true.
Your spine might be fucked, but I know you have one.
I'm glad you recognize that. It's frustrating when people don't realize that. Like when people try to be like, "You're just trying to soften things to make trans people look better." I'm like, no, it's not how I operate. Sorry.
Do you identify as a trans person
Hmm?
generally? Okay.
What?
Do I want a sub?
Do you identify as a trans person?
No, I don't really identify as a trans person. I just identify as a woman. This whole concept of identifying as being trans is kind of a new concept as well. It's one I don't really understand.
That's how I
That's
was
a very
raised
new
to think
thing.
about trans people. That's what my mom told me, and that's the only idea I ever had until the internet.
Yep. When it's very normally it would be very rude to clock a trans person like IRL, like suggest that they're trans.
How do you feel? How do you feel as a human when you walk around? What do you feel like?
Just like me.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, just me. I don't know. Being trans is like the least of my identity. Being trans is sort of like an identity that I can't really avoid. But it's not something I identify as. I'm just me, and my identity is more the things that I'm interested in. You know, being a mother to my 3 kitties that have all passed now. Rest in peace. And being a gardener and being like enjoying cooking and being a good friend.
So you're saying there's more to you than your sexuality. Is that what you're saying?
Gender identity, I think is what you're
I
going
don't
for.
believe it. I don't.
Zonia does not have a sexuality. Also,
I have void sexuality.
You're also the only person that has ever talked about being asexual that I thought wasn't doing the thing that you talked about, where people like want to be. There's been a few people that I've met in my life that made things click for me. I have a friend named George who made the idea of gender fluidity click for me. I was like, oh, I get it now. That makes perfect sense. You helped me understand asexuality. Probably more
That's
through
cool.
like the way that you meme at people and stuff. I'm like, oh, this is somebody who absolutely is on the outside taking the piss out of people. And I was like, I get it. Oh my God. Thank you
it's
very
funny
much.
that I've turned it into such a meme.
You have Adi and Avi.
You know
thank
what?
you very much for subbing. I appreciate you.
Do you know how the whole like meme started for me for like memeing on it so aggressively?
No.
It was because so as a streamer, I started getting like a lot of people would hit on me in DMs and like would send me pics that I didn't want to see. And so I started memeing on it because it made it very clear to people that I wasn't interested in that stuff and that I would mock you if you did show that stuff to me. So, or if you hit on me or something. And so it just became a like a thing after a while because I started streaming in 2019, which was, I was just a gaming streamer at the time. And it was just more of a defense mechanism, and because it made people laugh and it became funny and everybody enjoyed it, I just kept going with the meme. But it did actually help me, like, before I started openly demonstrating that I don't like this stuff and that I'm gonna mock you for it. I used to get people hitting on me in DMs all the time. And then once it became a part of my character to sort of wear my asexuality on the outside and to mock people for their sexual interests, I stopped getting as many like random people in my DMs trying to hit on me and stuff.
Oh.
That's rough.
Well, I came into it when you have really I guess we're past that being the thing, and just the way how fluid the memes came about it and stuff, like this only happens when somebody's like enjoys the fun, like taking the piss out of it, and that happens when like it's funny because like you're being serious in the silliest way to be serious. And I get that because I joke like that all the time. And I was like, I get it. This clicks. Yeah.
It's a good way of putting it. Being serious in the silliest way to be serious. It's true.
It's I think that's like one of the like purest ways that people are serious. When you can't just outright say something.
It's funny because like I actually try to be sex positive. It's very hard for me to do because I don't want people to feel bad for their sexuality in general. It's very hard for me to be sex positive though. Um, but it's like when people do the whole like excessive public displays of sexuality kind of stuff.
Oh my God.
That's when I'm just going to go off on them. And it's just, it feels good because I can finally cut loose and like really say what I'm thinking, but to put it in a way that's really funny that will make people laugh as well.
You just crushed it for me because when you said I try really hard to be sex positive, I thought of my best friend Dennis. He is, in every sense of the word, like not homophobic, but my buddy Jonathan was over and he had his first boyfriend. They're hardcore making out on the couch and they were like bumping him a little bit, and I could see him getting like really uncomfortable about it. And like I know Dennis, I know him better than anybody does. I know he doesn't give a shit who anybody sleeps with, whatever. He does not care. But it was like they're bumping into him and stuff. And at one point, he's like, "All right, I get it. You're dating." and when you said public displays of affection, I was like, "Yes, that's exactly." I have seen this energy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Now sometimes I'll suggest to Dennis that like, no, I think maybe I could be gay, and he's just like, stop, please. Like he's like he doesn't care, but like it weirds him out. Like you're allowed to weird him out, but it still weirds him out.
Mm-hmm.
And I like that about him. So like I get it. Like I like you even expressed a couple times tonight how like people's sexuality like weirds you out, but like you try to be cool about it. Like you guys can be sexual, but like, God, I hate it. Like you're weirding me out. Yeah. That's big Dennis energy.
I do. I try to bite my tongue as much as I can. Nice thing about like this kind of space that we're in is that there's a lot of it's very much accepted to meme on shit. So I have a little bit of an outlet. When I just can't take it, I'm like, fine, it's time to say something about this. It's time to go full meme.
Yeah,
so
you're a pretty good memer. I
haven't done it in a while. Remember when I was doing the whole like reply to this thread with your kink and I'll kink shame you? Remember that meme?
My favorite response you got was, "My kink shame is, or my kink is being kink shamed," and I was like, "Ooh."
I forget how I
falls
responded
in your
to
court
that
now,
one.
Zonia. I don't remember either.
I think I said I approve or something like that.
I was like, you make the wrong move. You've just sexually engaged with this person.
I think the best one was the Wick one, I think. Or maybe it was... because when I do the memes, I always do memes that are like specific to the person. So it includes like things that we know about the person to make it more memey, right?
Oh, sure.
So whenever I do like meme type things, they're very relevant to the person I'm memeing on. And I forget what the Wick one was, but I remember the Wick one was particularly spicy. He loved it too. He said he screenshot it and saved it. Man, I think I kink shamed you.
You might.
I think you were one of the people who responded.
I know I responded. I just don't remember which one I threw out there.
You know what?
I'm like, you can ask me what I'm not into. That's better for me.
I wonder if we could find out. I wonder if it's still in the search history. Let's take a look. Let's see.
I know that. Let me see.
Advanced search. Let's see. And yours is Elderdrazi. Wait, are you? Hold on. Let's find your name so I know what to search for. Elderdrazi. Yeah, it's just Elderdrazi. Okay, good.
Yeah.
That makes it easy. So search advanced from Void Zonia. And then mentioning Elderdrazi. It's going to be an old one. So let's see here.
I see a meme that you hit me with. The future
Fastest
Elderdrazi wants to
meme
be
this side of the
future.
Mississippi. Oh.
And it's like kids in Zorbs.
Let's see. Fastest meme this side of Mississippi was me responding to you. Oh, I made this one. Yeah, in this world, there are two kinds of people: those with memes and those who mauled. You mauled. Where was this?
We have so much back and forth hyping up our self-harm debate.
Oh my gosh, what is this one? Bleeding Heart leftists like you are
Yeah,
the
it's the self-harm thing.
are the swing of America and the pansification of younger generations to challenge Eldrazi to a debate on the gigachat position of pro self-harm advocacy versus soy position of soy self-harm bad soy. I forgot about that one. Let's see.
I don't see a response. By the way, I think about that debate all the time because, like, I don't give a shit about music encouraging. Like, that's not the same thing. And, like, I'm so mad about, like, whenever I think about it, I'm, like, so mad. I'm like, why did I even let that slide? Like, you got into my head and you fucked me up. I was
Sorry
so
about
ready
that.
for you to, like, go way harder than that. And I wasn't ready for, like, this sidestep into music that it just, like, ruined my brain. And then I fought on, like, really weird positions. I'm like, fuck.
I shouldn't have done that. I should have like stayed the course with just like the general self-harm thing. But yeah, let's see. Where is?
I even had a written out argument if you went really memey and said that like it's okay if somebody wants to like slash up their wrist and stuff. I was gonna be like, you know what? Those people, they just want attention, and everybody knows there's nothing more cringe than wanting attention. So obviously, nobody would agree with your position because you're just advocating for people getting attention, who want it, and that's literally the worst thing in the world.
The question is there like a word I can think of that would work for this? But I don't know. I'm like looking around, sitting here thinking like, how am I going to find this needle in a haystack?
I couldn't find it either.
And I don't know when that was. Man. I wonder if I can search for the original thread. So from me, and I said, reply to this with your kink. No. Let's just search for kink. Forgot about this. This one should have taken off, but it didn't. I just tweeted out randomly. I said bondage kink is cultural appropriation of the mentally ill.
Wait, what is it?
I said bondage kink is cultural appropriation of the mentally ill.
Oh. Hot.
That one should have taken off, but it didn't.
Yeah, I'm surprised, to be honest. I think I might have found the thread. Oh, that one's gone.
Oh, I forgot about the Prude Month celebration in 2022. June 21st, 2022. Is this it?
It looks like it's in the vicinity of May 31st because he said the number of people requests from people for me to kink shame them is unmanageable. What is wrong with you people? You should be ashamed. That was May 31st, 2022.
May of 2022, huh? Here's May.
31st, yeah. Oh, reply to me through kink and I'll QT and shame.
Oh,
found it.
That's right. I forgot I have the tags. Zonia kink shames. I made the tags for it. Let's see. Zonia kink shames. Here are all of them. Nice. All right. What was the one I did for you?
I don't see me on here. But Wick's
Should
kink
be
is
in there.
amazing.
Should be in there.
Maybe I responded to a more ambiguous one that was of the same vein. Because you were on that kick for a hot minute.
Let's see. Oh yeah, Wix.
Isn't that something?
Because Wick replied with that weird thing from that stop animation film.
It looks like a Tool video. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, and I said, who would horse around with this freak? The only words I have to describe this degeneracy are unholy, unnatural, depraved, and excessively sticky. People like you are the reason we can't have kids at Pride.
It's weird. I can't see a response to it.
Claire said prayer is her kink. I said your kink is so shameful. You should self-flagellate as penance for your depraved degeneracy. Self-flagellation there, linking with prayer.
Yeah.
Chris said, my partner dresses up as a school teacher and makes me finish my homework. If I don't get a 100%, she leaves and takes the kids. I said, frankly, the kids would be far safer away from you and your ceaseless, insatiable debauchery. Your wife shouldn't just flunk you with an F, but with an L, then take the kids and put thousands of miles between them and you. Class dismissed. And then
when I click it, I don't see anything. So there's no response.
With some of them, the people have since their accounts have been deleted. It's like Bossets. I don't remember what his was. His account was deleted, but my response. He said that his kink was something super vanilla. I said I was going to throw out this 2017 expired vanilla, but after seeing what your kink is, I'm now wanting to drink it whole and hopefully poison myself so I never have to hear about your filthy tendencies ever again.
Jesus.
What was this one? Flosney said, I'm unironically in a loving cuckold relationship, aka LCR, do your worst. I said, I'll be having a chat with your partner about your lowly cuckoldry. You're welcome to listen in, but you'll have to remain silent.
Super fun fact. I legitimately think you'll like this. Do you know what the word for female cuck is?
No.
There's two, but one of them is not fun. The not fun one is cuck queen, spelled with an A, which is dumb, but cuck cake. And I think that's fucking hilarious.
Cupcake sounds good. I like that one.
I thought you would. I don't know why when I read that I was just filled with so much joy. I was like, people are really on top of this naming shit nowadays. I get really disappointed when good names are obvious in there and people don't use them.
Oh, this is Mythic Politics. His account is gone, or he deleted all of his tweets, maybe. Yeah, the Mythic Politics one. I don't know which one this one was, but my response to him was, I'm going to try to keep level tones and a calm demeanor here, but Perhaps if you actually jogged and exercised on the reg instead of abusing your one article of clearly misappropriated fitness clothing, you wouldn't be such a high risk of public indecency.
Oh, he must like assless chaps.
I forget what it was in response to. Sister Rose said, waiting for Zonia to kink shame me for being a chubby girl enjoyer. I said, look, I don't want to make a big, beautiful deal out of this, but it's chasers like you that made me go on an extreme black market diet because I can't shed the chub fast enough to escape your lecherous gazes.
God damn.
Dury said, should I be expecting more feet pics in the near future? I said, my sole purpose is to ensure you degens don't get a foothold in humanity's gene pool and destroy our species by turning us all into coomers who can't advance the species because none of us can stop cooming for 10 seconds. And here you are being the apocalypse.
I actually well, I wanted to say too, I feel like I exposed my degeneracy how quickly I determined he must like assless chaps. Based on your response. But also, I actually feel bad for foot fetish people because it's neurological. There's a physiological reason for that. The part of your brain that experiences sexual attraction and the part that like understands feet are like right up against each other.
Huh.
So there's that very easy like actual crossing of wires there.
Well, that's interesting.
Yeah, I don't have that. Which is why I looked it up and I was like, why do people like feet? Like, they're fine. I'm not grossed out by feet. I don't want to touch them either. Like, they're feet. Who gives a shit? And then I was like, oh, they don't have a choice. They literally have feet on their brain.
I feel like a lot of people don't have a choice when it comes to their sexual interests, right? Like in general, that's pretty baked in for people. Like
Sure,
the thing
but I
that
don't
they're
think I'm
attracted to.
hardwired.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, like they're literally hardwired for it. Like, they're like born foot fetishists, I guess.
Huh. Curious.
But yeah, I mean that's clearly the case. Like even just like I wouldn't know how to not find women attractive. That doesn't seem like a thing that makes any sense to me.
I know how.
You know how to shut that off?
Yeah, it never turned on. Yeah. Curious.
Are you going to recommend a Clockwork Orange treatment?
There you go. Straight
No.
jacket, eye drops, and twisted movies.
It's they made him get sick when he watched the movies, so that way he associated with it. There's a pill called Chantix to make you stop smoking. I tried it when I was a smoker. You take it for the first week and smoke, and it makes you
it bonds to the same
nauseous.
It bonds to like the same receptor that nicotine does.
Oh, so it skips the receptors, it goes right into your blood?
Yeah, like no, it like isn't that the way it works? No, I forget how that one works. There's another one that does that. There's one drug that you use that like bonds to the same receptors that nicotine does, so that when you have nicotine, it doesn't actually do anything to your body.
No, this one makes you.
But Chantix just makes you nauseous.
Yeah,
interesting.
I realized.
I heard like people can have issues with it.
People killed themselves on it, and that's why you're fucking with people's brains.
Yeah, I heard that people that it's really fucked with people. Chantix has.
Yeah, it's they took it right out of the movie. It's scary. Needless to say,
you know what
Like
sucks?
3 days in.
You know what sucks? There are people who have like prioritized dopamine D2 receptors just genetically, who are highly prone to addiction from any number of things, including addictive behavior, like gambling and stuff like that, video games. And I bet that's fucking miserable because I'm guessing those are probably the people who feel like they need to go to extreme measures to quit things like smoking.
Oh,
and it just sounds miserable, and it's like not even their fault. It's literally because they're highly prone to addictive behavior and things that give off reward for more readily, because that dopamine D2 receptor is prioritized. And so when it gets a flood of dopamine, your body's like, more, do more of that, do more of that.
Well, at least now I have some answers.
Yeah. Isn't that fucked? It's called the DRD2 gene.
Yeah. Well, like, I wonder, like, I like to gamble. I like playing video games. I
don't
was
understand
addicted and
gambling.
quit several drugs in my life. But I guess that's the thing too. I can quit. It's just hard.
The only addiction I ever struggled with was nicotine. I quit smoking the day before I turned 20, cold turkey, and that was rough. And then I relapsed and started smoking again when I was like 24, just before I turned 25, I think. And then, and then I quit again just after my 30th birthday. And the second time quitting was even harder.
Oh, yeah, when you're older, it's harder to quit.
Especially with second time quitting. Like everything I've heard, every time you have to quit smoking, it gets harder. So yeah, I haven't smoked since I was 30. So it's been like, what, 16 years?
Good
so, yeah, but that was the only addiction I ever struggled with. I never actually struggled with meth addiction, any amphetamine addiction. The opiates, I definitely had to go go through withdrawals in 2021 to detox from them. It was 2 weeks of withdrawals. It was pretty brutal. But I didn't have any cravings or anything. I had no desire to go back onto them. And like now that I'm back on the pain meds, I'm still like don't want to take them, and so only take them absolutely as needed and no more than that. And like even today, I'm just like, nope, not going to take them today. Don't want them. So I've never really struggled with addiction outside of nicotine. That was the only one I ever had an issue with.
Huh. That's pretty good. I actually, what I typically refer to as a recovered alcoholic, clearly physically addicted, mentally dependent, and I quit and now I can drink if I want to, but I usually don't want to.
Yeah, I used to like drinking, but I got tired of it in 2014.
I was a fifth of whiskey a night kind of guy.
Oh, Jesus Christ, that is a lot.
Yeah, and
I could definitely pack it down, but I would never be doing that multiple days in a row.
When I was young and took uppers a lot, I was a half a gallon of rum kind of guy.
Definitely on uppers, you can get a lot of alcohol packed into you.
And I wouldn't be like, I could be drunk and then not drunk in like an hour and a half.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think we have weird ideas about addiction because, like I said, they say that if you quit alcohol, you can never have like another drink again. That's not true.
No, that's old mythology from the whole Alcoholics Anonymous crowd, which is a bunch of like all that stuff is pseudoscience.
Yeah, there's some people that it is undoubtedly true for. I've met them, but this is not a broad perspective that should be given. So I think for some people, like if you would have told me when I quit that I could never drink again, I think that'd have been way harder for me to do it.
Yeah, I know several people who went to Alcoholics Anonymous and were given that same line of BS. And now years later, they're like they just have a beer occasionally when they need it, you know, or not when they need it, when they want it, and they don't have any kind of like cravings or anything. Yeah, it's a load of bullshit. The whole Alcoholics Anonymous thing is just some culty bullshit. I guess it doesn't really qualify as a cult, but it's got some elements like it.
It's a replacement addiction for sure.
It really is. It's one of the things that I never liked about the whole program is that it does replace the addiction and people's lives kind of like stop at that point and they never really go forward.
I also don't like the idea, like for my ex-wife, she took cough pills with me and she stopped drinking. And people are like, you can't replace one addiction with another. I was like, yeah, you can. She stopped ruining her fucking life every single day. Okay? I don't give a shit. Like, is this the best way? No, of course not. But she's not ruining her life anymore. Fuck off.
Yeah.
This is better.
There's a lot of like dumb pop psych pseudoscience bullshit that comes out of the Alcoholics Anonymous crowd. that is just like, yeah, this is dumb, and it's like so much of people's understanding of alcoholism has come from that, because it was just accepted as a standard for so long. Like if you got in trouble for being drunk, uh,
The court
it's
can
like
make you go.
the court would make you go. That's why I went to Alcoholics Anonymous when I was like 14, 15. And yeah, and it's just like, and so it seems like it's official, and it seems like they should know what they're talking about, but they don't actually know what they're talking about. It's a bunch of, bullshit pseudoscience crap.
And it you know what? It is culty. I went with my
Yeah.
ex-wife once, and I never made her go again. She was supposed to go for like her social worker was like, you really need to go. So she did. And to be supportive, I talked about my own struggles with addiction that wasn't alcohol. Because the alcohol thing was like, I can't say that like I quit and I'm better now. I can't give an honest
Mhm.
take. So I talked about some of my other addictions. And then at the end of it, these people were like mad at me and they criticized, said, this is for alcohol, not for other stuff. I was like, oh, wow, fuck me, I guess. I'm so sorry for being open and vulnerable in your fucking alcoholics only space. I just assumed that this was like a supportive group for people that like have fought like addiction. My bad. And then some
that
people
is a
afterwards
weird
came up and
treatment.
apologized, but like still, you could have stopped
Yeah.
them then? What?
Like back in the day, Alcoholics Anonymous was all you had. You didn't
Yeah, there
have
was no
Narcotics
NA. Yeah.
Anonymous. Yeah, so like there were lots of people going to Alcoholics Anonymous when I was a kid, for even though they had Narcotics Anonymous when I was a kid, but still it was rare. Like the meetings for those were not as common. They were in other areas. You had to go like down. You had to go one town or two towns to the south to find it. So there were lots of people going to AA for addiction, stuff. Like
Yeah,
narcotics
that was seen as a
addiction.
good thing. I remember being a
Yeah.
kid, like NA wasn't really thought of as a good thing. Like these are bad people was always the vibe. But AA was like admirable people.
I don't think it was any difference, but yeah.
But
Yeah, like
then was
one
that
of the
projected
things.
to you?
No, I don't remember that. A lot
Oh,
of the people
well,
that I knew in AA went to NA meetings as well, because w-
they
it
knew you
was
more.
really, well, where I grew up, like common comorbidities were alcohol and meth,
Oh, that makes perfect sense.
also heroin. But yeah, so but yeah, one of the other things that, like, this is one of the other things that Anonymous doesn't address at all, and just completely overlooks. But one of the things that we've really learned a lot in more recent years is, like for addiction, dual diagnosis, right? So we get to kind of focus on this a lot with homelessness. So remember, I was talking to you about how, like in 2017 during the mega fires, we were moving homeless people out
Oh,
from
yeah.
outside and getting them shelter and stuff to get them out of the smoke.
Sure
One of
did.
the things that was going on at the time were these surveys, and so my team was handling these surveys that were being done for research, and where we'd ask people like, would you be okay with participating? We would ask them like, are you okay answering some questions? And they'd be like, yes or no. And if yes, then we'd ask them, are you dealing with any kind of addictions to alcohol or controlled substances of any kind, or any kind of narcotics? And so we go through it and we'd say, would you be okay? If so, would you be okay participating in a research study? And what the study was it was actually finding out, because this is commonly found among homeless people. We find that, but in general, this is among people who have addictions in general, chemical addictions. What they were trying to understand was what other underlying undiagnosed or untreated issues were going on. So we were asking about bipolar disorder. We were asking about schizophrenia and a few other things. And so we were asking, like, have you ever been diagnosed for these things? And if so, have you ever been medicated, or are you medicated now? Yes or no? And so we would ask those questions. Then we say, has anybody in your on your maternal or paternal side, blood relative, been diagnosed with these things? And they were trying to like understand that correlation, because one of the things that's commonly been that we've been figuring out more and more is that people who actually struggle with chemical addictions oftentimes are actually self-medicating but don't even realize it. They
Yeah.
actually have an underlying condition, usually undiagnosed or untreated, of some other type of like chemical imbalance, bipolar disorder, schizophrenia, something like that. And when they take a particular drug, they feel much more liberated and under control, and like they can do things that they haven't been able to do. Oftentimes, for people who are schizophrenic, it kind of like calms the mind and calms the anxiety for them to take in alcohol, right? Um, and that can also provide like a little bit of what lithium would normally provide them. And so we find like a number of these things that are, it's like they're not, because one of the things that had been sort of unraveled in the last couple decades is that addiction is not what we thought it was. It used to be, if you like back in the days, dare programs and like all the scare tactics and everything said, if you do these drugs, you're going to become addicted and you're going to become homeless and you're going to do horrible things. Well, it turns out that actually a lot of people are not really like they can partake of various recreational drugs and not be addicted. And they can do recreational drugs that develop chemical dependency, and they can still wean themselves off of them and not really have an issue, not have cravings. And that the people who tend to get like strongly addicted to things, they actually have something else going on. Usually because there's something that their brain is saying, oh, that was what I needed. That's actually the thing that I was looking for. Give me more of that. And that we're finding that those tend to be correlated to chemical imbalances that the brain is trying to compensate for. And when it finds something that significantly changes the way that the brain feels, it's getting like certain things at certain receptors. Because basically, your body and your brain is a combination of like various chemicals working for and against each other as agonists and antagonists, right?
Yeah.
And there's a certain equilibrium there. And then you can end up with those out of whack for various reasons. Some of those can just be naturally out of whack because of some kind of developmental issue, and sometimes it could be because of diet, and sometimes it can be because of circumstances in your life, high stress, etc., right? Sudden loss and trauma. And so what happens is like certain things in your life can cause certain events, and certain things you take into your body can cause certain surges of chemicals to be produced or overproduced or underproduced. So for instance, the way that you eat, your serotonin is produced in your gut biome based on what it is that you eat and based on also what bacteria you have in your gut. And so eating certain things can give you a flood of serotonin, and eating certain things can underproduce it.
That makes sense.
And so if you have a regularly like low level of serotonin, for instance, and then you do something like take a drug and suddenly you get a flood of serotonin, your brain's like, whoa, that's what I was looking for. And it's like, whatever you did there, do that again. I need that. Right. And so we find that a lot of people are not actually like, they're not going and doing something, like misusing drugs and causing themselves to become addicted. They're actually doing a drug and their brain is going, that was what I was looking for. Give me more of that. And it's because that they had an imbalance, a chemical imbalance of some sort that they couldn't address normally, through their typical everyday means.
Yeah, a lot of people with ADHD drink a lot of caffeine.
Mm-hmm. And smoke cigarettes.
Yeah.
Nicotine is is really good for people with ADHD.
I stopped drinking. I stopped taking in caffeine when I first got on Adderall. And I tell my doctor that, like, I know I'm not supposed to, but I've still been having caffeine. So that means your dosage isn't high enough, like, because you're reaching. You're not getting enough of what you need, so you're reaching for something to help fix that. This is Minecraft.
Yeah.
Zonia's playing Minecraft. I just have it on.
Yeah, I'm clearing out this perimeter for this guardian farm that we've been working on.
And part of the reason why I drank, I was miserable as fuck. And when a lot of those things got addressed and worked on, I just didn't have to drink.
Mm-hmm.
I was in a space where I could go, okay, I guess I don't need anything to like help get me through anymore. Yeah, all this tracks perfectly with like my
Yeah.
observation of reality.
And so we got these, decades and decades and decades of like shaming people for misusing substances and becoming addicted. And really, that really wasn't the deal that was going on. Like they tried a substance and their brain needed something that substance helped give them at least some sort of, relief for, and their brain kind of latched onto it, and then they became addicted. And a lot of other people who could try that drug and didn't need that, chemical adjustment could be like, oh well, that was fun and that's all I really needed, and they were done with it, right? But we
Yeah.
spent all this time shaming people for being addicts and stuff, and like, no, that's they couldn't really do much. There wasn't much they could do about it,
Yeah, I've always been against that. Like addiction is a choice. I'm like, you're fucking stupid.
Yeah.
Talk to somebody who's addicted and just don't ask them what they think about it. Just talk to them about how they engage with it and tell me if you think that this is what they want. You're out of your fucking mind.
And so I really count myself as lucky that I, never really had to struggle with addiction. I did struggle with nicotine, but overall was able to cold turkey that. And even though I did have cravings for that for, probably a few years, I was still able to abstain and stay away from it. So, I consider myself lucky that I was able to do that, because I know people who just struggled with addiction and just could not do it on their own. And
Nicotine, you say? Because I just watched a documentary called The Antidote that suggests nicotine's the cure for COVID and long COVID. And I gotta say, the air quotes doctor, aka he's a fucking chiropractor, said that Harvard proved nicotine's not addictive. So I think you're full of shit.
Wonder who's paying him.
Oh my god. They waited 30 minutes to reveal that he's a chiropractor and not an MD.
Why is it always the chiropractors, huh?
They need attention.
They really do.
My wife is gonna do the 6 milligram nicotine patch for 6 days to see if her long COVID disappears, and I'm gonna include it in my review of the movie.
Oh, nice.
It's a harmless test. Why not debunk it fully?
So 6 milligram patch for how long?
6 days. She has high
6
blood pressure
days.
as a result of getting COVID at 27. And so listening to that movie made me so mad. I was like, I'm gonna refute his most scientific claim. I just asked my wife, do you want to do this? She's like, yeah, sure.
Yeah, I have a feeling that probably the reason why nicotine was so hard for me to kick is because of like how it affected me. Because I'm really good with stimulants. Like stimulants are my drugs. Uppers are the best thing for me. I'm like,
I understand.
I swear I'm like chemically wired for stimulants. There's nothing better than a stimulant for me. So
I took a 30 milligram Adderall during this conversation.
and downers are like my enemy. Even though I kind of have to take them, they are so my enemy. Like I'm just not a downers person. So I think that's why it was so hard for me to kick nicotine, and why I struggled with the cravings for so long, because my brain is absolutely saying I need that.
Yeah, well also nicotine is a stimulant that is very socially acceptable. There's not the kind of shame attached to like taking a drug with it either. So you don't have this internal like parent in your head like criticizing you for doing it, Like,
I swear though,
nicotine.
like I'm so far down the drugs are all good and okay kind of pipeline that the social stigma doesn't matter to me. Like I would fully admit to somebody if I were doing cocaine. Like, oh yeah, I'm doing cocaine. I just wouldn't care.
hid anything like so like I take Adderall as prescribed now because like I totally kicked my addiction, but I was addicted to stimulants of any kind for like a long time, and it was a big problem. People would be like, "Look, man, I'm not trying to tell you how to live your life or what to do, but you need to eat." Like I was like my head was like a skull on a stick. I was like
Yeah, I was there.
145, and but fuck, I had a point for this. He said that
about not caring about the stigma.
oh yeah, when I'd see people and they'd come over to my house, I'd be like, "Hey, how's it going? I've been up for 36 days," and it was more or less like I don't care what people think at all, but if something happens, probably good that the people around me know what to tell somebody if they have to show up to take care of me medically. So like I couldn't care less what people thought about it. But I try to be responsible in my irresponsibility.
Yep. Yeah, I've always had this very libertarian view of drugs, and have always been like, you know, as long as you are an adult and informed as to what you're doing, and as long as you're telling me that you feel like you don't need help and like you're under control, then cool. Like no shame. I think I'm just fine with all drugs. I don't even care what it is. I don't care how bad it is. It could be bath salts. You could be on bath salts and crocodile combined, and I'd be like, all right, cool, whatever. You know, I hope that you.
Well, it led into a day. We got Charlie Sheen, like the name brand. I didn't have to pay for them, and it was all night. It was okay,
Yeah.
but I went to eat pizza like the next day, and my mouth was like all like sored up from smoking it off the foil, and I was like, "Oh, that fucking hurts." I was like, "All right, I'm not gonna do that again." But some of the motherfuckers were whacked out, and I was like, "You guys want to go somewhere else? These guys are freaking me out." Like movie levels of paranoid and shit.
Yeah, the way I see it, like I have both appreciation for natural living and like having a really clean body and everything, as well as for using your body while you got it. Like you only got the one life. Have fun while you're here, you know?
Yeah, I'm not here for a long time. I'm here for a good time.
Yeah, go do your shit, you know? I do have a big appreciation for like being pretty natural. Like my whole thing was I figured when I would finally end my life, like I wanted to make sure that I would have a very clean, like natural diet and everything for a while. Because originally I was thinking like I wanted to go out into the woods and just kind of die out there, and you know let nature take me. But that was sort of my original thought process behind it. But then I was like, nah, it would be too cruel to not leave a body behind for my family.
Oh, sure.
So, you know, I decided not to. But one of my thoughts was, you know, if I were going to do that, I would make sure that in, you know, my last, I mean, I already have a very healthy lifestyle and diet and everything. So it's not too big of a deal. But I figured, you know, in the last few weeks of life, I would just live a very clean, healthy, you know, all natural life and diet, so that I'm not bringing pollutants, you know, with me into nature.
I genuinely thought this whole time you were gonna say so you'd leave behind a good looking corpse or something.
No, I just don't want like, you know, animals to get poisoned by eating my corpse.
Oh. Well, like presumably you're gonna get buried or cremated, yeah? You have family.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was saying. I changed my mind and realized, no, it would be too cruel to not leave a body behind for my family.
I see. Okay. These are wholly separate.
Mm-hmm.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
I think
it's not like it would really change much of my lifestyle to go clean enough for animals to eat me and be healthy, though. I live a pretty healthy, natural life as it is. Really, the only things I've got are like my medications that I'm taking, which I've, you know, if I were going to go in the woods. I would go off of all my medications and all my HRT beforehand. You know, have no added anything into my system. But yeah.
I understand the thought process. My wife was shocked the other day. I said, basically that I don't care about my body when I'm dead. Like it's a corpse. It's just garbage for somebody else to take care of. What the fuck do I care about it? And she was
Yeah,
like
I want
horrified that I
my.
called it garbage.
I mean, that's the way I feel too. Like I don't even want a grave marker. You know, I just don't. I don't understand the whole concept. It's just a little silly to me.
Yeah,
So.
like I don't care if I have a grave marker, but it's not for me. Don't pretend it's for me. It's for whoever
Mm-hmm.
decided to get it.
Yep.
I'm not gonna appreciate it. I'll be fucking dead.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think it's weird how much we romanticize the corpse.
Right. A little weird.
Especially
Little
if you're
necrophilic.
religious.
Yeah. You can't take your body with you. You know?
Yeah, like, well, if he's in heaven, why the fuck are you throwing a big party for a corpse? It's weird.
Mm-hmm.
Stop it.
Yeah. My plan is to have my ashes and the ashes of my 3 cats scattered from on top of a mountain, and it's going to be the mountain from my neighborhood. My San Jose house is like backed up to the foothills of a mountain, so it'd be from that mountain.
I always like the idea of having my ashes put into like jewelry or something for my loved ones, because I feel like that's something that would be meaningful to them. But I mean, ultimately, like that could be my last wish, and if they don't want to, they don't have to do it.
Mm-hmm. That'd be kind of interesting. Your wife could be like, "I'm wearing my husband's corpse."
Well, it's funny that you say that because I actually sent her, like, this is like a known thing that I've said for a long time. And then one day I sent her, there's a company that takes your ashes and they put it into a crystal clear vibrator. And I sent it to her.
That's definitely weird.
In the trailer for like the product, pretty high quality. Like they must anticipate sales. There's no other explanation for like the quality of the video. I think that's so funny. But like there has to be somebody out there who's like, this product's for me.
That's wild.
Yeah.
The one that my sister was suggesting is this one where like you planted your ashes are part of a tree, and like you plant the tree and a big tree grows there.
I guess that's just an excuse to get people to plant a tree for you, but yeah.
Yeah.
It's a little poetic. I get it.
Yeah, a little poetic.
But I don't know, man. I'm also kind of feel like if I leave a corpse behind, I had a lame death.
Right?
If that makes sense.
You got to get started on your Daredevil arc.
When I was, like 20 or something, I didn't want to be around no more, just so I don't get TOS here. They said, how do you plan it? I was like, I didn't really have a plan, but like I'd like to do something cool, like impale myself or something. And they were like, why? I was like, I don't know. It's the last thing I'm ever gonna do. Like, I don't want to be a pussy about it.
Mm-hmm. Go out with a bang.
Yeah, like when people talk about like, well, did you hear he died? Like, how did he die? Like straight up, like a samurai. Like what? Shut the fuck up. No, like no, for real, he did. Like, that's pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of morbid, but like, still, you're gonna talk about it. People are gonna talk about that for a while. Cooler
You
than
go out like David Carradine.
Yeah. I guess that's the other side of that. I was thinking the other side would be like, well, like how did he go? His lungs filled up with fluid, and he left a gross corpse in a hospital bed. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's pretty boring.
Yeah.
I was telling my sister that. I was like, why would I want to go out like that? Why would I want that to be my end? See, the thing is, I can end at a much more opportune time doing something way more interesting. You know?
Yeah, I've always been pretty like pro people determining when their life ends if it's not out of like mental illness. Like if you're like, I'm pretty satisfied with my life, I did it good, and like I
Mm-hmm.
want to have control of how it ends instead of like waiting for random events to do it. Like that has always resonated and made sense to me. But people don't like that either. Um, but that's
They
something that
really
I've always
don't.
been like pretty keen on. Uh, but probably too because most people die from lung stuff, and I don't want to die from lung stuff. I know that has like some influence on that. You grew up with asthma. The last thing you want to do is die choking on your own mucus.
Right?
It's scary, and it hurts. I mean,
Yeah, I
getting
really
close
like
to that with
the
asthma.
I really like the idea of taking, like, when you're ready to go, you take that one thing that you've always wanted to do that you were always too afraid to do, and you do that and make that your end, or something like that. I'm not making suggestions here,
Yeah,
by the
yeah,
way.
yeah. I
This is
That
all in
makes sense.
Minecraft.
It resonates pretty good. When I was a teenager, I would get confidence by knowing that it was an option to just end it. So I'd be like, well, if this turns out really bad and embarrassing, I could just end it. And
Yeah.
that would give me the confidence to do the thing I was nervous to do. Which looking back on, I'm like, I was like way more fucked up as a teenager than I thought I was. Like that's what I needed to get me through like asking a girl to the dance or whatever stupid arbitrary thing that I was dealing with.
Hmm.
Like talk about having like no confidence or like belief in my own agency. Jesus Christ. Uh but I told Kiev Weird that and he goes, "Oh dude, me too." And I asked him if he had a plan, and he had the same super edgy teenage plan that I had. And like I have a stream of it. I ripped my headset off because I thought he was fucking with me. Our plans were to jump off of his was a building. I had a mountain in my head because I don't know, I'm creative. Jump off the high thing with a grenade in your mouth, pull the pin, and then shoot yourself in the head. So that way, like you're guaranteeing to get it done. He said the same thing, and like it totally freaked me out. Him saying that to me is the closest I've ever had to like a paranormal experience. It's like he read my past and recited it to me. I was freaked the fuck out. But then I also was like,
um,
use a real homie. We have something here.
an old friend of mine, when he got into a really bad breakup, and he got super depressed, and he wanted to end his life. And the plan that he was brewing was, he was going to, during peak traffic. Now this is back like 20 years ago to peak traffic. Peak traffic on the Golden Gate Bridge. He was going to jump off the top of one of the towers during peak traffic, so it would all be stopped there. Back then, it was real bad. And he would have himself strapped with explosives, and he'd blow himself up so that every car on the bridge and every pedestrian on the bridge would get covered in his guts. I was like, that's creative.
I tried
That's
really
definitely
hard not to
creative.
laugh. I just wasn't prepared to hear any of that. As like
Yeah.
shocked laughter.
Mm-hmm.
Shit. You know what though?
See, the
I
thing
bet
is,
you
I
that
don't
was
want
a
to hurt.
really cool and fun guy in general.
Yeah.
You tell me a plan like that, you're probably the kind of person I want to party with. Froggy Style, thank you so much for the gifted membership. I appreciate you, buddy.
My thing is, I don't want to hurt people, so I wouldn't do anything like that. I wouldn't take any chances. So I don't want to risk anybody else.
I don't. I'm vegan. I'm not gonna take myself out by hurting other people.
Right.
Unless it's those motherfuckers running the front. No, I'm just kidding. I wouldn't.
Yeah, I wouldn't do. I wouldn't either. That's people are like, worried about me with my guns. I was like, one of the dumbest ways to go is to shoot yourself. This is kind of, now we're getting into TOS territory. I'm not going to talk about the deets on this, but the dumbest way to go is that way, by the way. Too much risk. Not only are you potentially going to screw up and not going to, kill yourself, but that bullet could, go somewhere else and hurt someone else. But in addition to that, then you're there after making a loud gunshot, sound, letting everybody know that there's a gun there and there's nobody there attending the gun. And the most important thing as a gun owner is to ensure that that gun remains under your control at all times. Because if that gun gets into somebody else's hands and then is used to commit a crime, that shit's your fault. Even if the laws don't say it, even if the laws don't say that it's your fault, it's still your fucking fault morally. Like, that was your responsibility to keep that gun under your control. And it got in the hands of somebody else. So, yeah.
Have you ever heard the Carlin bit about that method?
No.
Oh God, like I'm.
Or maybe I haven't. I forgot.
I said Anton LaVey was my hero growing up. Him and George Carlin were both absolutely my heroes. If I had to write a report on my heroes, that's who they would be. He said, well, the guy's like going through these options. Like, well, I guess I could just do that. I'm not going to say it either. He goes, suppose I miss. I'd have to wear, I'd have a big fucking hole in my head. People make fun of me. I'd have to wear a stupid fucking hat. And like, it would be, if you didn't like your life before, it's not getting any better. And there's, actually somebody my wife knows from up north, they fucked it up and like, they have to get all kinds of facial reconstruction and stuff. And that's
I was like that.
Think about
this is like one of those two Judas Priest kids that tried to kill themselves. One of them succeeded, and the other dude blew his jaw off with a shotgun. Survived it to this day. Has to this no jaw. Has this big old hole under his chin that he had to have. He has like special gear in there to help him eat and stuff like that.
Oh my God! I just saw a picture of him when he was a kid.
Yeah.
Fucking. He looks like one of those fish.
Mm-hmm.
That come up and they explode.
Yeah.
Oh God. Yeah, that's the worst because you already didn't want to be around anymore, and now everything is so much worse.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's always been I can't. Like my biggest duty to myself is that when I die, I have to like not.
He
let
said
anything,
duty.
Not let anything destroy my brain. Because my DMT experience makes me think that if there is anything, that's how you enter and leave like this plane of existence. Because your body gets flooded with DMT when you're born and when you die. So just in case there's something there, that's what that has to be the mechanics behind it, as far as I'm concerned. So I would like to not fuck that part up.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And also, like, even if it's not, if that's like sort of like the mechanism that we have to like guide us into just plainly not existing anymore, I'll take our evolved presentation of that. I don't want to be the only one that didn't see the movie. How lame would that be?
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah. So, as you can tell, I've thought about this stuff a lot.
I too have engaged with it in passing, yes.
Morbid thoughts. I'm all about them morbid thoughts.
Yeah, I don't. People make me mad when they pretend like they don't have fucked up thoughts. Like when you just say like, yeah, you ever, like people say a lot, like you ever think about like turning into traffic or something, like that's not that weird. That's like a pretty average normal person thing. But like we be thinking about wacky shit all the time and nobody ever wants to share it. And I get frustrated with people.
Mm-hmm.
Like I want to feel a connection. Tell me about the crazy thoughts you have when you find out your internet's off for 4 hours and you have got nothing to do. I want to know what you think about when your internet service goes down.
Man, I explore the wildest concepts when I'm like going to bed and stuff.
Yeah.
You know, just there to my alone with my thoughts. Yeah.
Have you ever practiced?
That's
like,
also why I
solo
think. That's also
speaking?
why I think like just in general with the shrooming, I wasn't too worried about it because I was like, because people were talking about, well, there are things that if you haven't confronted about yourself that you might be afraid to think of or something, things that normally you try to avoid thinking of, you may end up having to confront those and won't be able to get away from them. And I was just thinking, yeah, but I don't really have anything like that. Like I'm one of those people who will think about the horrible thing,
Yeah.
right,
Do you ever
and
Google shadow
explore it.
work?
No.
Oh, I'm like, this is just introspecting. I don't understand why people make a big deal. People like, I've been doing a lot of shadow work over the last year. It means just like identifying that part of you that like most people like turn away from.
Hmm.
It's like it's not like really your subconscious, but it's the thoughts and ideas that we have that we immediately dismiss and don't examine. I'm like, I stopped
Mm,
doing that when I was in my teens. I'm fully
right?
aware of how weird and fucked up I am. Well, at least that like I have the capacity to create within myself. Like I don't think of that
Yeah.
as like it is me, but like it's not what I choose to uh outwardly engage in. Yeah.
Hmm.
Um
Well, one of the things that I didn't really understand, honestly, until more recently, I didn't realize this. I guess it was just something I'd never really thought too much about. So, I used to have phobias, but I got over them because I didn't like having them. And
oh,
so I used to be arachnophobic. And when I was 22, I got tired of being afraid of spiders. And so I was like, okay, well, let's learn everything we can about spiders. So I started learning everything I could about spiders, started exploring them, and then eventually worked up the courage as I got a little bit older and started like going over to people who raise, and breed arachnids. I would go over there and like check out their spiders and take pictures of them. And then finally started like handling them and picking them up and everything. And I also used to have a fear of like deep or dark water. And that was something I got over as well. And those were my two fears. Those are the only two real fears that I had, like irrational fears. Um, and and as I got older, like when I found out, I just learned more and more. Like people don't confront their fears. Like most people don't.
all right.
They'll just stick with them. They'll stay with them. And I think that's the case for a lot of uncomfortable things that people like uncomfortable concepts that cross people's minds and such. And they're like, nope, not going to think about that ever again, and they kind of put
Yes.
it out of their mind as quickly as possible.
When I have
Um,
interpersonal problems with people and they're like, yeah, I'll work on it or whatever, or I'll try. I'm like, how? You answer me how, or I don't believe you because you're going to be uncomfortable. When you think about it, you're going to stop thinking about it. And we're going to be having this conversation in a week. Fuck you. Tell me how. Because people avoid everything that makes them feel uneasy. It's lame.
yeah. Yeah. And the thing was, I just thought everybody did that for the longest time. I just assumed that's what people did because I hadn't even really considered that anybody would not do that. Because to me, like it was very, very limiting to be afraid of these things, especially with spiders, right? Because spiders are everywhere.
Yeah,
So
I'm afraid of spiders to a degree because I lived in a house full of spiders and I used to get bit by them all the time.
yeah,
And it would be itchy. And then I met somebody who got bit in the eyeball. So I'm not really like, if I see a spider, I don't freak out. But like, I don't want to be in an area where there's a lot of spiders because getting spider bites suck. Does that make sense?
yeah.
Would you consider that irrational or rational?
I would say it's rational.
Most of my fears, I think, are learned fears, except for I'm very germophobic. But if I'm sick, I don't freak out. Like then it's over. I'm afraid of getting sick, not I'm not afraid while being sick.
Yeah, yeah. Makes sense.
But continue.
Yeah. And so I just assumed that's what everybody did, that everybody figured out ways to kind of like overcome their fears.
Oh no.
And I found that's just uncommon, that people don't usually do that. And so I was very just, I don't know, it was just something I had assumed about people for the longest time. And as I got older, I learned more and more. No, that's people don't do that. They don't confront their fears. And as a matter of fact, people will do anything to avoid confronting their fears. So,
Yeah.
and what's funny is like once I learned that and once I really kind of pieced that together and figured it out, I was so disappointed.
Um,
because this is the way I was thinking. I was thinking like, oh, like for instance, in my head, I thought, oh, my sister will eventually get over her fear of spiders. I just thought that. I just assumed that was the case because she and I both were terrified of spiders. She never got over it, but I remember being really disappointed. I was like, oh my gosh, my sister's probably never going to get over her fear of spiders, and like other people that I knew who had their fears. And I was like, they're never going to get over that. Like they're never going to overcome this thing. And it was just such a sad realization to come to at the time. I was like really like heartbroken at the time thinking that, because I just assumed that like all these limiting things that people ran into, that they would overcome them eventually and they'll figure out how to, overcome them and enjoy doing things without having to be, blocked by this fear.
How would you suppose somebody goes resolving a fear that's a bit more ephemeral than that? Because like
the deep dark water one, that's a hard one to confront. You got to
no,
go
so
into
I'm
the
gonna give you
ocean for that
I'm
one.
gonna give you the real example because like my biggest like irrational ephemeral fear is like the chair, but I don't live in fear of that. But like so I have from going to therapy I found out that I have like a very real fear of being confronted by people that I care about or something and finding out that like I'm like really just not enough. I'm not like really worthy. Like they don't really think that I'm worth like their time or their love or their attention. That I'm just like not, I'm never going to really be able to meet a standard that people think are worth like putting effort towards like building stronger relationships. That kind of fear. Does that make sense? I'm terrified of that, so I'll often try to avoid ways that I could find out. Because even like I'll believe that already, but like I just don't want to have it confirmed because it would destroy me.
Well, the way that I would handle something like that, which I don't know if this is the best recipe for most people. I have the whole void concept is actually something that's been with me for a long time. You know, the call of the void. I forget what the French term for that is, but there's a French term for it.
I know call of the void.
Yeah, the call of the void is basically it's this thing that like sometimes people will experience in certain like highly adrenalized situations, and some people will also experience it just because they're sort of built that way. Like daredevils are like that. Like daredevils are the kind of people who like constantly feel the call of the void. They're like crazy suicidal, and will just do things oftentimes without thinking. Let's just see what the fuck happens, right?
Yeah.
And so I've often had that, like I was a bit of a daredevil when I was a kid and did some crazy shit. And I do have that kind of like throw caution to the wind. Let's just see if I survive this crazy shit, you know? And that's sort of my approach to a lot of things is like, if there's something that I'm afraid to confront, like there's something I'm afraid to know the truth of, it's like, well, fuck it. Let's dive into it and see what the hell happens. Maybe I'll be completely crushed and disappointed, and maybe that's okay. Maybe it'll be miserable, but that's also okay. And it's just to dive in and do it. But I don't know if that's a good answer for everybody. That's sort of my answer to pretty much anything that would get in my way is to just be suicidally crazy about it and just like go off the deep end with it and see what actually comes at the end of it.
I think I sort of took for granted this built-in part of it and didn't explain it. So like I don't know if that would work because part of the fear is that even if it's not true, if I confront it, the response that I get is that I will, no matter what, interpret it as a confirmation of that, and I won't be able to be convinced afterwards, no matter what.
Oh, that's weird.
Because
I shouldn't say it's weird.
The whole idea of it's kind of weird, right?
Yeah. I mean,
because I'm pretty.
I don't know if it's weird, but yeah, it's weird to
situations
consider.
to convince me that like, I'm the thing that's not good in it pretty well. Like, and I'm like not like boo-hooing about it. Like obviously I'm pretty comfortable with like the knowledge that I have that. But like I think like if I try to confront somebody and if they said that that's not the case, whatever, I'd find a way in how they said it to convince myself that like they're lying right now, and the only reason to lie is that like my fear is correct.
Yeah, that's a tough one because
It
I
is.
think the only way that my situation would work is if you don't already do that with that kind of thing. Like
Yeah.
you'd have to be more open to options.
Yeah. I think I'm just so afraid of it that like there would have to be such an amazing, perfect response for me to believe it.
I wonder if that's something that like a ketamine trip could totally deal with. You know, ketamine can be used to sort of deal with those kinds of blockers,
Yeah,
those
it
kinds
can
of
resolve
psychological
depression.
hangups. Yeah,
Maybe.
because it's
Um
very situational, and ketamine works great for those kinds of things. Apparently,
I never considered it.
for yeah, I have this very, I don't know, my whole attitude about life in general and about things is very laid back. So I'm like, I don't have thoughts like that. I'm just very like, whatever.
That
Whatever
makes
is
sense.
happening is happening. Whatever is working,
Yeah, I'm very
which
analytical and critical of like everything.
I'll be analytical and critical, but I won't be like critical of my own perception of things so much. Not so much. Not in the same way. Like, I'll very much be like, I may briefly have a thought of like, am I dragging this person down? And then I'll go and I'll look at the whole situation, look at it from, whatever angles I can and assess the situation. And I'll be like, either yes or no. It'll be like a very resolute yes or no. There's not going to
Oh.
be any question about the answer there.
Yeah, I take it
I
to the
won't.
next step and I acknowledge my ability to deceive myself based on what I want the answer to be. And then I think I push back so hard against that that it makes it hard for me to see the outcome that I would want if it is
Hmm. Yeah, no, I wouldn't. I definitely wouldn't
there.
do that.
I would prefer to not do that for sure. Um, like
You know what you need? Cocaine. That's the ultimate confidence booster. That'll give you narcissism. You need a little dose of
uh,
narcissism.
I think I was a lot like that when I was younger. I think a lot of it like when I was a teenager, I was homeless a lot. Uh, I know we talked about this on your end, and I would be like really manipulative to people around me. Just be like what I
Hmm.
would just say is like a really shitty person. And since then, I've overcorrected to the point to where uh, if I think me telling somebody the truth will be manipulative towards them, like if I feel like if I'm honest and they won't feel like they have a choice based on like the honest thing I say, it's not okay for me to say it.
I see. You know what? You're gonna need to hear. This is my recommendation. You're gonna need to kind of like let go, and just be like that. That's a thing where you're like clinging too hard to not wanting to do harm, and that's
Yeah.
where something you're gonna need to just let go and be like, okay, I don't really know what the answer is here, but I can't be hung up on this. And I just need to let go and move forward with this, regardless of whether or not I'm doing some harm here that I'm not entirely aware of.
Yeah,
You
that's
know,
I think in the last like 2 months I made a lot of really good progress with that. Jesus. Um
well, that's good.
it's just it's tough.
I could see that.
And a lot of that is like I do a lot of that stuff with my wife. I won't like sugarcoat things or just say like really how I feel because that's
Mm,
probably the safest person to do that with. Which, by the way, kind of topic adjacent. Chris Speaks and I are doing a relationship advice show next Saturday. We're starting it because everybody appeals to incels trying to pick up women in this space. Nobody cares about people that like have struggles that already found somebody.
interesting.
Isn't that
Filling in the
weird?
gaps. No, I mean it's always the extreme things and the popular topics that dominate.
Huh. I thought it was weird when I talked about it in a couple of discords and got overwhelmingly flooded with positive response. People saying they wanted to call in and shit. And I was like, oh my God. I thought people were gonna
Hmm.
make fun of me.
Well, it's kind of like this is part of the reason why I didn't really have a problem with Fairy Queen wanting to like make a space for cis women and wanting to talk about cis women's issues because she's right that like trans issues absolutely dominate any of the gender discussion.
Oh, I just talked
And
to somebody about that. How is it
yeah,
weird to want people that have the same experience as you? It's not
right?
trying to, it's not saying like, hey, you're not like me. I don't want you to be here. It's like saying, I want people that have had the same experiences so that we can lean on each other based on those experiences. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
It's really innocent and honest.
Yep.
Everybody just takes shit so fucking personal to where like you're hurting people by doing it.
Yeah, they really do. And it gets people, like, it scares people out of talking about things too. You know, like,
Yeah.
people shouldn't be afraid to talk about these things.
I think a lot of the space needs to like grow the fuck up because things like that seem very obvious to me. Like
Mm-hmm.
by saying what I want from me should never be a slight against somebody else. Like that's not what they're doing. It's very weird to me.
It really is. I have found that there is, I mean, this is part of the reason why I just don't give a fuck about optics and shit, and why I'll say whatever the hell I want, you know, unapologetically so. Because there's too many people who try to weaponize your worry over whether or not you're going to look bad or hurt someone's feelings or something like that, right?
Yeah.
Like, I think my more, what would you call it? Brutal approach, I guess, to things is probably not always the best approach, but it's like it cuts through that bullshit. There's so many people who are like both intentionally and unintentionally manipulating you into not talking about something that you want to really talk about, truly talking about your experience or your feelings or whatever, by creating this culture of like shame
Yes.
around these things, and then creating a culture of silence around it. So I think my approach to it being just like, well, fuck your feelings, really gives me a lot of freedom to talk about whatever the hell it is that I want, and it opens up the door to a lot of discussions that normally people would be afraid to have. So I wish other people would kind of do more of that and just stop caring about whether or not they're offending someone and actually have the discussion.
That's why I gave him that like really awkward real life example about my fear. When I'm streaming, I feel like it's an excuse for me to be overwhelmingly honest and to not care because this isn't my real life.
Right?
I don't really care about what these other people think, and I have been for a long time, and I'm putting more work into my free speech video. I'm gonna have to say some slurs in it because I can't talk about how I support free speech and like these are the principles and these are the things that I've learning about it, and then avoid saying them. If people want to think that means that I'm full of hate, well then I think you're retarded and I don't value your opinion. Like how can I make a statement and then be hypocritical in the same vein? Like it ruins my project. It ruins my message.
I took the whole same approach to, did you ever see the slur panel?
I'm so offended that I didn't get invited to it. You have no idea. Yeah, I did. And I called in afterwards and explained that nobody can possibly think that context doesn't matter. Because when I went to a Joyner Lucas show, I sang every single N-word, and so did every other person there. And not one person turned in so much and gave me a dirty look because they all knew that I didn't pay $50 to come there and say the N-word around black people. I came there because I like this song. I like that song. I like that song. That's how I know the words. I'm not going to memorize the words so I can be a racist. Everybody understands context matters. And when they don't, they're trying to find a reason to get mad. It's that simple. It's obvious.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one. Yep.
And then I don't respect your feelings when you want to voice them because you're full of shit.
Yeah, that was a fun panel, but I did the same thing. I was like, if we're going to do this, there's no way that I'm going to be, I'm not going to be saying N word and N slur and F slur and all that shit. No, I'm just going to say them.
Yeah.
So
I think that people also don't realize that for a very long time, you could say slurs in a lot of different contexts that weren't full of hate, and nobody thought that you were either because you weren't. It's not that people were less observant before, but people used to understand that between friends, you can make jokes and that doesn't extend out to other things. It's crazy to think that like retroactively we've changed the rules on that. Like now like actually no matter what you say, you were actually full of hate when you told your friend that joke. Shut up. No, I wasn't.
All right.
The fact
Yeah.
that we went to a clan meeting right after that joke is completely irrelevant. That was for research. No.
Yeah. So that was a fun panel.
I truly like. I have had to talk to my therapist about my lack of jealousy to see if it's okay and normal. I was fucking jealous I wasn't on that panel. I had a panel about jealousy, and I was not just jealous, I was envious that I was not on that panel. I so badly wish that I had the platform to freely speak with like minimal judgment and to be able to like not have to like dance around the words that I'm talking about because I do really feel strongly about it. I used to call my dogs a slur when they were being bad because it would make like other people in the room laugh when they heard it. And the reason I stopped is because there was a legitimate murderer on the loose in my area, and I seen my garage door was open. I said, "Hey, what are you doing out there?" And since that's usually followed by a slur, because I'm yelling at my pets, I almost said it, and there was cops looking in my shed because it was open. They were looking for the guy. I was like, "Ooh." That would have not been good if I called a cop a slur. I'm really glad. So I was like, maybe I should not have such loose, although totally fine intentioned usage of these words. I probably need to take it back a good measure here. Like I'm talking razor thin close.
Now that's the story I want to hear is about how you got beat up and thrown in a paddy wagon by the cops because you accidentally called them a slur when you were trying to call your dog a slur. That's the story I want to hear.
And nobody would believe me. I'm just a racist now because I told the story. Even though I paid the cost. My life is full of little things like that where like I've done something and I wouldn't believe me if I wasn't the one telling the story. Did I ever tell you about my McDonald's situation?
I think maybe it sounds kind of like something I would have heard from you.
Essentially, I'll give you what everybody else saw. There was a female coworker, bent down in front of me that I was very friendly with like throughout the whole day, and I mouthed the words, "I gotta slam that," and it was taken exactly how you think it would have been taken. Because somebody's seen me mouth the words. Have I told you about that?
No, I don't think so.
This is an analogy for my entire life. We were super busy. We were like the closest McDonald's to the big concert hall. And there's regularly concerts and we get flooded with customers. We had to keep our drinks on the manager station. So it's like drive-through window. And then if you like move to the right of that where nobody can see, that's the manager station. I'm rounding the corner thinking about my Powerade that's sitting over there and how I don't have time to keep taking drinks. And so like I'm just very in my head. I turn the corner and I mouth, "I gotta slam that." Stop walking because the female coworker is bent over in front of me. And her words, not mine. I'm not calling her this. She called herself this when she met me. And she called herself that because it's kind of descriptive. My manager, who is an angry bull dyke, her words, not mine. Her words, not mine. She can call herself that. I would never call her that. Looked at me, screamed my name, and told me to go in the back and get more cups. So I go in the back and have a panic attack because she just seen me essentially like silently sexually harass my coworker. And my friend let me live with them on the condition that I got a job in the first week. And I did. I got it in like 2 days. They're like really happy with me. And I'm like, I'm going to get fired for sexual harassment. Nobody's going to fucking believe me. They're going to think, I can't believe we let this piece of shit move into our house. They're going to like make my friend feel bad for asking them to trust me. And like, it kind of blew over. But then sometimes some of the like girls there were like weird and mean to me. And I'm just like, I literally can't argue. Like nobody will ever believe me when I say like, it was about my Powerade, you guys. I didn't say I wanted to slam her. It was my drink. And I find myself in weird situations like that a lot. So
I think it's weird that they would associate slam with like doing something sexually to another person.
maybe not in a normal context, but if they see me mouthing it while standing right behind her and she's bent over, I get it.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Okay.
But I didn't even know
I
she
was
was there when I mouthed
confused.
it.
I get it. I was confused by the whole thing. Okay.
And also,
It makes
that's
more
not
sense
how I would
now.
say that. Like, I can be raunchy, but
You
like,
would say, I
God
gotta hit
damn,
that, right? That's how people say
something.
it, right?
I mean,
Isn't that
probably
what they
not
say?
even. I probably wouldn't refer to a woman as that if I was like thinking sexually, but sure, that's way more likely than I gotta slam that.
Yeah.
Also, I'm not that confident. It would be I want to. Not I gotta. That exudes so much more confidence than I would have had like sexually at that point in my life. There's no chance that I could even internally think those thoughts. Like, hey, it would be really nice if she'd let me. That would be probably more along the accurate lines.
It would be so generous of her to let me slam that.
Yeah, that's I wouldn't let me, like, my internal like critic wouldn't let me get away with thinking that. It has to be much more gentle, yeah.
Yeah, that's a wild situation to deal with. No, I had not heard that story
Yeah.
before.
I always said if I ever did stand up, I would demonstrate where everything was and laid out, and that would be my ender.
Yeah, that's a
Because-
pretty good one.
Yeah, but unfortunately,
mean-
it's 100% true.
Yeah, it's hard for me to understand because, like, I was trying to figure out. I was like, okay, why do they think that it has to do with her? And like slam, that's not like a sexual term. Like hit is a sexual term. Slam, I'm not familiar with. And I was thinking, well, maybe I don't know. Maybe it's just because, like, I had someone use the term "jelk" in a sentence yesterday, and
I don't know what it means,
like a
but
sexual,
I feel like it's gross.
yeah, and it was in a sexual context, and I was like, do I want to know what "jelk" means? And they said, no, you don't. and then they said it was just something sexual. You don't want to know, and I'm like, okay. So I didn't know that term.
I don't know it either.
So I don't know all the terms, but I hear them enough where usually I know a good number of them. Like I know what gooning means.
Yeah.
I learned that one like a year ago.
Oh God.
I know what edging means now too. I know what a goon cave is. But yeah, I had to learn all these things like just as they go. So when you said slam, I was like, oh, that's not like a sexual thing, is it? Sitting there trying to like go through the lexicon of terms that I've learned.
You're playing sexual 4D chess when it's just like, no, slam right into him. You don't want to know what joking is. I just Googled it and like, we've established I'm a pretty sexual person. I don't like that. I don't like what I just read.
Oh boy.
I'm like bummed out about it.
They didn't even say jelking. They said jelk.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure the context. Like it didn't make any sense to me the way they said it.
Thanks a lot,
So-
Jazzy. Now I know it's an adverb.
You just
Sorry.
gave more away. Yeah.
It's a sad verb.
It's a sad verb. There you go. I think I was like well into adulthood by the time that I learned most sexual terms. Like, typically kids would know these terms, in their early teens and stuff. I never understood most of the sexual terms. They just went over my head. I really didn't figure most of them out until I was well into adulthood.
I
You,
think
usually
I had
because
some things
I'd be like,
corrected as an adult.
hmm?
I think at least I thought I knew what most. I had a lot of confidence that I would think that I knew some of the things, and then as I got older, I found like, oh, that's what that means. Interesting.
Mm-hmm. At first, I learned the wrong thing about gooning. I was told by one person that it was like, what did they say it was? They said it was like when someone's secretly masturbating on a VC with you. And
They could be gooning.
I was like, what? I thought that was weird. That blew me away that could even be a thing.
Oh yeah, that could definitely be a thing.
And they're like, no, people do that. I was like, well, you got to be kidding me. There's people actually doing that shit. And she's like, yeah, no, it's a thing. Like we've caught people doing that stuff all the time. But then somebody told me, so then like later on, and I think in the same call, I told someone, I was like, I learned what gooning is. And then I explained what it was. And then the people on the call were like, that's not what gooning is. And then they explained it to me.
Oh, sure.
That's
That's
like,
gotta be
okay.
like that's gotta be like really shocking to find out about then, huh?
Yeah, that was pretty shocking.
Because that's
It sounds like a myth to me. Sounds like one of those internet myths.
I believe it just on like I feel like taking the idea to the logical extreme that it is, it makes sense to me. But
really,
it's also kind of a bummer that it happens with enough frequency that we need a word.
So is Goon turned God like the person who achieved the ultimate goon?
I have always interpreted their name as like a grunt accelerated all the way up the ladder. And I'm going to continue to think that.
You know what? Since I've learned what gooning is now, I'm not going to think that.
Spoiled on it.
Mm-hmm.
Tuna called into Mr. Grohl's hotline the last time he had one. And when he left, he hit him with a "see you later, Gooner," and then just dipped. The best exit I've ever seen on a hotline. So good. And it was like so upbeat and positive, just like that. He was like, all right, well, see you later, Gooner. And gave like a little side of the head salute and dipped. I was like, he's a fucking genius.
Good shit.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Yeah, I've learned some weird terms in recent years with like spending so much time on Discord since the pandemic that I've been introduced to a lot of things that I never would have considered before.
Your attitude lends to exposure to a lot of sexual deviancy. You know? You're like, I don't give a fuck attitude. You're going to attract people that are going to end up informing you of these things naturally.
That's true. And I have really weird friends. I have like all the wildest friends. Like people often tell me that my
people is true of asexual people too. You're gonna be like weird and attract weird people most of the time. I swear to God, because like this is 100% my observation, not data driven, but I believe it with my whole heart.
One of the things that multiple people have said about me is that all my friends hate each other, which is kind of true. It's not entirely true, but there's definitely a pattern there. Somehow with the kind of friends that I make, they just don't get along with each other. It's like I have to have friends in like quarantine spaces.
I think that's sort of an element of being like a social butterfly, though. No.
Yeah, probably.
I
have a lot of friends though.
Do you have any of I got to describe a group of people that I have come up with a classification for. I've talked about them quite a bit lately. I call them Teresa friends because my friend Teresa attracts a certain kind of people, and this is like the description of these kinds of people. They are often loud in public places to where everybody can hear what they're saying. They will often talk about their sex life in front of people that they don't know. But not in like an obnoxious way, but sort of like in a I'm fucking clueless that I shouldn't be doing this kind of way. And there's a decent chance that they identify themselves as a juggalo, or they have a very close friend who does. And it's very hard to be upset with these people at any given point because they have an almost like innocence about them, and they always really do mean well. But if you take them in public, you are going to get secondhand cringe because people know that you're the one that brought them. These are Teresa friends. And like my friend Teresa thrives in this environment. She is like the lightest version of that. But she attracts people on like the like full spectrum, like full 10 to 11 value Teresa friends.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any? Do you have any Teresa friends?
Maybe.
Oh, there's another bonus feature of them too. They all fucking love me. I can't get rid of a Teresa friend once they glob on. And they think that I like, and like I'm fine with them, but they think I like them way more than I do.
Huh. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I do. I don't know. Not that people. No, I think most of the people that I tend to befriend are people who tend to be quieter about their sex life, with the exception of just like a couple.
Yeah,
But
the couple that do, are they just kind of oblivious to the fact that they're like sharing stuff that people don't want to hear?
yes.
Yeah, okay, that's a very strong indicator of a Teresa friend.
Yeah, I've definitely had that with a couple of friends. But most of my friends tend to be pretty chill about that kind of stuff. Um, a lot of the people that I befriend are very, I guess, introverted.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
I'm what they call an extroverted introvert. Like
I'm very
unironically.
introverted.
I feel like I can present myself as like an extravagantly extroverted person, the way I communicate with people. But it's really only because I put myself in a position where I now have to communicate with people, and it's how I cope.
Mm-hmm.
Like my buddy Daniels told me, you talk more than anybody I've ever met. I'm like, yeah, because if I stop talking, then I'm gonna be worried about what people are thinking, and then I'm gonna like go like way deep dive into my own head. So like, yeah, I gotta keep talking, man.
You know what though? It's extroverts who care what people are thinking about them. Like that's
Oh,
a very extroverted thing.
I don't care in the sense like that they're judging me. I care because then I have to plan out what I'm going to say. Does that make sense?
Still sounds pretty extroverted.
Oh.
But yeah, because there's so much of your social element depends on the other people. Whereas with introverts, their social element doesn't depend on, like they aren't really depending on other people, right? And extroverts, the way that they feel depends a lot on other people and how they're interacting with other people. And with introverts, that's sort of a missing component there. Like they don't usually have that. They're like, whatever, I'll read a book, you know? It's like
I'm
an
not fun at
introvert.
parties. I'll sit by myself and play on my phone kind of person.
Oh, that's very introverted.
Yeah, that's
but
what
that
I
could
mean.
be, maybe that's an overwhelming thing. Maybe you're getting overwhelmed from all the input.
I don't know. It seems like certain situations, like if I'm at work and like I'm an IT guy, I am very easy. I can be social very, very easy with all the customers. I'm a great salesman because I know I'm in control of the whole situation. But like in normal social situations, I prefer people, if somebody wants to talk to me, they can come up to me. Like it's fine if they don't too. But I think I view streaming as like the same thing. Like this is like I'm streaming, this is my stream, so like I'm in control of all this, so I can say all my things. My only rule is that I have to be like radically honest, so that way I don't lose control of what I'm doing.
Okay.
But maybe
Hard
I have
to
the
say
whole
where
idea of
you
introverted extroverts or extroverted introverts are.
Yeah, maybe you're maybe that's what you are. You definitely strongly hold both traits. So
Yeah.
I know for me, I'm just very much an introvert. For me, like interacting with other people is effort, you know?
Yeah.
So I'm like, do I want to expend this effort? Do I really have the energy to be social and interact with people? Because generally speaking, like, I don't really care. I don't really think much about other people, except when it's like certain people I care about that I'm worried about for certain reasons. But yeah, I could just
Oh,
like,
that's a big one for me. I worry
I could
about
just
people.
ignore the world for a lot.
Yeah. a lot of people do this thing that I never, ever, ever do, where they wonder what other people think about them. And I never do that.
Yeah, I never do that.
That's a weird
That's
one
a
to me.
very extroverted trait.
Just kind of recently, I've had somebody that I was close to lie to me, and so it showed me that like my version of them in my head doesn't match reality. So I've sort of like toyed with that idea a bit about myself, but only through that lens.
Mm-hmm.
But it turns out that like a lot of people think that other people think about them a lot, and that they spend a lot of time thinking about what other people think about them. Which
Yeah, I
is
always thought that.
weird.
I always thought that was weird. Yeah.
And it sounds exhausting.
It does sound exhausting, and I know a lot of people who are like that. And I'll say, I'm like, why do you care? Like, don't you care what they think about you? No. They're like, no. Clearly you do. I'm like, no, I don't.
Well, I guess I care a little bit now. When I was young, I was like aggressively like if something I does bother somebody, then like why do I care? They're not the kind of people I want to please. But now I'm sort of like I should have some kind of like respect for other people. And that's about as far as I take it now.
Yeah, there's that whole
There's a
decency
consideration
thing.
for them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I don't want people to be like acting crazy and fucked up and in my face about it, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So like that's about my halfway point. Otherwise, I really don't care that much about like bothering other people.
Yeah.
I just
I'm
make
kinda
little
like
concessions for the good of society, I guess.
the older I get, the less I care. So, I mean, well, it's kind of funny the pendulum swing on this one.
Yeah.
Because when I was like 14, I briefly did care. 13, 14, I did kind of care what people thought about me. But then around sometime in age 14 or 15 or so, probably because all the shit I was dealing with struggles at home and stuff and having an unstable home, I kind of switched and just stopped caring and went in the extreme direction of not caring. And then as I got into adulthood, I only really cared in terms of like how my career went.
That makes sense.
But now, as I've hit this point in life, dealing with a lot of physical issues and neurological issues that I've been struggling with, I've pendulum swung again back in the extreme direction of just not caring at all.
You got bigger fish to fry now.
Yeah, and I'm kind of like also, short timer syndrome as well. Because I've been in this state where I've been like, yeah, I'm probably not far away from ending my life. So there's that as well, where it's like, I don't have much energy left in me or reason left in me to be civil with people or to care what people think about me or to care about people's feelings. So I've kind of gone back in the extreme direction, the extreme other direction. So there's been a little bit of a pendulum swing for me for these things.
Yeah, that tracks.
Yeah.
I stopped caring like 12 or 13 whenever I moved. I cared a lot. My friends like when I hit middle school, my friends didn't want to be friends with me anymore. Partially because I was poor and I was in a very rich area. Like they started caring a lot about what other people thought, so they didn't want to be my friend anymore. And that bothered me a lot. So like then I kind of cared for a bit. And when I moved though, I didn't like anybody. Like it was like out in the middle of nowhere. Everybody was like super like Christian raised and like really conservative minded, and just nothing resonated with me. So it was really easy for me to just like not give a shit about what anybody thought. And that served me pretty well. But then when I became an asshole from it, I think that's when I sort of, when I hurt myself from being an asshole from it, then I was like, all right, I have to have some kind of halfway point here. I should respect other people. But that doesn't mean I gotta care.
I was telling a friend of mine recently that I've hit this point where I just I've stopped caring about most things, and I don't really want to be nice to people anymore, which I know is a little extreme, but it's
I
kind of
know
where
enough
I've been
about you to
at.
where it's understandable. You're not looking
Yeah.
for kindness back, right?
Nope.
Well, fuck it. Yeah, maybe that's part of it
Yeah.
too. I do want people to be nice to me because I don't want people to hurt my feelings. Well, I don't want people to want to hurt my feelings. That's like maximal feelings hurt for me is when somebody I know well enough to know that they're doing it on purpose to hurt my feelings. That's what hurts my feelings.
It would probably be very hard to hurt my feelings these days. I mean, it would have been hard to anyway. I'm not someone whose feelings are easily hurt, but like someone has to know me very well. It has to be a very personal thing in order to hurt my feelings.
That's
So,
kind of where I'm at. Like,
well, like a friend of mine was in town last year, and she didn't tell me she was in town, or they didn't tell me they were in town. And they said they sent me pictures of the photo shoot that they did while they were in town, or they weren't like in town. They were like 2 hours away from me. And I was like, wait, you're in California? And they're like, well, I just got back from California. I was like, wait, when were you? You were in California. You didn't even tell me. You were like 2 hours away from me.
and then flaunted
And
it.
yeah, and they're like, yeah, sorry. I was just like, I had a whole bunch of stuff going on. I was like, I could have seen you like that. That one definitely hurt my feelings. I felt really bad about that one, and so, uh, it's like that would be the kind of thing that would hurt my feelings.
Yeah, I
But
get that.
yeah,
Mostly, I really think that the big one for me is just somebody trying to, because like, why?
hmm,
Um, anger is pretty similar too. I'm really hard to anger, but if somebody's trying to make me mad, that pisses me off because I hate being mad.
mm-hmm.
So trying to make me mad is the best way to make me mad. If you have that power, at least.
It's very hard to make me mad, but I I don't know. Like, I'm trying to think of like what would make me mad.
Would it make you mad if somebody like you were close to was on purpose trying to piss you off? If you knew that was their goal?
No, probably not.
Oh.
I'm trying to think of like what would really get me mad. Usually it had to be something very, very personal. Some kind of like personal situation with the person.
Oh, I see. That's probably like a given for most people, I would
Yeah.
assume.
It couldn't really be much more than that. It had to be something very personal.
I feel like I
Um,
got. Did you get it all out when you were a teen? You think?
oh yeah,
Yeah,
definitely.
that's
But
me.
I got a
Like,
ton of stuff out of my system when I was a teen. Lots and lots of drug use, lots of delinquency, lots of bad behavior.
that was me for my late teens, early 20s, because I was a late bloomer. But yeah, I think it's really weird and cringy when people are easy to anger. Like, I think the most common time you hear people feeling justified being mad is involving their kids. My kids, I've yelled at my kid one time in their whole life, and they're 15.
Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta. My kid's mom can make me mad. That's one of those rare positions people can have.
Definitely getting betrayed by someone that I really trusted. That could definitely do it. That happened to me recently with a family member.
Yeah, that
I had
works.
a very severe falling out with someone that will never be repaired.
Oh, and being lied to by somebody I care about. That's a big one.
Yep. I got lied to, got betrayed, kind of backstabbed.
Christ.
Mm-hmm. The whole shebang. It was unfortunate. Ruined my Christmas. That's the way it works, though. Sometimes those things happen.
Yeah, I just don't. I just I can't accept it. I get pissed off. I think when somebody who you're close to lies to you, it changes. They're like unjustly warping your view of reality.
Yeah.
And I think
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it.
It's like they don't have the right to do that. Like me, you can just say I don't want to say I don't want to talk about that.
Especially when it's a loved one. You know, when it's a loved one, someone really close to you, and they lie to you and really kind of betray you in a way that just is inexplicable and totally uncalled for. Yeah. Kind of my whole life got kind of upended in December. And it's unfortunate. I ended up having to completely cut ties with a very close family member. And I don't think this one is ever getting repaired. It was pretty painful.
Yeah, that just happened then.
Yeah.
Sorry that people suck. Like, not sometimes. I was going to say sometimes. Like, often.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I have... I think a part of me is definitely... Like, I know it sounds a little dramatic, but I've been feeling this way. That, like, a part of me has been sort of just burned a bit too much from this experience.
Yeah.
Because I've definitely noticed that since it happened, I've been way more paranoid than I've ever been before, and I am not a paranoid person. So I've been like very paranoid, and I've been very I don't know how to put it. I've lost a lot of trust, you know? Which normally with these experiences, you're not like having that much of a change at this age. You know, I'm at 40, nearly 46 years old. You're not typically having these kinds of like extreme responses to these things. And, you know, I'm definitely having one. Like I've noticed a number of changes to my, like, what it is that I believe, how I feel about things. I've been very paranoid. I've been exceedingly cautious at this point with people because of this whole betrayal. So it like really hit me hard.
That's part of the changing how you view reality. I not that long ago had somebody really close to me lie, and then I just came to understand that they've lied to me quite a bit. And yeah, being paranoid, it's unavoidable because you have learned that your own ability to assess people and like truthfulness of people is not a valid metric to determine that anymore. You have the proof. Yeah, I don't think it doesn't matter how old you're. Like, I mean, I'm 35. I'm still pretty set in my ways. But I really struggle to not immediately think like my worst thought about somebody's intentions anymore, knowing that I guess I'm just not the best judge of character in like determining when people are being honest anymore. And I'm like resentful that I allowed somebody to do that to me.
Yeah, the resentment is really hard to deal with because I've been having that. And the worst part is that I look back on so many decades of having forgiven this person and trusted them again and overlooked various things, convinced myself that, oh, that is just, you know, they didn't mean to do what they did, or, oh, they're never, you know, it was just this one time, they'll never do it again. And looking back and seeing that just the pattern of it, and like it's been very I guess devastating is a way of putting it, because I'm sitting there going, wow, I've just been a sucker, this whole
that's
time.
turning the blame back onto yourself. Yeah,
Yeah,
it becomes self-deprecating.
yeah, and I sit there and go, I know better. Like, I've known better. I've advised people about this very kind of thing before, and helped other people deal with these kinds of deceptions and such, and people like this, and I've been a sucker for it this whole damn time.
Yeah, and when I'm advising people, I quietly think like, how do you not see what's happening right now?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah, it's part of the reason why I don't know how to give like part of the truth to people. I'm super paranoid of doing that to other people too now too. Uh, it, the thing that bothers me the most about it is that, like you said, I feel like I'm being dramatic. I think that people don't value honesty enough, and I also think that that bothered me on its own. I wish people felt like they could be dramatic more.
Hmm. Well, it feels dramatic. It feels weird. Like, it feels wrong.
That's what I
So,
mean. People make you feel like you can't be dramatic. Like I think
yeah.
everybody. I often get accused of being dramatic about things, and it's like, fuck
Well,
you. That's how I
the
feel.
the big problem that I'm dealing with is that I've been dealing with a lot of paranoia since this whole thing happened.
Mm.
So, and like I said before, I'm not normally a paranoid person, but I've been like super paranoid, which is not good. Like, because I often am sitting there getting suspicious of other people. I'm like, no, 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 come on, Zonia. There, don't put this on other people, you know. And so I have to like catch myself and rein myself back in. But like suddenly out of nowhere, because of this whole situation, I've ended up with this extreme level of paranoia that doesn't feel right. Like, I don't feel like my normal self. Never been paranoid before, and now I am out of nowhere. So,
Yeah, I've even taken that feeling, and I've like confronted the person that made me feel like you're making me not behave normal. Like the things like by having lied in this way and stuff, like I'm not, like you see me, like I'm not, like this isn't how I normally am, and like I'm mad at you because of this. Like,
mm-hmm,
fuck you. Why do you have to be so shitty? And like that's not even good either. Yeah. I'm a big
mm-hmm.
advocate of people being open and honest with each other. And if they can't, just say I don't know. You don't have to. What my buddy used to say all the time. Why you gotta lie to kick it?
It's a good saying.
Yeah. Also, we talked about all the, just to lighten it up a bit. We talked about all like the kink shaming stuff and all that. I realized you didn't see my stream when you joined. You just joined the VC. I am wearing the most provocative T-shirt that I own.
Really?
Yeah, it says professional raw dogger on it.
Let me pull up your stream here. Elder Drazi. Nope, that's not it. Helps to type properly. Elder Drazi. What does your shirt say? It's backwards. Professional
raw dogger.
Raw dogger. What does raw dogger mean?
Having sex with no condom.
Oh. Curious.
First time I ever wore this shirt on a stream was when, I don't know whose panel it was, but it was about self-identity. And Not So Irritate called me out and used me as an example for her argument about like gender identity. And I thought it was so funny that I was wearing this shirt and nobody caught it. As soon as it was over with, I was like, that's like the funniest thing I've ever done. And it's particularly funny because nobody caught it.
That's funny.
I saw the shirt and I thought it was really funny and I bought it. And then I got a vasectomy and now it's valid.
Oh, that's right. Man, your vasectomy was like the worst vasectomy story I had ever heard.
It's been really hard for me to work on my vasectomy review video. I have footage of me talking to my therapist about it, and that's hard to watch. But I really want to make it so that I don't ever have to talk about the vasectomy outside of the context of the video after it's done.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I had like I knew I was making a video, and I finally had like a mental breakdown to my wife. And I told her, if you see me struggling or anything, please record it because it'd be really good, valuable footage. And like, I'm not going to be like obviously in the right headspace to do that. And after I was done having a mental breakdown and I stopped crying, I was like, did you get any of that? Because like, as soon as I calmed down, I was like, this would be really valuable for the video for people to see it. And she was like, no, I was comforting you. I was like, thank you. She did get me having a panic attack in the hospital, though. That was
Really?
How can I put this lightly? It was after the second surgery to like fix what they fucked up, and I seen my genitals and they were so alien to me from just like being surgeried on that I immediately I've never had a 0 to 100 panic attack in my life. I know it's coming. That was 0 to 100. I couldn't talk. I think I said the word I like 40 times in a row trying to talk. It was fucked up.
Why did they look alien to you?
Extremely swollen and discolored and stuff.
Oh.
And
Woo!
when I reflected on that, I said, I talked to my wife. I said, I feel like this must have some parallels to how people with gender dysphoria feel, because I looked at it, I was like, this is all wrong. This isn't right. And I freaked out about it. It was wrong. Like, this isn't okay. I was just like, I've never been devastated by my body, particularly that part. And like, I couldn't cope at all. And if it's anything like that, Jesus Christ, I couldn't handle it for, like the hour or two. I had to have a nurse help me use the bathroom after that because I couldn't touch myself or look.
Wow.
Yeah, it was truly traumatic.
That's intense. I knew it was bad. I didn't realize how to like what extent.
I never would have considered how important having that regularity with like being able to identify my own genitals would have been otherwise. It's something you just like I would have always taken for granted my whole life. But that showed me that there's something that's like extremely important that I'm unaware of about myself, that if it's taken away, it's just not okay at all by any stretch. Even think about it, like I was just like it destroyed me. I don't know how else to put it.
Wow. Yeah, until you had yours, the only real vasectomy like experience that I had heard in detail was the one that that Rhett and Link did. They both got vasectomies together.
Did you get vasectomies together?
Yeah, they're like, best friends for life, and they decided to both get vasectomies.
Okay, it's
so
a little
they
gay,
could.
But it's
well, they got
heteroacceptable
wives.
Levels. It's hetero
They got
acceptable
wives.
levels of gayness.
It
doesn't disqualify you. Yeah, they don't
Yeah.
have to get a divorce.
I think they do pretty gay stuff together anyway, as it
but I was
is.
saying,
Like
but
that's.
there's a watchdog group on them now.
Yeah, that was the only one I had ever heard of, and like theirs went swimmingly from what I remember. Like, they didn't have any issues at all. So you were like the one in 1 million horror story or something, huh?
Yeah. And one of the worst parts, I'm trying to look stuff up to figure out like what thing is wrong right now. and I couldn't really get like a good answer. I certainly couldn't find any pictures online. I'm like, why can't I find this? Like, I can find any celebrity's butthole. I can't find out about this like possible like downside to a pretty common medical procedure. Like, what the fuck is going on?
Isn't that common?
Common enough. There should be information on the internet about what can go wrong to help you identify it. Well, wait, it is pretty common. I looked it up for how common are vasectomies.
I don't know.
11.4% of men 30 to 45 have one.
That's pretty common.
Yeah. So like I should have been able to find out that I had a hydrocele and then I had an inflamed I can't remember what it's called right now. But like the tube was like super inflamed and I had like a pouch of water that got formed. Like I had like several things happening all at once. And there was an infection. I got what's the one that killed? I got fentanyl in the hospital. That's how much pain I was in. They gave me fentanyl and it still hurt.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Fentanyl is trash, though. It's powerful, but it's trash.
Before that, they gave me
Dilaudid.
Yeah, I got that, and like, I have a bunch of people in my family that are like opiate addicts and shit, and I've seen them like chase drugs, so I always felt super awkward even when I was in the hospital. Like, can I get more pain medicine, please? I'd go back and forth with myself, like, well, they know you're not lying. They know you're actually in pain. But it still felt super, like, cringy and weird and uncomfortable to ask.
Yeah,
I didn't want them to see me as an addict.
I prefer Dilaudid. That's what I would ask for. Dilaudid, I feel like, has... Well, I guess it depends. Like, intravenous Dilaudid, that works better for me. Like, I don't feel as shitty on it. Dilaudid in pill form, that gives me a headache for whatever reason.
It was all intravenous, but it was upsetting my stomach. So then they just started giving me anti-nausea medicine with it. I was like, this is sick. All right. Yeah, that was much, much better. But then they sent me home with Narcos and they gave me anti-nausea medicine. I'm like, I'll be fine. Thanks.
Norco is definitely better. It's not as powerful as fentanyl.
And
fentanyl
I told them straight up too, I'm taking 2 of these at a time. Your prescription's not good enough. This shit hurt.
Yeah. Yeah, I have to do some pretty powerful dosing on that stuff for my back issues when they're really inflamed. But I've gone all day or in the morning without it. I'm doing okay right now. My friend just got up from her sleep. She jumped on the Minecraft server. She's like, "Hey, you're still up?" I'm like, "Yep, up all night." Up all night because my back fucking hurts. Figured I may as well get some stuff done. Yeah, I can't sleep, man. I'm tired now, but my back hurts so much.
I think
I'm just
that's
not sleeping.
Probably how I got in the habit as an adult not being able to sleep. Because for a while when I stay up all night when it was like super weird, my wife would be like, "Is it your back?" I'm like, yeah, it's my back. I'm surprised that you haven't sought a romantic partner just to have somebody to give you back rubs. Holy shit. I would be buying heroin on the street if I couldn't have my wife give me a back rub once in a while. Oh my God.
I had Sammy. She was, even though she was a small little light cat, she was actually pretty good at back massages. I'm not kidding.
Come on,
like
Sammy,
she would
make more biscuits.
Yeah, she would get on my back and she would massage me all over my back, and she'd move around and stuff, and she'd knead all over. She was good at it. She was actually pretty good at it.
No way a cat could apply the pressure I need.
Yeah, like she didn't really have all the weight to get behind it, and she didn't know how to use her elbows, you know. but she was good with her paws.
That's
I
not
miss her.
unique. I'm still trying to get my wife to understand that the elbow is the centerpiece of the back rubbing technology.
Yeah, elbows and forearms. Like use forearms for doing long stretches along the bigger muscles, and elbows can help work knots. But you got to be really careful when you do that. Don't apply too much pressure, and don't angle in too hard with the elbow.
Oh,
Definitely don't use the elbow on the spine. Yeah, I'm really good at giving massages, but I haven't had a partner to massage in more than 20 years. But
I can't say dated, but like I had like a romantic interest with a woman who just got out of massage college, and I was just like, okay. And she talked about it a whole bunch. I was like, I just gotta wait for it to come up, and then I can talk about the fact my back sucks. I didn't want her to think like I didn't want to like be like, will you rub my back, please? Oh my god. But then like the second day I was hanging out with her, she did. Ridiculous. Fresh out of school, you care about what you're doing, not like the people at the massage parlors. Holy shit. My back was good for like 4 days, and that's never happened. If like we're good all day after a massage, that was a good massage. If it's 9 p.m. and it doesn't creep back, yeah, she fixed me for like a solid 4 days. That was one of the coolest experiences of my life. She knew words like fascia.
Nice.
I was like, oh, this is new. Why don't any of these people that I pay good money to talk about this shit?
Yeah, that's one of the things with like there was always this. It was disproportionate with my two partners. I was really good at massages. My first partner, she was pretty good at massages, but like I was really good at it. My second partner, he was absolute trash with it. So it was a little disproportionate. But
it can be frustrating. Like if I'm giving my wife a back massage, she's like, "Oh my god, I can feel it in my neck." I'm like, "Yeah, do what I'm doing." I would like to feel relief in my neck from my lower back too, but like I really can't complain. She's giving me way more back rubs than I have claim to. But yeah, I couldn't survive without. I'd go broke going to get massages.
Yeah. There we go. That looks pretty good.
Do you regularly go to get massage for your back?
Nah, it's too risky with my spine. They'll do more damage than anything. I have to go to like
Specialist?
physical. Yeah, I have to go to physical therapists for proper massages. There's too many opportunities for the both the stenosis and the arthritis to do more damage to the nerve roots and cause things to get way worse. And with this discs in such bad condition, if they're not really careful, they can further degrade the discs and cause me to be in a lot more pain.
I didn't know that. I know that sometimes if I get like let's say like a half of a back rub, it can actually make my back worse because it's starting to loosen things up, and then they're just furious afterwards as they start to tighten back up. That sucks. But that's all I would imagine. Wow, your back's really fucked if like the general treatment for it is potentially worse.
Yep. Yeah, my both my orthopedic surgeon and my neurosurgeon were like, yeah, don't go to massage therapists anymore unless it's at like physical therapy. They'll know what to do.
Wow, that'd be like a real come to Jesus moment for me. Cause like unironically, 9 out of 10 times, maybe 9.5 out of 10 times, I'd rather have a really good back rub than have sex even. Like I swear to God. That's how you know.
See, that's what I've been saying about coffee. Everybody says sex is so good, and I'm like, have you tried coffee? Coffee is way better than sex.
I like. Okay, is coffee better than back pain relief?
No, the back pain relief is number one.
Yes.
And then gardening, then cooking, then coffee. Wait, no, then yeah. Also,
Yeah.
beekeeping. Beekeeping is like super rewarding.
You keep bees?
I used to.
Did you ever
I was
harvest
a
royal jelly?
no. I just let them keep that to themselves. But I did harvest the honey. I used quite a bit of the honey. It was nice. The beekeeping is a lot of fun. The bees are super nice and very pleasant. It's nice hearing their humming as they do their work and everything. Hear their buzzing, hang out next to the hive, read a book, while you're near the hive. It's a very nice experience.
I'm I'm like full vegan, no honey. But like I don't judge people who do. My buddy who's like works for PETA fucked my head up about eating honey, so now I just can't. But I can't tell how I feel about the royal honey or the royal jelly being harvested. It seems kind of fucked up.
Hmm.
Because when you said like I let them have that to themselves, I was like, oh, okay, so you understand that like that it's like a seems like a big deal to them.
You know, the
Because it's worth a ton of money.
we've been living in concert with honeybees for thousands and thousands and thousands of years.
Mm-hmm.
So we actually have a symbiotic relationship with bees.
Yeah.
And it's one of those things where like I'm okay with symbiotic relationships and working in concert with. I think veganism, everybody loves to turn something into an ideology, and not everything needs to be turned into an ideology. And I think veganism comes from a very flawed perspective in terms of ideology. The if you like a good where I think a non-flawed sort of ideological lens can be is, hey, we overconsume and we do a lot of damage to our environment in order to provide grains for a bunch of animals that we're going to eat.
Really bad.
We clear cut environments so that we can grow the grains for them, which kills off the biodiversity of the area, which further harms the land and harms our seasons, harms the ecosystem overall, causes us to have to use a bunch of fertilizers in order to keep those crops going, which is also more damaging to the environment and excessive use of resources. And you can go in that direction. And that's not a flawed ideological lens. It's a pretty strong one because those are pretty accurate statements.
Mm-hmm.
And so, but to address that is to go to this extreme where we can, where we don't have any kind of exploitative to animals, like products or of any kind, doesn't make any sense. Like that's too extreme and it's not going to solve the problem anyway. Because
so I wouldn't say none. Like I'll take medicine. That's fine. Because I need it.
Yeah.
I can't replace medicine. Like, yeah, sure. I can see
Yeah.
there.
But the problem is that you're not really solving any problems there. Like unless you're going to somehow get all of the meat eaters to switch over to being vegan, I don't know how you're going to do that. No ideology ever wins over 100%. It never even wins over 50%, right? Ideologies never take over that much of the population. Except in like very, very extreme limited circumstances.
I think maybe for the majority of vegans, I think that like you're pretty spot on. But I'm like unironically, I am a very, very strict Scientologist. It's not about what I think like about solving the overall problem, but I can't do something that I think is wrong. It freaks me out, and when I do, I think that it's like I hold myself accountable for it. I'm like really upset with myself if I have a moment of weakness and I do something that I think is just outright wrong. So like I just can't bring myself to do it. which is why
Mm.
you know Big C, right?
Big C?
Yeah,
No. Cancer?
Big C. He hangs out in Discords a lot. Said he's known you for like a super long time. Big Country
Oh,
guy from
Big
Texas.
C. Yeah. Okay, I know who you're talking about. Yeah, like Big Space C. Yeah.
Yeah. Him and I
Okay,
talk
I see
like
what you're
a
saying.
lot. Like I think it's pretty fair to say like we're pretty decent friends. We probably talked for over like 80 hours of calls at this point.
Gosh, I haven't talked to him in a long time.
He holds you in the highest regard, I swear to God.
Huh.
Man absolutely loves you. Fun fact, a conversation between Destiny and I made him not a fan of Destiny anymore and become a fan of mine.
Oh, wow.
He wrote Destiny an angry email saying like that was the most dishonest conversation I've ever seen you have. And he came to talk to me about it, and that's how we like became friends.
Huh.
When he talked to me about me being vegan, said I've never met anybody in my life. Well, he goes, all right, so who are you dating that's a vegan? I was like, oh, nobody. Why? And he's like, all right, well then, like what animal did you see? He's trying to figure it out. I was like, no, dude, look, I just couldn't ignore that I think it's wrong anymore. And once I admit to myself that something's wrong, I'm just not allowed to do it. I'm not a religious person. I make up my own rules, and like, I religiously abide by them. And it blew his fucking mind. He's like, nobody does that. And I was like,
Mhm.
I do. I need some kind of guidance in my life, so I make up my own rules, and that's what guides me.
Yeah, I punish myself pretty hard for doing things that I know are wrong.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
that's why I can't. It's not like I think I'm gonna
Yeah.
save the world or save all the animals in the world. But I'm also not like an insane person. If I raised a cow, like if I rescued a cow and I raised it and gave it a good life and it died of natural causes, if I wanted to, I could eat that cow, no problem.
Mhm.
And I can probably eat clams too. Clams and oysters seems like they have no capacity for suffering at all. I really can't
So,
remedy the difference between like somebody torturing an animal for my consumption and then like torturing my dog.
mhm.
And like I started with pigs.
If
because,
you were
like,
living in the wild,
man,
though,
oh,
you
I'd
would,
have to.
you
Yeah,
have to, right? So
because
it's
I would
based
kill a
on
human to
necessity.
not die, right?
So it's necessity first. Hence
Yeah,
the medicines.
yeah. Like I'm not a crazy person. If somebody pulls a gun on me, I'm like, well, I can't kill you.
Mhm.
You're a living being. No, I'm gonna shoot that motherfucker in the head and not feel bad about it. I had to.
Mhm.
Yeah. Or if I'm starving and somebody offered me a cheeseburger, I'm gonna eat that cheeseburger. It might gross me out because when you stop eating animals for a long time, like the what it is feels different to you. Like about a year
Yeah.
in, my wife was cooking chicken, and I'm just like, this is just dead body parts. Like it doesn't look like food to me anymore. But like I'd get over it if I was starving. I know that I'd be eating something nasty, even if it tasted good.
Yeah, I went vegetarian when I was 15 years old. Stayed with it and stuck to being strictly vegetarian until after my spine surgery. I had two health problems going on at the time. I had just been diagnosed with celiac disease like a year before that, maybe 2 years before that. And I had a lot of damage to my intestines from the celiac disease from being like, I had celiac disease reactions for years, but I didn't know about it. And so my intestines had a lot of damage to them. And
Can
so
you
I
stop
wasn't,
having problems? Can't you just have some? Just
all
have stuff
right.
go right for you for like 10
I
minutes, Zonia,
know.
would you please?
Right. And so I wasn't able to absorb nutrients quite so well as I should be able to. And I was on this very limited diet. I had to do this low FODMAP diet because I couldn't be eating things that would inflame my intestines. So I couldn't do like legumes and stuff like that. And my intestines weren't recovered enough to be able to properly get like absorb protein through grains.
Mm-hmm.
So, and with my spine surgery, they had to use cadaver bone. I had to incorporate the cadaver bone. You know, so like
That's
they
so
like
fucking
drill.
metal.
They like drill a hole in the existing vertebra and have a cadaver bone kind of going into it that and grows into the other bone. And so they kept checking and they kept doing x-rays on it. And they're like, you're just not incorporating the cadaver bone and that much. And they said, are you getting enough protein? And I was like, yeah, as much as I can. I mean, I can only do so much. And after a while, my doctor was like, you need to start considering, animal sources of protein. Like ones that I would recommend would be egg whites and fish, because those are easy to digest. And they're pretty, well, especially fish is a pretty strong source of protein. And
I thought you were going to say fish. Yeah.
I was doing the egg whites for a while, and I was just getting tired of the egg whites, and it was so many egg whites that I had to get in order to get the protein that I needed.
Sure.
And so finally, my mom came over and cooked fish for me. I was like, "Yeah, let's do it. Fuck it, give me the fish." So I've been, I don't eat fish all the time. It's like basically, I've only had fish when my mom was cooking it, pretty much since then, and that's about it, but my view is sort of this is my view. I don't want to buy into the factory farms and the industrialized and process of providing meat and stuff like that. I'm not going to buy into that. I'm not going to put money into that. What I will do is I'll eat out of necessity, and if I have to have animal for food, then I would like to get it in a sustainable way or source it myself, one of the two. So I'm either going to hunt it or fish it myself, or I'm going to pay someone else to, or I'm going to get it from like some source that I know I can trust that, gets the stuff in a sustainable way. And I'm not going to get it from some place that keeps animals in pens waiting to die.
Yeah, so I'm a weird deontologist in that when it comes to, like, for me, right is right and wrong is wrong. And when it comes to my values, though, when I look at what other people do, I'm also able to say better is better. I think that what you're talking about is still better than what the majority of people are doing. I have a very rigid sense of like what is good and bad for myself, but I'm not other people. I don't tell other people how they should live their life. I'll argue if I think you're being a hypocrite and you don't actually have those values based on other things that you've expressed. But like what you're doing, like I applaud as good. This is better. I would rather have people hunt their own food because part of it, I think that I think for most people eating animals, it's bad for you because you're not acknowledging what's actually happening there. When you're hunting it, you are. And I think that more than like the desire that I have, like, well, I want you to know what you're doing. It's not really like that, but I just think that like it can't be good for you to be pushing that to the bottom like that. So yeah, I would say that if you're going to eat animals, I definitely appreciate people more that are willing to one, avoid factory farming, obviously, but also to deal with the reality of it like that. I care about people too. I don't just care about the animals.
And something else that you said, that you have very strong sense of what's right and what's wrong for yourself, at least.
Yeah.
Here's one thing that I know this will be kind of probably sound a little iffy, but right and wrong are very fuzzy concepts, especially when it comes to survival.
Sure.
So a lot of people, it's very easy to come up with very strongly like polar right and wrong, north south. Like it's very hard. It's very easy to have a strong moral compass in one direction when life is pretty comfortable for you.
Yeah, of course.
When life is difficult, a lot of right and wrong falls to the wayside of survival, right? Survival comes first. And so you will do a lot of things that normally in a comfortable situation you would consider to be wrong, but you're actually realizing are necessities for you to survive, right? And that kind of like, when I think about that, how flexible right and wrong are, it makes me realize that there aren't very strong polar right and wrong, coordinates, right?
Yeah, I think
Everything is kind of based on your environment, your situation, your culture, uh, what you need to get done now versus later. What needs need to come first. You ever heard of Maslow's hierarchy of needs?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. So I love that whole concept because it's a really important way to demonstrate a whole bunch of different things. Like typically Maslow's hierarchy of needs is used to kind of reference like why it is that people who come from struggling cultures, developing cultures or developing countries and such aren't able to do a lot of like personal self-actualization and like excessive achieving of certain things, right? Academic success and stuff like that, right? Because as you are struggling to survive, your needs become much more basic and much more immediate. And so you kind of are focused on just like, okay, we gotta get food on the table. We gotta make it to the next, we gotta make the next rent check. We gotta do this, we gotta do that, right? These are all the things that are demanding your time, and so you're not really given a lot of flexibility to go and pursue other avenues that would build upon you as a person and cause you to be more successful in other ways and achieve in other ways. But another important thing about Maslow's hierarchy of needs is also recognizing how it is that values are structured, right? Right and wrong are values, right? These are values that usually are formed societally, but then also personally. So you have your personal values, and then there are societal values.
Sure, and there's like an intimate relationship between how those values are like born against each other and stuff. Sure.
Yeah, and so many of those are also dictated based on how much of your needs are met. How much do you have to struggle? Right?
Yeah.
In an environment that's war torn, with people invading constantly and never knowing like where is safe to go. Tilling your own farmland can result in you getting your leg blown off because some, military group left landmines out there. What you value in that kind of environment is very different from what you would value in, typical American households or typical American neighborhoods.
Of course.
Especially in middle class to upper class neighborhoods. And so when I think about that, and I think about like all the ideological underpinnings that people have for various value systems, so much of it is based on privilege. Right? Veganism is very much based on privilege.
100%.
That's one of the things that I try to point out to people is if you lived in another environment, you wouldn't even have the freedom or luxury to consider a custom diet because you have a higher standard for the well-being of other creatures. It's something that you would like, that's a luxury. Being able to pick and choose which kind of diet you have is a luxury.
Undoubtedly
the fact
so.
that I can even have the choice to be completely gluten-free is a luxury. A lot of people in other countries never even get to be diagnosed with celiac disease, let alone have the opportunity to have such a selective diet that they can avoid ever exposing themselves to gluten.
Yeah, I often consider how I would just be dead if I wasn't in a time and place where asthma medication was available.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so it's something like I really like to point out to people about these kinds of things. Like a lot of this stuff, and not to say that it's like really try hard, but it kind of is in a way. And it's like this is why I favor a more practical approach to these kinds of things, which is like, okay, define bullet points, right? Of what the problems are. As I outlined before, the excessive meat eating, because everybody wants meat for every single meal, and so the demand is there, which creates factory farms, which requires a whole shit ton of grain, which requires a ton of clear cutting, which inhibits biodiversity, which requires a whole bunch of fertilizer, which causes other problems, right? On and on and on. So the most important thing there is to not continue paying into that demand, not continue playing into that demand that causes those factory farms to be necessary. That's sort of like the key thing there. It doesn't have to be extreme. It doesn't have to be like a whole total change in lifestyle. It can be pretty simple. Like most people can make very simple adjustments to the way in which that they consider their diet and their food in order to not play into that kind of a system. Here's an example. Most people will do meat for every single meal of every single day. Well, the reality is you actually don't need a strong source of protein for more than one meal in the day. And if you're getting something like meat, like something heavy, like red meat, you don't even need that every single day of the week.
Yeah.
You could get away with that for one meal in a day, 3 days out of the week, right? Or 4. And you would be okay. And you can do lighter sources of proteins to sustain yourself quite easily without having any real issues. And you can do things like, it depends on where you live. You can't do this everywhere, but like here where I live, we actually still have a local butcher. You go to the local butcher, they're actually sourcing. You can talk to the local butcher directly and say, where are you getting your meat from? And they'll tell you, well, we've got different groups of hunters that go out and they hunt and they go and they're allowed to get extra tags and they can hunt for extra meat and they bring a portion of it to us and then we sell that to you. And we also get it from these sources over here. There's these farmed sources that we get from here. These small farms here, these are, low density farms that we get them from over here, etc. They're all, non-hormonal, non-RBST, etc. Right? And you can ask them that. It's just a little bit of extra effort to go and do that. You can also, when you go shopping at the grocery store for meat, you can go and ask them where are they getting it from. Like a lot of stores, they'll have all these deets for you, and you could be like, okay, is there meat here that's sustainably farmed that's not coming from like a factory farm, something that comes from a family farm, slow density without hormones? They're like, oh yeah, right over here, we got this one right here, such and such family farm, this is fine, you could do this, right? You could do those kinds of things and just slight adjustments that allow you to not buy into that industry, and you can still eat meat. You can still do things pretty much the way you would, but you're reducing your intake instead of just eating meat for every single meal every single day.
Sure. So my response to all the things that you said are this. The way that I arrive at my veganism conclusion for myself is based on how I come to my values to begin with. So I think that if I don't have strong values as a way to assess like how I'm going to engage with the world, like I said, I'm not religious. I have no idea what to do. Like I probably just become super self-serving and evil. I have to have some metric, some guidance, and I just provide myself that guidance. So what I do is, I'm going to use that word again. I list out my duties. First and foremost, I have a duty to myself. I have to make sure that I am happy and healthy enough to be able to perform all the rest of my duties. Otherwise, like if I'm not, then like I guess I just can't, and that's a failure on my end. Next, I have a duty to my family to make sure that they are safe and that they have all their needs met. And then after that, I would say that I have a duty to my like I don't really care so much about like a division after that. Like I would say that I have a duty to the world at large. And so I go, how do I engage with these duties in a way to where I'm doing what's at the very least reasonable within my power to fulfill my duties there. So for myself, I make sure that I'm living a life that like I'm like happy with. So that way I'm not like so emotionally drained and all that I can't do the other ones. For my family, I make sure that I'm bringing in money, that I'm tending to their emotional needs and all that. And then I have, when those things are satisfied, I go, okay, what can I do now to make sure that I'm doing what's right by the rest of the world? And so for me, going vegan doesn't hurt my like livelihood at all. Now, if this was 20 years ago, I probably would have taken a lot longer to come to this conclusion because I'm a very fallible person. I would have convinced myself that these veggie burgers are so bad that I couldn't possibly have a life worth living anymore. But everything's I my wife just told me the other day. Somebody asked her what I eat. She said the same shit he always eats. I eat spaghetti, tacos, pizza, all that stuff. And look at me. I'm like you've seen me. I'm fat. Obviously, I be eating good. So like I'm not suffering from it, and I I genuinely care about animals a lot. Like I think my relationship with my dog really informed me how much I actually care about like non-human animals. I love
Hmm.
my dog. If my dog was dying, they're like, you can take 5 years off your life to give your dog another year. I'm like, do it. I wouldn't even like. There's no discussion to be had there. I fucking
Hmm.
love my dog. I would kill a human being to protect my dog. No questions asked. Um,
Sounds like you'd probably understand like what it is that why it is that I had such an extreme response to the betrayal that I dealt with earlier. I'll explain it to you in private. It's not
oh,
something I've talked about publicly, but
okay.
you'll
If it
understand when I
involves
explain it to you.
when you say it like that, I believe that I will.
Yeah.
Like I've had her since she was a puppy, and I've even explained to people too. I don't believe in unconditional love for a human being because human beings are agents. They have their own free will, and like what they are can change. Um, but I have unconditional love for my dog. If my dog bites somebody, my reaction is, "What'd you do to my fucking dog, dude?"
Mm-hmm.
Not like, "Oh my god, are you okay?" I'm mad at you that my dog bit you now. That's my initial response.
Mm-hmm.
Because my dog, she is pure. Save like rabies or anything like that. I know who she is. I've had her for 7 years. I know, I know her character, and therefore, anything that's outside of that, I don't judge her for that. She's a dog. She doesn't
Mm-hmm.
really make decisions. She's just doing dog stuff, and uh, and because I understand how like I talked to Cat Dog Bark about why I'm vegan, and I said like animals have feelings. I was like, you can't tell me like you have dogs. You can't tell me that your dogs don't get afraid, that they don't love, that they get happy, that they get sad. We've all
Mm-hmm.
experienced this, and so when I learned about pigs, it really fucked me up. They mourn their dead.
Mm-hmm.
That one got me really good, and like the thought that stayed in my mind was like, I don't want anybody to mourn the loss of their best friend because I wanted to make a particular choice of what to have for dinner. That seems so fucked to me. And I was like, I could probably just do without eating pigs. And that's what I got started
Mm-hmm.
on. And then I was like, all right, I just don't want to learn anything about cows. I don't want to know how smart they are. I don't want to know how emotionally like intelligent they are. And then I found out and I was just like, God damn, dude. They cry when their babies get taken away from them. Also,
Yeah.
they're like smart animals. Like
Mm-hmm.
we're impressed by shit dogs do. Cows are kind of fucking brilliant compared to a lot of other animals. And I was just like, all
Yeah.
right, fine. In the way that we produce eggs, it's so like the chickens get driven like actually insane. And I was just like, this is a lot of bad when I could just be
Mm-hmm.
eating like Gardein chicken patties that taste really good. So
Mm-hmm.
like I just feel like the juice ain't worth the squeeze here. I'm not so special to where I think that I'm entitled to all this pain and suffering just so I can have like an additional choice with dinner. Uh, and I think a part of it too that I don't necessarily integrate into my moral system because this already fits for me is that I'd feel really bad knowing this stuff and doing it.
Mm. Well, that's good.
Like if I was somehow to
I'm
convince
glad
myself that
that
it's
you don't
morally
try
okay,
to.
ugh.
Yeah, I'm glad you don't try to like make yourself forget about it.
Oh no. And like I understand why people don't. I like you've heard me talk about myself being vegan, but I don't try to convince people to be vegan ever.
Yeah, that makes you the better vegan because there are people who are total assholes about it.
S-
Very, very pushy religious types.
yeah, I talked to Smeth about veganism because he talked to some people and they were like really aggressive, really shitty, and they were more concerned about like making him look dumb. And I was just like, these people are bad people. They're not just bad vegans, they're bad people. If they really hold veganism as a value, that's something that matters, isn't important, and you came to them saying, okay, I'll hear you out. By their metrics, they should be doing the. And if somebody comes to me and says, all right, look, I'm coming to you with an open mind, uh, I'm in a position to be convinced. At this point, now I have a duty to try to plead my case, but otherwise, absolutely not. But because they acted the way that they did, they're saying this is important to me and I'm going to squander it by being a fucking dickhead. And
Mm-hmm.
anytime any vegan who feels like they need to convince people and they do it in the way that they always fucking do, they're hurting the cause. They're hurting their own like aspirations. And if it's that important to you where you're willing to make that big of a change, and you further people's ability to hear these reasonable arguments that are out, fuck you, you're a bad person. So it's not my place. I try to convince people to be vegan in the sneakiest and most positive way possible, but like, you don't try this. I just try to get people to try my food sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Like eating some Beyond Jerky, like you want to try this? It's pretty good. Just I
Yeah,
just
it's
want
it's unfortunate that like vegans unfortunately push more people away from veganism than they do bring people toward it. And
yeah,
and people don't even have to go full on vegan to be like doing better. Like I
better's
was
better.
mentioning before, you can just do slight changes to drastically like if more people did those slight changes, we would drastically improve the whole situation.
I agree. And if that's what most people are able to be persuaded towards, I'm for that. But I think the best way to convince people is you got to start with the food. Um, I think the number one reason why people don't want to be vegan is because they don't want to give up their food. And I get it. This makes total sense. I understand being defensive over your food. So if I can in no way being pushy, get people to try some of my food and like, oh wow, that's really good. That's a great first step to combating this idea that vegan food can't be tasty.
Hmm.
And that's really
Yeah,
the
people
only way
love
that I
my
see
cooking.
as appropriate to go about it. Do you make a lot of vegan dishes?
Yeah, I cook almost exclusively vegan. There are some rare exceptions, but doesn't always work. Like a lot of the people that I cook for, they go back home and they just go back to doing the usual because it's like they don't want to have to learn how to cook vegan. So the thing is, I think that's where the problem is. Where you would probably do better than me. I cook everything from scratch. So everything I do is a bit of a chore. With
Sure.
you, like using patties, like pre-made patties and stuff like that, you'd probably be a better candidate because that's something that they can go home and then buy and then
Yeah,
use. But for me, because I'm celiac disease, right? So I pretty much try to do everything from scratch, which means that anytime somebody's over here experiencing my food, they're experiencing me going through and cooking a whole meal. And that's probably going to be a little daunting for a lot of people.
yeah, they're seeing a process that they don't want to engage in. Even
Yeah.
I wouldn't call it a debate because that wasn't the purpose of it, but I like Mr. Girl has a lot of crazy vegans in his Discord, like crazy ones, and I heard him call in. So I was like, look, I'm gonna talk to you about it. At the end of it, all I wanted out of him was like, hey, I'm gonna donate at the end of this. I would really like it if you would just take the $10 donation and try some Beyond Jerky or Beyond Meat. Don't get Impossible. That's counterintuitive to what I'm trying to prove here. It's Impossible Meat kind of fucking sucks. But I was like, just try one of these things with it. I'm not telling
Yeah.
you to
Everybody
convert.
swears by the Beyond Meat.
It's it's so good. Del Taco by me had Beyond Tacos with guac on them, and my favorite phrase to use, which I came up with after eating, I was like, oh my god, this tastes like it was made with cruelty. That's like my highest food compliment. And since like I can't offer somebody like Mr. Girl my food, I was just like, here you go. Here's a dono. It'd be cool if you spent it on trying this food. But that's
Get him to try the breakfast links.
I haven't tried it because I never liked sausage. I could have like one or two, but then like I guess I'm really dumb because the thing that puts me off it is like that greasiness of it. It's just really gross to me. But obviously, if it's vegan, it's not gonna have any fucking grease.
Hmm.
I don't know. Some of these companies are weird. They might like engineer the greasiness for it. Like Beyond Meat makes beet-based hemoglobin for the meat,
Yep.
and like
The
maybe
mung
that's the
bean
secret
and
sauce.
beets.
But if it would have tasted the same, I didn't really require that.
Yeah, like that was one of the things that I didn't like about vegetarian stuff back when I first started going vegetarian in the 90s, because a lot of the vegetarian stuff was trying to mimic meat so much. And it was nasty. And
Veggie
I
burgers
didn't,
suck.
yeah, so I would look for other things that weren't trying to mimic meat. Like Boca burgers are one of the shitty ones out there. It's like they try to make it taste like meat and try
I
to
won't
give
even
it that
try them.
meat-like texture, and I didn't like it.
They look gross.
Yeah.
I actually missed the whole like veggie burger craze from the 90s, and so I bought some veggie burgers just thinking like we have this standard now that like we have fake meat that is awesome, but it was a real veggie burger, and I'm like, ew, what is this? And I look at it and there's like corn and carrots, and I'm like, what the fuck?
Oh
Who
wait, I
asked for
like that.
this?
No,
I
no, no.
hate
I like
those.
that.
I
See,
hated it. It was
this
so
is what
gross.
I
And I
love
like
those
veggies,
because
but not that.
I like those because they're not trying to be like meat, and they're fun. They're just like, and you can see what's in them. You can identify it. It looks like something real. I don't like the ones that try to pretend that they're meat, and so they look like they're like this unidentifiable mass of something, and then they taste weird. Like I prefer them to just be like a whole bunch of vegetables packed together with kale and
Uh-huh.
quinoa and stuff. Like I like that.
Have
That's
you never
fun
had
to
a
me.
Beyond Burger?
Yeah, well, no, I
Not
haven't had the
impossible.
burgers. I had the Beyond sausage links.
Oh, did you like those?
Yeah, those were good. And I had the Beyond
The steak
might have
tips are insane.
I think I had the Beyond patties, sausage
Oh,
patties maybe or something. I
oh,
don't remember, but they weren't very good. But I liked the breakfast links. Those were pretty good.
we get the like cookout like hamburger patties, and like you have to shop around for what's a good cheese, but goddamn, like I have people try them and they're so good, and like the burger starts off at like an inch and a half thick because there's no fat. It stays that big. You get these big
Beyond
fat
Nuggies in an
burgers.
air fryer are better than McD's. Really?
True. Everybody in my house, I'm the only vegan. Everyone in my house likes Beyond Nuggets in the air fryer. And the popcorn chicken, you put them in wraps with barbecue sauce and lettuce. They're fire.
Mm-hmm. Huh.
God damn it,
Might
I'm
have to
getting
try
hungry.
those.
The popcorn chicken's a big winner. Um, and we like the steak tips too. I have it with like corn and rice. You just make burritos out of them. They're super good.
Really?
Yeah, and like
Yeah,
I go
I
out of my
just
way to
do
try other
everything from
stuff.
scratch. Like I don't even do most packaged foods because even though a lot of them are certified gluten free, oftentimes there's cross
Oh,
contamination. So
for some reason I thought you read that from your chat. That was Jenny. Jenny, you're spot on.
no, I'm not even streaming.
Yeah, I just
Yeah,
forgot because I heard you read it off. Uh, what?
yeah.
Uh,
Oh, I didn't even realize you had Jesus Cow in your YouTube chat earlier.
yeah, they got gifted a membership.
Yeah, I just I just do most things from scratch, so I don't get a lot of opportunity to experiment and try those kinds of things.
If you ever want to know what the like the really good stuff is because you're feeling lazy or whatever, hit me up. Like, I found chow cheese. It's inappropriate how good it is. Um, you could legitimately switch that on somebody and they would never know.
Huh.
Um, they made a mac and cheese. My kid liked it. My wife liked it. It's just absolutely nuts. And it took me there's only like 2 mac and cheeses where like, because I'll be honest with people, like a lot of the mac and cheeses, it doesn't taste that great and it has a sour aftertaste. But if you look around, you can find what's good. Like I said, I wouldn't be this fat after being vegan for almost over 2 years now. I'd be a lot skinnier if my food didn't taste great. Nobody hates their food and weighs as much as me. Period.
That used to be one of the funny things is back in like the 90s as well. People would tell me they would be going vegetarian to lose weight. I'd be like, can't you just eat healthier? Do you really have to go with this whole massive diet change to lose weight? Just like don't eat as many carbs and, maybe cut back a bit on the cheese and dairy. But that was a thing. Like lots of people would do that. No, I don't think that's the case anymore.
I think it's really funny when somebody's like, "Oh, you eat that?" Like, that's actually not really healthy. And I'm like, "Do I look like the kind of person that cares about if their food is healthy or not?" Get the fuck out of here, dude. Like, obviously, you need no additional information to know that I made a moral decision here. This is not about my health. Granted, it is really good for me that I'm taking in like no cholesterol because my fat ass used to eat bacon sliders like at least once a day because I got a great discount at this restaurant I worked at. Bacon
Mhm.
cheeseburger sliders like every day, like milkshakes and all that. I'm super grateful that like my moral compass guided me to a cholesterol free diet. That's very
Mhm.
good for me because uh like the last time I went to a doctor up north, my doctor was like, "Bro, your cholesterol's getting like not great." And I was like, bacon. Okay, I'm still gonna eat it. I don't care.
Mhm.
So that change needed to happen. That's just like a positive side effect. It had no part of the calculation.
Yeah, even to this day, I still get people who are like, "Oh, you're vegetarian? Oh, you must be pretty healthy then." I'm like, technically yes, but that's not why. But yeah, I actually am. I do eat pretty healthy, but it's more just to, I don't know. I didn't really go out of my way to eat super healthy, but that's sort of a natural byproduct, I think, of like cooking everything from scratch. Tend to be
That's fair.
healthier, but also just most of my taste leans toward things that tend to be pretty healthy. So it's not like I'm going out of my way to be really
I like
healthy.
garbage food. When I seen that there was vegan Pringle, breaded, fake chicken fries, I was like, now this is the fucking America that I know. We're finally there. We have bullshit garbage vegan food that like no other country could ever even conceive of. That's what's up. And I love them. They're great.
Yeah, no, I just have a circumstantially healthy diet mostly. I haven't really selected to go with a healthy diet. Just kind of worked out that way. I mean, there are efforts that I make to get certain minimums of nutrients like protein and such, but yeah,
Because
I
I'm
don't really
unhealthy
pay
too.
attention. Like I'm not carb counting or anything, and I like my Mexican sodas.
Oh, I like Mexican soda sometimes. I drink energy drinks and water, that's it. So I feel like soda I just shouldn't.
Hmm.
But one of the biggest things that people critique, I just seen a clip of Joe Rogan talk about how vegans don't get B12. And then Earthling Ed responded to it talking about how easy it is to supplement, and I'm like, dude, I drink energy drinks. I get more vitamin B12 than any non-vegan, okay? There's like 300% in a can of Red Bull. I'm good.
Isn't that taurine based?
I don't know. But when I
That
looked,
isn't vegan, right?
no,
Yeah, the B12 you're getting is from
oh,
the taurine.
taurine in Red Bull is synthetic.
Oh, is it synthetic taurine?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
how are they doing that and still keeping the B12 in it?
I don't know. 100,
Because that's where the
120%.
B12 comes from, is the taurine.
I had to Google it before because I wanted to make sure. Um, but they could just have supplement, like if they wanted to, like, because like like Prime doesn't have taurine, but it has B12 in it. I just assumed they just added to it.
Huh. Interesting.
I don't like I beat myself up when I drink things like Prime, but it's fucking tasty. Because
I've never had an energy drink.
oh, they're good. They're not good for you, but
It's-
they're good.
yeah,
I
I've
found out
never
that
had
fake
one.
sugar is what's it called? Saccharin or whatever. It's what Splenda's made out of. It
Yeah,
is
yeah.
so much worse than cigarettes for you. It damages your DNA.
Yeah, it's carcinogenic. Yeah.
It like carcinogenics, like putting it lightly though. It like
I mean, that's what carcinogenic means.
I was gonna say, like, yeah, it does, like, it directly does the thing, not like as like a
Mhm.
byproduct, like most carcinogens, like the way that it processes or like over time it can lead to like damaging your
Yeah.
DNA. Like this shit just damages it. And it
Mhm.
causes obesity and diabetes. Everything that you try to move away from sugar to avoid,
I
it's like
know, it's
so
so
much
funny.
better at fucking you over. So like I
Yeah.
try not to drink Prime that much, but every once in a while I still do, because they're pretty good. They have a really good strawberry watermelon one, and I'm like, yeah, all right. Well, we'll lay off the other stuff for energy and just go straight caffeine today. But I also like
Yeah.
coffee too. I got an
See, I
espresso
like
maker.
that's the thing. I'll do coffee, but I've never had an energy drink. And originally it was just because I'd never had an interest in an energy drink, so I'd never had one. But then it sort of became like I'm gonna I'm gonna be like the oldest person
I
to never
knew
have
it.
an energy drink. It's just gonna be a personal best for me, right? I'll go my whole life without ever having an energy drink.
I was hoping you weren't gonna say that because I was like, Zonia, I want to have a fucking Red Bull stream with you where you're just fucking cracked out.
Somebody was saying that I should do it on my deathbed. It'd be like the very last thing that I do is
You'll
finally
come
have
back
an
to
energy
life.
drink. And then that's what they were saying. They were saying like, you'll be like, I don't want to die. Never mind. I love this. I'm into energy drinks now.
500-page synopsis on how Red Bull saved my life. Think of the
Yeah,
brand deal.
dude, that would be insane. We actually got Zonia to drink our drink, the one energy drink that she'll drink.
And then you just go around like doing TED Talks. A lot of people say that energy drinks will kill you, but let me tell you how one can of Red Bull saved my life.
Yeah.
I would
There
watch
was
that.
there was a time I like almost had one. Back in 2001 at the CPL World Championships, Balls was sponsoring
Oh,
the
those were
CPL,
good. And they have
and
such cool bottles too.
there were cool bottles, and so I almost had one there. Like I considered having it. One of my friends almost convinced me to take a sip, and I was like, "No, I'm good."
It's the only energy drink bottle that looks like it might also be BDSM gear.
Really?
It's studded all over. Yeah,
Why does it look like that? Why do you think it looks like that?
because it just has it's like studded all over it. It looks like
Mm.
it looks very reminiscent of heavily studded toys.
Here, I'll
I
show
always thought
you
it was really
some.
funny.
I'm gonna show you. I only have pictures of the 2002 Summer Championships.
Balls is the name of the
Unfortunately,
drink, Jenny. Oops. I remember that first dropped. I seen it first advertised. There was a World of Warcraft leveling party at like a place where you could pay to play video games.
mm-hmm.
And like it was sponsored by them. It was a pretty small store, so they must have been going hard on their campaign.
Let's see here. Let's do a new folder. Call this CPL, and then we could download this to there. I'm gonna share something with you that you'll appreciate.
This is what they look like, Jenny. If you see what I see. The glass
All
bottles,
right.
obviously.
Uh,
Let me see what you sent me. Where'd you put it? Oh wait, I accidentally made my window my Twitter. Oh, because your name was on Twitter. We were looking up your stuff. Let's see. What am I looking at here? Is there a significance to this pattern that I'm missing? Oh, oh, duh. I like that. I approve. Wait. Okay, I did not do that. Okay. She muted herself. Yeah, they were, I did not know that they made a root beer, no. Wait, I think I actually seen it. My Ace Hardware sells balls, and I think I might have seen that then. Oh wow, we're absolutely beyond a shadow of a doubt within the territory of my longest stream of all time. He used to buy them at Micro Center by the case. Like Micro Center?
Wait,
Like
was
the
I
computer
muted
store?
this whole time? What
Yeah,
the
you were
fuck?
muted.
Oh my gosh, why the hell did it mute?
I even said that. I was like, okay, I didn't mute her.
That was weird. Okay, yeah, so that was from the sorry. Yeah, so that was from the 2002 CPL Summer Championships. So that the balls bottles there in there, they're structured in the CPL logo.
Yeah, it
That's
just
what
took me a
that
minute.
is. Yeah. So
That's really cool.
yeah, but they were a sponsor of both the 2001 and 2002 see the 2001 winter finals or world championships and the summer championships.
Oh, okay. What was the Oh. I'm just not familiar with CPL.
Cyber Athlete Professional League. They
okay.
they closed their doors like late 2000s, and like their assets were acquired by I forget which league acquired them. Evo, I think.
Oh.
And yeah, so they yeah, Angel Munoz got out of the business of doing gaming leagues and yeah, moved on from there. I haven't played competitively in a very long time, so I don't know the state of all that stuff these days. But
What did you
I
play
competed
competitively?
a bunch of different games. For that, it was Counter-Strike, but I also did Unreal Tournament. I did Tekken, and yeah, that was pretty much it. I did RTSs in the 90s as well, but I got out of doing RTSs competitively pretty early on. So
I liked Command and Conquer, Yuri's Revenge. That was my favorite RTS.
yeah, I played Command and Conquer. I played Warcraft 1. I played some of Warcraft 2, but then I started getting out of RTSs sooner after that. I played some StarCraft. Yeah, played some Dune. But yeah.
I desperately want an RTS where you can like right click a unit and then take over that unit in its first person shooter, and at any point you can bounce out of them and control another unit. That's my dream game. Why don't we have that? Doesn't that sound sick?
I feel like there is something like that already, but I just can't think of it.
and it was like 8 years ago, and it's like a dead game now. But I'm blaming the marketing because I never heard of it. Like I want to play an RTS where I actually have some like where it's not all. I want strategy and skill combination there.
Well, if you're playing with somebody else, it'd be hard to do that multiplayer. You know,
Like
that would be a
1v1?
difficult thing to do multiplayer. Or
Oh,
yeah, either one.
teams. Yeah, it would be
You
like
could.
a one person is the team.
It'd be tricky to do, like, because switching to FPS in the middle of it, usually you're moving so fast doing both upkeep and building and then searching, right? Then to add a first person element to it, tricky.
Yeah, there would have to be like you'd have to balance things out. There would be like I would have to imagine there'd be quick commands when you're in first person mode.
It'd like cycle through all the different possible FPS vehicles or units. Yeah,
Oh no,
but
you would like actually select the unit on the map, and then it would zoom into the map, and you'd just be them.
yeah,
Like, do you ever play Battlefront 2, the original?
no.
Oh, that's like as close as I think we ever got to it. It just wasn't the RTS part, like, but like when you die and you respawn, you'd see the map all zoomed out, and like most of the units you're not controlling, they're just your side, and you could pick like a stormtrooper to like take control of. And I always thought that was super cool, and that game did really well. So it seemed like you could just add a little RTS to it. But I
Yeah.
understand it's probably too fantastical. That's why we don't have it. Oh, I'm still on Twitter and not your Minecraft stream. What have I done?
Yeah, I did enjoy a lot of fun doing professional competitive gameplay. It actually paid my way through 2001, 2002.
Wow, that's very impressive.
Yeah, I
feel like
wasn't
I missed my
really
shot.
yeah, I wasn't really making much money working as a contractor in 2001, 2002. So tournament winnings actually got me through the years.
Wow, that's very impressive. I
Yeah.
I could have competed in Mortal Kombat 10. I was in the top 800 on the leaderboard at a certain point, and like that's
Yeah.
competitive. Yeah.
Yeah, I competed playing Tekken 3 and Tekken Tag Tournament.
That's really cool.
Played those, did you know, I
Who's your
toured
main?
arcades and did, you know, actual tournaments that, you know, had a pot and everything. And then I played a lot of Unreal Tournament competitively. You know, tournaments with pots, and then Counter-Strike. And for like Doom and Doom 2, there wasn't none of them ever had a pot other than like maybe it was like everybody chipped in a few bucks and then maybe you got $100 at the end or something, right?
So
Something like
it'd just
that.
be like you just win like the kitty basically.
Yeah, it was pretty minimal, but like they were actual organized tournaments for the other games. I did some professional tournaments, organized tournaments for Warcraft 2 right before I got out of RTSs. At the time, I just wasn't feeling it with the RTSs. And
Yeah.
then I was like, you know, I'd rather do something else. And I really enjoyed first person shooters. So that was kind of like my main thing. And I really enjoyed tournament fighters. And I couldn't really devote any more energy to something else. Especially back then, you know, because everything was about like you had to pick up your computer and take it to a location, you know, do a LAN party there with your computer. So it was like a lot of lugging a computer around.
Sure.
So, like, at least with Tekken, it was all in arcades, you know, and they provided the game.
Sure.
But like
That makes
lugging my
sense.
computer around for like two other types of tournaments all the time was just too much. So I wanted to slim down to just one thing, right? So it was just me lugging my computer around for at the time Quake and Unreal Tournament. which usually we had them both going at the same LAN party. So
Oh,
that made it simpler.
I don't think you caught it. I really want to know who was your main when you played Tekken.
It changed it up a lot, but mainly it was, well, in Tekken 3, it was mainly Jin.
Oh,
But Kazuya was a big one for me in Tekken Tag Tournament. Like that, he was my main in Tekken Tag Tournament, but also Jin. Um,
I'm an Asuka
I
main.
I used I used Nina a lot. Nina was a main of mine. Yoshimitsu was a main of mine. Law was a main of mine.
Ugh.
Lei, I never quite got to the point of using him as a main,
hmm
but I got really good with him after a while, especially in Tekken Tag Tournament.
Playing against him, he feels a lot like playing against Kazama. I don't know if he feels like Kazama when you're playing him.
No, he doesn't really feel like it. But yeah. So yeah. And I played pretty much every character. I always went through and like would master every character as best I could.
Wow. I just try to like for MK, I'll just like try to play them at least so that I know their stuff, so that I know what to do against them. But that's about as far out as I can go. I try really hard to like one trick fighting games for the most
Yeah, I'd
part.
always pick one character to like main for a while until I felt really, really confident with them. And then go on and do another one.
That makes
So,
sense. For shooters, did you like the original Modern Warfare 2?
never really got into COD.
That was like
So,
for me that
but
was like where it
Modern Warfare
peaked.
2, yeah, it seemed like it would have been awesome. I probably would have enjoyed that if I had gotten into it, but I never really did.
The new Call of Duty is that the online is literally that game remastered, and I haven't had so much fun playing a shooter in forever. I'm like,
Yeah,
it's the old people's turn to win now. Let's go.
I heard Modern Warfare 3 is not worth it.
For a lot of people, it's not. But all I've ever wanted through like the last 10 years, like the first PC game I bought was Modern Warfare 2, the original one. But
Yeah.
there's a lot of bots and stuff, so it's not as fun. So I like that. That was the first shooter I ever
Usually you're
got to
gonna
play
play
online.
with, yeah, usually you're gonna want to play with people you know, but yeah.
Oh, I'm
Um,
totally content just shooting all these kids that are playing on their PlayStations. I don't care. I know the
um,
maps better than them.
yeah, I never played COD. Never got into it. What the hell is going on?
You can have a racist discussion.
Food
Apparently, my
shops.
phone just started playing Food Shops, or it's playing Tom. I don't know why.
We're saying it's counterproductive.
I would say Call of Duty rightfully got a bad name for itself because it put out a lot of garbage, but the last couple have been pretty good.
There.
They've bumped up their quality. I think they got tired of being made fun of, being the joke. Although I worked at a game store, and honestly, when people would come in and like all they like, you'd only ever see them when a new COD came out or to buy sports games. We made fun of you. Like you were the
I haven't.
customer standard that like we just didn't think very highly of because we have all these retro games, great games, and like you're gonna come in here and only get COD or like Madden. Come on, man.
I haven't done any first-person shooters in a while. I played. Doom Eternal.
Oh, I loved
That
Doom
was
Eternal.
fun.
It was
That was fun, but I didn't do multiplayer.
I didn't either. It was just like that was the one shooter that I felt really like the campaign is really what I'm here for, which I'm usually online for them, but it was
Right?
they took
Rarely do
every idea of Doom
campaigns.
and put it up to 11.
Yeah, I really liked it. I enjoyed it a lot. I loved the platforming elements that they
Yes.
introduced in the Doom 2016. And they carried it forward and gave you even more, gave you the dash
Yeah, I
and such,
really
and the
liked
double
that.
jump. Yeah.
You like platformers, yeah?
Oh yeah. And I
You
thought
played
the
Ghost Runner?
platforming elements made it really good. No, I haven't played Ghost Runner yet.
It's peak action platforming. My roommate showed me the trailer like a year before it came out, and I was like, "Oh my god, that's my shit. Like I don't need to know anything else. Like I like Mario or Super Mario Maker a lot. I like really hard platforming games, and that
Yeah.
was I feel like that game was made for me. Ghost Runner is one of the very few perfect games. It's like nonstop, super fast paced action, but it's all platforming. Really, like I mean, you have a sword and you have to like kill the baddies, but they're really just there to give you something to do while you're running and jumping off of walls and like grappling, hooking around and shit. It's to make that stuff
Huh.
meaningful. Have you heard of
Ghost
Ghost
Runner,
Runner?
huh? I don't think so.
Oh, it's God, I just love it. You when you dash in the air, you can hold it and you'll slow down time so you can dodge laser beams and shit.
Oh.
And when you die, you can press R to respawn and you respawn back at the checkpoint instantly. There's no weird lag times. Like, do you like Celeste?
Yes.
So it has the same feeling of being exceptionally challenging, punishing, and but also it doesn't make you wait a goddamn year to get back into the game.
Oh, wait. I've seen this game. A friend of mine was playing it and I was watching him play it. This is a pretty cool game.
I was fascinated by the concept and then just even more impressed by the execution. I got the second one too, but I'm stuck on a boss.
Oh, download Ghost Runner demo. Hmm.
And it's one of those games where like if the company didn't care, it'd be so easy to add guns to this game to give it more of a bigger appeal, and they didn't. They kept you with the sword.
They have a Ghost Runner 2 now.
Yeah, that just came out like in like I think like it was like the day after or a couple of days after my birthday, and I was like, I know what my birthday gift is.
Hmm. Very
Ghost Runner 2, they
cyberpunk.
added a motorcycle. Oh, the aesthetic's good. There's lots of like hidden goodies if you want to like run around on walls to find like hidden spots to get like the collectibles and shit. Super good game.
Hmm.
If you play that demo and you like it and you stream it, please shoot me a message so I can watch your streams. That's a game I would revel in seeing somebody else go through the first time.
All right. I added it to my wish list, so we'll see.
Sick.
Man. Yeah, that was weird that my phone suddenly just started playing Tom's video. It was Tom's video talking to food shops, I guess. But yeah, that was weird.
Could be
That was
worse.
very weird. I'll have to find out what that video was that it was playing. I don't know, because I think it was hovering. I think it was like on Tom's stream originally. That's what I'm
Were
thinking.
you watching Tom do the Destiny Alex Jones thing?
Yeah, at one point earlier in the evening I was, yeah.
I did too, because it was the only way I could watch it, like rewind.
Yeah.
But I got frustrated with Tom's commentary because I really wanted to see Alex Jones in Destiny debate. I was a big Alex Jones guy for a long time.
Really?
Yeah. I even called into the show before. I was a libertarian big time, but
I think I remember you telling me that you were a big Alex Jones guy. You know what's funny is like I discovered him way back when so in like 2005 or so, when I was looking for new news sources.
Mhm.
I found both him and the Young Turks at the exact same time, and they were both very new. The Young Turks had just started posting videos onto YouTube. They didn't even stream on YouTube; they just posted them because they were doing the Sirius XM show that they recorded, and then they would post the videos of the recordings that would happen in like Jenk's office with Ben Mankiewicz. They post those to YouTube. And Alex Jones and the Young Turks were like the two options for news sources on YouTube at the time. And Alex Jones was like pretty sane at the time. Like he wasn't into like the crazy off the charts conspiracy theory shit at the time.
I try to tell people a lot, like Alex Jones back when I listened to him, even the stuff that sounded pretty extravagant, like you could look it up and it would be validated. Even some of the things that people memed on him about, like, there would be like truth to that for a while, but like he got worse and worse. I stopped listening to him the day he went on Piers Morgan and made fun of his accent. I was like, look, you try to get people to watch your shit and then tell people about it, and then you get in front of the public eye like that and you act like a fool. Fuck you, dude. No.
He was just back then. He was just like, at least in 2005 ish. He was just very libertarian. I didn't like him though, because way too much of his stuff was just like way too speculative and way too, like just not presenting any facts or information. Take my word for it kind of shit. And way too many connecting dots that there wasn't enough information to connect. So I didn't really continue following him. But yeah, he was way more sane back then. And he went overboard after a while.
I think I got to him. He had the persona built up then, but he was still like regularly saying like, obviously, I'm doing this 8 hours a day. This is an act, folks. Like, I mean the stuff that I'm saying, but like, I gotta put on a show. And so like it made a lot of the stuff really understandable. And then he just sort of like became the act, which is weird.
Which is like what they don't.
He drank his own Kool-Aid, man. Yeah. But there was like a good 3-year stretch where like I would tell people about stuff, because like I'd watch it and then I'd also look stuff up, and people would be like, "No, you're crazy," and then it would be like on the news in a couple of years, and I'd be like, "Hey, didn't you say that?" I was like, "I did," but he lost all value at a certain point, and I was just like, "Nah, I can't do this no more." But also, I think I always thought part of his shtick was, after I stopped listening to him, like, Alex Jones will tell you good information about things and make it sound as crazy as possible. So if you try to talk to somebody about it, they're gonna think you're nuts. And then if you're really conspiratorial minded, like, there's no reason to think that if Alex Jones is telling you the truth, that he's not in on it and just trying to make anybody who's looking for it seem like a crazy person. So that's like my best argument to Alex Jones listeners now. It's like, have you tried telling anybody about it? Did they think you were crazy? Okay, well, maybe not the best person to get your news from then, right?
Yeah. Oh, I think I figured out now why it is that I was muted before. When I was dragging my pictures over, I think I like clicked on the mute button because I'm dragging them over into the side view. And like as I do it, it crosses over there. I wonder if when I dropped it, I like clicked on the mute button before, because I just almost did that again. Oh. But yeah, I just dropped a few photos in the side chat for you. These are Puka's pics. Like, this is a couple weeks before he passed away, when he and I were at the beach together.
It's so wild that you could take your cat with you to the beach and it's just be chill.
Yeah. People were really interested. They were like, "Is that a kitty?" And they wanted to come up and say hi to him, and they said hello, gave him some head scratches.
Oh, the legs are
he was
so
super
skinny.
chill. He was very old. He didn't have any excess weight on him at that point. He was 19 and a half. He would have been 20 if he had made it to March 10th. He would have been 20 years old.
My dad had a cat like that. She was a fucking mean little bitch. Her name was Shadow. She's just a grumpy old cat. Like, I didn't, like, I say that reflecting back on her now, but like, I was a kid and like, I liked her, but I just knew Shadow's not really the cat that I'm gonna pet and cuddle. That was Patches.
Puka got way more cuddly in his older age. He was probably 2 years in, like the last 2 years, switched from being a much more aloof cat to being very cuddly and very close, always wanting to be in my lap, which he had never been a lap cat before. wanting to kind of spend all of his time with me, getting closer and closer to me in bed too. Like he wasn't really the kind of cat to sleep with you in bed, but then he started getting closer, would like sleep up against my leg, and then he'd sleep up against my butt, and then he'd sleep like up against my chest, and before I know it, he's like right up on my face. So, in the last few weeks with him, I would like wake up with him in my arms. Like he would just get closer and closer. So he really warmed up and just got way more cuddly in his last days, which is very sweet. I had some very nice moments with him and lots of loud purring.
I can't cuddle cats because I'm allergic. I have a cat. He's supposed to be Russian blue and hypoallergenic, but he's a mix. So unfortunately, he's just not allowed in my room. I need one place in the house that doesn't get cat hair, and it's because I'm asthmatic. It's got to be where I sleep.
Yeah.
But this motherfucker will let you pick him up. He'll let you flip him all around and shit. He doesn't care at all. My kid takes him to his room to go to sleep with, and he just cuddles the cat like a stuffed animal. It's ridiculous.
Oh, that's sweet.
His name's Iron Mike.
Oh.
I named him.
Yeah. Puka was so easygoing in the end. He was just like, I don't really care. I just want to be close with you. He was such a cuddle bug. It was quite a change of attitude. I think he just, as he got older and got more arthritic and everything, he had more aches and pains. I think it probably just felt nice to have someone else take the weight off of him, and hold him for a while, carry him around and give him comfort, give him a massage. I think he just really appreciated that. So
that makes sense. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
I always say that when my dog dies, I'm gonna be like, I'm not going to work. I'm not doing anything. I'm gonna need people to be like very much there for me for like 2 weeks. I'll be a wreck.
Yeah, that's how I've been too. But yep.
I genuinely can't imagine. The first time I cried in therapy is because my dog turned 6, and I was upset that she's getting older.
Oh.
And my therapist's like, well, she's only 6. You probably have like a lot more time. I was like, look, it doesn't matter. I'm thinking about her being old right now, and I don't want her to get old.
I have a very strong bond with my cats too. Just they're my children, and I invested a lot of energy into making sure they were happy and healthy. But yeah, I should get going. It's 8:20 in the morning. I haven't slept. I should definitely get at least a little bit of sleep.
Well, I appreciate talking to you. By the way, this is
calls.
my longest stream ever. I've been going for almost 11 hours. It's a record for me.
Didn't you do like a marathon stream for like a fundraiser or something and did like some 20 something hours?
No. My back sucks. I could never.
No, no, you did. You did it. You did it to get, it was right after Max got banned from YouTube. You did like a marathon stream to fight to get his channel back.
I did a Mr. Girl banned from YouTube grievance show, but it wasn't like that long. It's probably like 4 hours.
I thought it was like super long for some reason.
I couldn't have imagined streaming for that long at that point, but I've been going more and more, and I just enjoyed talking to you, so I ended up going for 11 hours.
Yeah. How long have we been talking? For like 7 hours, I think. I think I started talking to you like 1 o'clock in the morning or something.
That sounds about right.
It's 8:22 now.
Well, I certainly do appreciate it. A lot of really cool and interesting stories to where I'll probably have to play this back to hear about the Anton LaVey story again and some of the other stuff.
Yeah.
I've never not enjoyed talking to you.
Well, you have a good night, and whoever's watching, you guys have a good night as well, or day, I guess. Take care.
Take it easy, Zonia. Have a good night. Day.
Bye.
Yeah. Bye. All right, and with that, 11 hours deep. I'm desperately need to stretch my back out and maybe eat some food. I'm done for tonight, today, whatever. Have a good night.